251 to 300. Feng Yu had not seen Wen Dongjun for more than a month, and this moron had grown taller. Damn, are you feeding on pig's feed? You are already so tall, and you are still growing. Feng Yu was not happy with raising his head to speak to him. Feng Yu was already 1.76 meters and had been exercising these few years. With a better diet, he wished to reach 1.8 meters. But compared to Wen Dongjun, he was way shorter. Wen Dongjun was already 1.85 meters. Feng Yu decided to give Wen Dongjun some counseling to make him give up basketball. Dongjun, come over here. I got something to talk to you. After lunch, Feng Yu called Wen Dongjun. What's there to talk about? Come, let's go and play basketball. I have some important matters to speak to you. Looking at Feng Yu's serious expression, Wen Dongjun stopped. What? Did Li Na ditch you? Damn, I want to talk to you about your future. What's your dream? Feng Yu asked Wen Dongjun in a teacher's tone. Be an official that is higher rank than my father. Fine, this moron only wants to be an official for the sake of being one. Think carefully, have you ever met any officials that are taller than you? Feng Yu continued asking. Now that you mention it, I had never seen any officials that are as tall as me. Do you think I will be the tallest official in future? Wen Dongjun asked excitedly. Damn, wait until you are taller than Yao Ming before talking to me. Yao Ming is the tallest official. Dongjun, think carefully. If your leader is only 1.7 meters and you are 1.9 meters, your leader will have to look up at you. If you are the leader, will you be happy? Ads by PubFuture. You are saying that I cannot be a high-ranking official because of my height? Wen Dongjun asked. Sighed, you finally get what I am trying to say. So, you must control your height. Feng Yu was happy that Wen Dongjun finally understood. But I can't control my growth. Last year, I was only 2 centimeters taller than you. Wen Dongjun said. Feng Yu, come, I will teach you something. Do a handstand every day and use your head to support yourself. Play less basketball and soccer. Do more weight training. Put more weights on your shoulders and do squats. If you really want to play with balls, play shot put. Looking at Wen Dongjun doing headstand, Feng Yu smiled and walked towards the basketball court. He still wants to get taller. After a game of basketball at noon, it was time for afternoon lessons. Feng Yu was listless and was nodding off. The history teacher was talking about modern history, and Feng Yu was bored. Soon, he fell asleep on his desk. Feng Yu, teacher who is asking you to answer a question. The student beside Feng Yu pushed him and waked him up. Feng Yu, you are sleeping in my class. You think you know everything. Answer the question I asked just now. Damn, what was the question? Can't you repeat the question? I don't even know what's the question, how can I answer you? Feng Yu stood up. He was not nervous like other students when they were caught sleeping in class. Anyway, he was used to be sent out of class by the teachers. You don't know the answer. Some student thinks that their family is rich, and they don't need to study. Then why enter third high school? Your parents sent you to this school is for you to have a good future by entering a good university. They don't send you to school for you to sleep in class. Sit down and pay attention. Teacher who dare not to punish Feng Yu. Almost all the teachers knew that the principal was giving Feng Yu special treatments. They also heard that during the Soviet Union summer camp, Feng Yu did not follow the group at all. It was fortunate that she was not Feng Yu's form teacher. After class, Li Na went beside Feng Yu. Next time don't play basketball at noon. You will not be able to focus on the afternoon lessons. Why are you not wearing the dress I bought for you from Hong Kong? You don't like it? Feng Yu changed the topic. Ads by PubFuture. The dress is too low cut. Li Na blushed. Feng Yu smiled. He remembered that China now was different from Hong Kong. Most girls in the city still dressed conservatively. They don't dare to wear low-cut dresses. Fine, I will get someone to send some dresses over. What designs do you like? You can dress up like those celebrities on TV too. I do not want any more dresses. Li Na was happy that Feng Yu treated her well, but she was afraid that other students will gossip about her. Although all the students and teachers at the school knew that she was dating Feng Yu, her parents still do not know. This evening, do you want to go to the garden on the north side? I heard there is a pond full of goldfishes there. Feng Yu asked. Li Na rolled her eyes. You think you can see the goldfishes at night? Sighed. Electricity was still a problem. There was not a single lamp post in the garden. At night, it was so dark that you can't even see your own fingers. Feng Yu missed his previous life where the streets were bright at night. But it will take at least 2 to 3 years before that will happen in the cities. It was a pity that there were no KTV now. Although there was karaoke, the karaoke was only music and no pictures. It was still using cassette tapes. Li Na saw Feng Yu thinking of where to go at night. She said, "We will be taking the university entrance exams next year. We should start our preparations now and not thinking of where to play. What if we can't enter university?" This was a sign of her being a controlling wife in future. Feng Yu must correct her thinking. How can studying be more important than playing? Feng Yu seriously said, "We can surely enter university and it will be Beijing's best university. Don't worry about it. This evening, we shall go to the riverbank. There are street lights there." Sun Wenhai had promised Feng Yu that they will be guaranteed a place in the university and early next year, all they need to do was to attend an interview at the university. Even if they got no guaranteed places at the university would be able to lower the entry requirements by 50 to 100 marks for them. Feng Yu could easily enter the university he wanted. The Soviet Union summer camp will help Feng Yu a lot for his admission into the university. With his results, he would never get the chance to go to Beijing University if not for this camp. It was not difficult for Feng Yu to enter university. Even if he failed the interview, he could apply for a university in Hong Kong or also study overseas. However, Feng Yu was a lazy person and does not want to be too far away from home. Hong Kong's university was the furthest he could accept. He was not interested in studying in the US or other countries. Since 1980, private schools were allowed to operate in China. If all else fails, Feng Yu could set up a university for himself. Feng Yu's pager suddenly vibrates, and 99 was displayed. This was the code between Feng Yu and Wu Zigang. If there is news about the stock exchange, Wu Zigang will notify him this way. Feng Yu was overjoyed. Shanghai's stock exchange was set up. Ads by PubFuture. Ads by PubFuture. The Shanghai Stock Exchange was set up earlier than Feng Yu's previous life. Feng Yu was prepared, and even though the international markets were not doing well at the moment, but China's market was not linked to the global market. There were also no foreigners that bought Chinese stocks. It was this generation of investors that let the top leaders made the decision to set up the stock exchange. Feng Yu felt that he was the most significant player in China now. There should be no one who owns more shares than him now. After the news of the Shanghai Stock Exchange was announced, all the stock prices increased rapidly. The newspaper, TV programs also reported on the first batch of companies that will be listed on the exchange. Without surprises, all those shortlisted companies were listed. China's stock market will go through a period of rapid growth from now until the end of the year. The growth will slow down early next year when some investors sold off their shares to get their profits. The stock prices will even drop slightly. Feng Yu also decided to sell off some of those shares which he was not familiar with later this year. He wants to use the funds from the sales of these shares to buy more shares next March when the market will experience a slight drop. In contrast to Feng Yu's happiness, Hong Kong's Fu Rongjing was gloomy. He had invested a considerable amount in rubles. It was all his available funds, and he thought that he would earn a lot in these 2 months. But the value of rubles fell drastically instead. At first, the ruble had risen slightly but soon fell. Fu Rongjing thought that it was normal fluctuations. He believed that the Soviet Union would increase the value of rubles. The Soviet Union was a powerful nation, and there should be no problems if they wanted to increase the value of ruble. However, the ruble did not increase but fell instead. This week, the rubles fell much faster. If this trend carries on, Fu Rongjing's futures contract would be closed out before Friday. Fu Rongjing does not understand why this was happening. Fu Rongjing was good at retail sales, and he was sensitive to the market changes. The Fu family's distribution channels were so diverse was because of his suggestions. But when it comes to financial market, he was not good at all. He had no choice but to send Fu Guangzheng to ask his eldest brother, Fu Rongqi. When will ruble recover? But the answer Fu Guangzheng got shocked Fu Rongjing. Ads by PubFuture. It was impossible for rubles to recover. There was nothing the Soviet Union could do. The Soviet Union does not have enough funds to pull up the rubles because there was a civil war going on and the Soviet Union was at the risk of disintegrating. What? Fu Rongjing could not believe what he heard. Why would the Soviet Union disintegrate? Even if the countries had differences, they could declare independence. The Soviet Union should not disintegrate. It can be like those Commonwealth countries, where they maintain a good relationship. Fu Rongjing starts to send his men to gather news about the Soviet Union. He does not believe what Fu Rongqi and felt that he was lying. Fu Rongjing slumped on his chair when he got the information from his men. There were at least 4 countries that announced they will be leaving the Soviet Union, and he was unaware of this news. Lithuania was the first to announce, followed by Latvia and Moldova. But the Soviet Union government does not approve. What Fu Rongjing can't accept the most was Russia announcing they will be leaving the Soviet Union. That was the home of the Soviet Union, and it was the most powerful country in the Soviet Union. If Russia also leaves the Soviet Union, then the Soviet Union will be gone. The Soviet Union was almost collapsed, and how could it pull up the value of rubles? Why did it turn out this way? The thing that made Fu Rongjing broke down was all these happened before Feng Yu went to Hong Kong, and he did not even know about it. If he had known about this information, he would never believe Feng Yu and bet all his assets on rubles. It's over. Everything was gone. That 400 million Hong Kong dollars were all gone. The rubles continued to depreciate, and now it had reached 1.1 rubles, 1 United States dollar. His futures contract was forced to close out as he did not have the funds to top up. Fu Rongjing could sell off his fixed assets to raise funds to top up his futures contract, but he did not do so. He knew that no matter what he does, rubles will continue to depreciate and all the money he put in will be gone too. On the day when Fu Rongjing's 400 million Hong Kong dollars was lost, he called Fu Guangzhong home for a scolding and even slapped him. Ads by PubFuture. It was then Fu Guangzhong found out how much was lost. He did not know that his father had invested 400 million Hong Kong dollars and his father's total assets were only about 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. His father had given him some money for investments on a few occasions last year and this year. To be fair to his elder son, Fu Rongjing also gave his elder son some of his assets. Having lost this 400 million Hong Kong dollars, Fu Rongjing only had about 300 million Hong Kong dollars worth of assets now, and it was mainly company shares and fixed assets. His bank account only had a few 100,000 HKD left. It was not even enough for his company's cash flows. Dad, why did you invest all your money? I had asked you to discuss with the eldest uncle, but you refuse, and now you are blaming me. Fu Guangzhong felt wronged. He had nothing to do with this loss. He was not the one who asked his father to invest in Forex futures. If it wasn't for you bring that brat here, will I be tricked by him? 400 million. That is 400 million Hong Kong dollars. Fu Rongjing's voice was shaking. Guangzhong, how much money do you have now? Give it to me, if not father's company will have cash flow issues next money. Fu Guangzhong's elder brother, Fu Guangwei said. I had just invested in China's new factory and do not have any spare cash. Even if I sell off my shares in China, I can only raise about 10 million. I have 20 million, but it is not enough. We need at least 100 million for father's company to run smoothly. Should we borrow from eldest uncle? Fu Guangzhong asked. Fu Rongjing looked down and kept quiet. Borrow money from Fu Rongqi. Fu Rongqi would ask him where did his money go to and he has to tell him that he lost all his money in Forex. Fu Rongqi had told him that he was not suitable to trade in the financial market, but Fu Rongjing does not listen. Now he would be asking for it if he asked Fu Rongqi for a loan. His other brothers will also laugh at him. No, use the company as collateral and borrow from the bank. Fu Rongjing said. Dad, we should borrow from eldest uncle instead from the bank. Furthermore, if our partners know that we owe the bank such a large sum, they would not continue their cooperation with us. Fu Guangwei tried to persuade his father. If you want to go to your eldest uncle, go yourself. I will not ask him for help. Fu Rongjing stomped into his room after saying this. Fu Guangwei pulled Fu Guangzhong aside and asked him how did Feng Yu trick their father? What actually happened? Fu Guangzhong explained the whole situation and Fu Guangwei frowned. This seems to be a setup for their father. He also asked about Feng Yu's relationship with Fu Guangzhong. They were partners and had been working well all along. Why would Feng Yu set up a trap for their father? Fu Guangwei found out that it was because Fu Rongjing had acquired Aiwa shares which Feng Yu wanted. He shook his head. It was his father who did Feng Yu wrong in the first place, but it was also not right for Feng Yu to trick his father. Hong Kong's Fu family is not that easy to be bullied. Fu Rongqi was reading the newspaper in his office when he saw his nephew, Fu Guangwei, rushing in. He frowned and was unhappy. How did his youngest brother raise his children? As a member of the Fu family, he doesn't even have the basic courtesy to knock on the door. Before Fu Rongqi could scold Fu Guangwei shouted something that shocked him. Uncle, my dad has been cheated of 400 million. What? Lao Si, fourth sibling in the family equals a way to address the fourth brother, had been cheated of 400 million. Who cheated him? Fu Rongqi stood up angrily and asked. In Hong Kong, who dares to mess with the Fu family? It's Feng Yu, Fu Guangzheng's partner, the one who sells the humidifiers. Him, how did he cheat your father? Fu Rongqi finds it weird. The humidifiers were lucrative, and that Feng Yu had earned a lot from his legitimate businesses. Why would he cheat money? Furthermore, the Fu family had helped him get a loan from the Hong Kong banks. By right, their relationship should be okay. Fu Guangwei exaggerated how his father was tricked by Feng Yu to invest in rubles and how his father lost all his money. After he finishes explaining the whole circumstances, he added, Uncle, that Feng Yu had no regards for the Fu family. You said that Feng Yu had told your father that he had a piece of information he wanted to sell to him. And your father got information that the rubles will rise and he did not give Feng Yu a single cent. Fu Guangwei was also feeling embarrassed. His father was indeed in the wrong, but he thought that Feng Yu was also wrong to trick his father. Furthermore, it was 400 million Hong Kong dollars. Uncle, I had told you that my father wanted to give him 1 million United States dollars, but he refused. Lao Si had never traded forex futures and had no experience. Why didn't he ask me? Fu Guangwei did not know how to answer his eldest uncle. He could not tell his uncle that his father wanted to earn this money by himself secretly. Guangwei, what actually happened? I will ask your father personally. Follow me to your house now. Ads by PubFuture. Fu Rongjing was sulking at home, and even though he told his sons not to ask his eldest brother, he knows that asking his eldest brother for help was the best way to solve his woes. There was knocking on the study room's door, and Fu Rongqi entered. Fu Rongjing did not want to meet his brother now. Lao Si, I heard from your helper that you skipped breakfast today. Big brother, why are you here? Humph, if I am not here, will you still keep me in the dark? Fu Rongqi angrily said, Guangzheng, I heard that you are the one who brought Feng Yu home. Uncle, I was the one who brought Feng Yu back home. He said that he had some information which can earn a lot of money. I agreed to give him 30% of what we earn. This was already a very high offer, but he wanted 100 million. So, I brought him to meet my father. Bang, Fu Rongqi banged on the sofa armrest. He wanted 100 million, and you gave him 1 million. Since when our Fu family cheat others like this? Fu Rongqi had also bought information from other people before. But he would pay the full amount without a single cent less. His youngest brother knew that the other party wanted 100 million and he made him tell him the information. This meant that he agrees to pay him the amount he wanted. The other party told him the information, but he did make the payment. This was a disgrace to the family. Fu Rongjing was shocked. After their father passed away, the person he feared most was his eldest brother. He had always wanted to succeed his eldest brother, and this time he thought he would be able to earn a few billion to prove himself. But in the end, he lost everything. Big brother, he had given me false information and made me lost 400 million. Why are you scolding me? If you had given him 100 million, would he give you false information? If you had come and asked me, will I let you bet on rubles appreciating? Also, Feng Yu and Guangzheng are friends, why would he trick you? Fu Rongqi was furious. Until now, Fu Rongjing was still finding excuses. How would I know why he wanted to trick me? I wanted to give me part of my earnings after I got the profits. Fu Rongjing retorted. You sighed. Guangzheng, why did Feng Yu trick your father? Ads by PubFuture. Fu Guangzheng looked at his father and then at his eldest uncle. He said, I think it might be Dad had bought the shares Feng Yu wanted. What happened? Fu Rongqi does not understand why his youngest brother would want to acquire the shares Feng Yu wanted. Nonsense. When did I snatch the shares from him? I had bought those shares with my own money, and what has it got to do with him? Fu Rongjing shouted. You shut up. Guangzheng, you continue. It is Japan's Aiwa shares. Feng Yu had asked me to find out more about Aiwa, and he wanted to buy Aiwa shares. He had already bought more than 60% of the shares from Sony. Father then asked his men to contact the other shareholders and bought their shares. Feng Yu had told me several times that he wanted to buy the Aiwa shares from us, but father refused. Aiwa shares. Fu Rongqi had some impression of it. After all, he was the one who had worked with Aiwa to set up Hong Kong's Aiwa subsidiary. He also did his research on this company. Lao Si, is Guangjung telling the truth? That's right. Why should I sell him those shares just because he wanted it? Then why did you buy Aiwa's share in the first place? Fu Rongqi stared at Fu Rongjing. Why would Fu Rongjing want a stake in a company that was heavily in debts? I think that company is good. Didn't I tell you that I think the Walkman industry will do well? That was why I bought the shares of Hong Kong's Aiwa company from you. Fu Rongqi sighed and pointed at Fu Guangzhong. You tell me. It was because every time Feng Yu invests, he makes money. I had bought a stake in a machinery company with him, and I recovered my capital in about a year. You should be aware of how profitable the wind and rain humidifiers are. The motorcycles he produced are also selling like hotcakes in China. We felt that this Aiwa company must have developed some new technologies which will turn the company around. That's why father bought Aiwa's shares. Anyway, the prices of the shares were low, and we can afford the losses. Fu Guangzheng's voice was getting softer as he speaks. He felt embarrassed. No matter what, it was his father that was at fault. Lao Si, what do you want me to say? I had told you countless times that you should now look at the profits in front of you when doing business. You must set your sight on long term, and you must never cheat your business partners. Our Fu family can remain as one of Hong Kong's influential family for so many years is because of our reputation. Also, before every investment, you must do your own research and not decide hastily. Did you forget what I said? Don't you find it weird why when father was alive, he doted you the most, but the assets you inherited from him was not much? It was because father knows that if he passes all the family assets to you, there will be 50% chance that the Fu family will supersede the Li family and 50% chance that the Fu family will be bankrupt. Did father really say this? Fu Rongjing did not believe his eldest brother. Humph, I am your eldest brother. Since when did I lie to you? Guangzhong, tomorrow you make a trip to Bing City and sell the Aiwa shares to Feng Yu at the cost price. Don't mention anything about your father's loss to him. Uncle, even if my father was too much, but he also cheated my father. You are not even standing up for my father, and you want Guangzhong to sell Aiwa shares back to him. Fu Guangwei was furious. Why was his eldest uncle helping an outsider? The Fu family got to bow our head to that brat. Fu Rongqi narrowed his eyes and blew out a mouthful of cigar smoke. Just go and tell him this, he will understand and will give us an answer. If he did not give us a satisfied answer, don't think by hiding in China, our Fu family cannot do anything to him. Feng Yu was curious about why Fu Guangzhong came to Bing City to look for him. The rubles should depreciate further now, and even if Fu Rongjing did not fall for his trap, the Fu family should know that Feng Yu was trying to trick him. Feng Yu was still waiting for the Fu family to get back at him and he was prepared to fall out with them. Could it be that Fu Guangzhong wanted to question him about what he had done? There was only this possibility. Brother Feng, why didn't you contact me for so long? Fu Guangzhong greeted Feng Yu warmly when they met. What's there to contact? Feng Yu asked. Fu Guangzhong smiled. He remembered his eldest uncle's instruction to not mention anything about his father losing a large sum of money. Oh right, Brother Feng, I have good news for you. You always wanted to buy Aiwa shares, right? My father had told my brother, and we decided to sell you the Aiwa shares. 26% and the market value is about 2.8 million United States dollars. How about we sell these shares to you at 3 million United States dollars? What? Feng Yu's jaws dropped. He had asked the Fu family for the shares and even offered 5 million United States dollars, but they refused to sell. Did they eat the wrong medicine? They were willing to sell the shares at 3 million United States dollars. Could it be that Aiwa company ran into some problems and the Fu family knew about it in advance and wanted to offload this baggage? Or, the history had changed because of him? Was it because of Sony? Ads by PubFuture. Brother Fu, why did your father suddenly decided to sell me the Aiwa shares? Feng Yu asked suspiciously. Don't you want the shares? My father had a change of mind because he knew that you wanted the shares badly. Are you telling me that you do not want the shares now? Of course not. I want those shares. Feng Yu hesitated for a while before he replied. He felt that he should buy those shares so he could have full control of Aiwa. Even if he lost this investment, it was only about 7 million United States dollars. He could afford the losses. The most important thing about Aiwa was the R&D engineers there. As long as these engineers remained at Aiwa, Feng Yu would not lose his investment. Those were the most brilliant engineers in the industry. Fu Guangzhong passed a document with his father's signature to Feng Yu. This is the contract. Please go through to see if there are any problems. Feng Yu took the contract from Fu Guangjing and read carefully. There were only a few terms in the contract, and there was no need for any amendments. Fu Rongjing had already signed on it. Humph, didn't you tell me that you had transferred the shares to Fu Guangjing's brother? Why were the shares still under your name? Of course, Feng Yu would not pursue this matter now. He signed the contract and left his thumbprint on it. He kept the original copy. Brother Fu, I will call HSBC Bank now to transfer the funds to your father. Until Fu Guangjing received a call to inform him about the fund transfer was successful, he did not mention a word about the rubles. Feng Yu was puzzled. Fu Rongjing did not buy rubles. Brother Fu, did you father monitor the rubles recently? Feng Yu asked. Ads by PubFuture. Fu Guangjing replied the way Fu Rongqi instructed him, I am not sure about it. But recently, my father is in a bad mood. Bad mood, that means he had bought rubles and had lost money because of the depreciation. But Feng Yu does not know how much he had lost. From Fu Guangjing's tone, the amount lost should not be a small amount. But since Fu Rongjing had lost money, why did he still sell manhwa shares? Feng Yu could not understand what the Fu family wanted. Fu Guangjing not only sold manhwa shares to him and still talked about the humidifiers and bladeless fans overseas sales. He even told Feng Yu that his father had set up the distribution channels in Southeast Asia for manhwa Walkman and intends to let Feng Yu handle the sales for the China market. Feng Yu was getting more confused. All these seemed to be benefiting him. Could it be that the Fu family were apologizing to him? These seemed too sincere, and it was not what the Hong Kong influential families would do. Feng Yu remembered an article about Hong Kong's Fu family in his past life. It states that other than the eldest brother had a good reputation, the other brothers did not have good reputations. Fu Rongjing should not be treating Feng Yu this way after being tricked by him. Wait, could it be the eldest brother of the Fu family asked Fu Guangjing to do this? The head of the Fu family should be the eldest brother. Brother Fu, did father ask you to come here or someone else? Fu Guangjing thought, you finally asked this question, it was my eldest uncle's decision. It was really him. In Feng Yu's past life, the papers had reported various versions of Fu Rongqi. Some said that Fu Rongqi was very particular when it comes to business and all his business partners had never lost money. However, there were some that said that Fu Rongqi was ruthless and would take over his partner's company. But later, people found out that it was because his partners had tried to cheat him, and he retaliated. Ads by PubFuture. This means that Fu Rongqi knew what had happened and knew that the Fu family had done Feng Yu wrong. That's why he sold the shares back to Feng Yu. Now, the ball is in Feng Yu's court, and it will depend on Feng Yu's attitude. Does he want to continue to be friends or enemies? Interesting. Carrot and stick. He gave Feng Yu a carrot first and depending on Feng Yu's attitude, he would decide whether to give Feng Yu the stick. Since the Fu family was willing to apologize, then Feng Yu also do not want to fall out with this partner. After all, the Fu family were really good at retail business. If Feng Yu changed to another partner, it will not be beneficial to Wind and Rain brand. Fine, then he should let the Fu family recover some of his losses. Feng Yu did not want to fall out with the Fu family now was also because he did not have enough assets and connections. But Feng Yu believed that within 2 years, he would be on par with the Fu family and would exceed the Fu family within 5 years. Feng Yu thought for a while and asked, Brother Fu, does your father invest in gold? London gold. London gold. Fu Guangjing was still guarded against Feng Yu. Feng Yu's expression was the same when he tricked him about rubles. He had done everything his eldest uncle instructed him, and this Feng Yu was still trying to trick him. That's right. The last time I was in Hong Kong, I traded some gold futures, and I had used some leverage. But I made quite a sum. Feng Yu's investments in London gold contract were all settled, and all the profits were in his account. Although he was conservative with his investment and had used low leverage, he made over 100 million United States dollars. For the financial market, the more the investment, the more the profits and the risk will be lower. Feng Yu had gone to the bank yesterday, and the gold prices had started to fall. It had dropped to 377 United States dollars per ounce. Based on his analysis, there should be some price movements at the end of the year, and the gold prices will rise to more than 385 United States dollars per ounce. But this will also be the highest price of gold in recent years. After year-end, some U.S. capitalists will raise a large fund and start to short gold on the black market with 500 times leverage. Gold prices will start to fall drastically. If now, one start to invest in London gold, he could make some profits, and after year-end, shorting gold prices will result in more profits. Feng Yu continued. Brother Fu, I had analyzed the market. To maintain their economy and the value of rubles, the Soviet Union will try to increase gold prices. After all, they are the world's biggest exporter of gold. I cannot promise you that the gold prices will rise too high, but these few days, gold prices will start to rise and will reach 385 United States dollars. The lowest will at least be 380 United States dollars. But from January next year, gold prices will fall to lower than 355 United States dollars. 385, 355, the difference was 30 United States dollars. If what Feng Yu said was true, then the Fu family can make lots of profits. Brother Feng, you also intend to invest? Fu Guangzheng asked cautiously. Of course, I will make a trip to Hong Kong during the October holidays. We can go together. Feng Yu smiled. Fu Guangzheng was relieved. He had completed the task given to him by his eldest uncle. October 1st, Feng Yu flew to Hong Kong again as it was school holidays. Fu Rongqi was an expert in financial investment, and Feng Yu wanted to speak to him. If Feng Yu wanted to stir up a storm in the financial markets, he could not do it alone. Even George Soros and Warren Buffett did not act alone. To control the financial market, big players had to come together and pool all their fund. Before Hong Kong's return to China, Fu Rongqi was the one who could rival Superman Lee. But in 1997, Fu Rongqi suffered heavy losses and his gap between Superman Lee widened. That means Fu Rongqi will continue to make money these few years and his assets will increase to tens of billion HKD. But now, his assets were not more than 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. Fu Rongqi's investment foresight was not to joke about. He will increase his total assets by several folds within a few years. Feng Yu relied on his memories from his past life to get to where he was now. But regarding his personal ability, he was no match with Fu Rongqi. This trip to Hong Kong, it was still Fu Guangzheng that came to receive him at the airport alone. But at the Peninsula Hotel, Feng Yu saw Fu Rongqi and Fu Rongjing standing at the entrance. The both of them standing at the entrance welcoming Feng Yu was giving him face. After all, they were considered Feng Yu's elders. Many other customers at the hotel were looking at the entrance. They were curious who was arriving, and even the Fu family had to wait for him at the door. Was it Superman Lee or the governor? But they were shocked when they saw a young man walking in. Who was this young man? Why would the two prominent members of the Fu family be waiting for him at the entrance of the hotel? Could that young man the son of some top China official? This must be it. There were rumors that Fu Rongjing had sent his son to China and invested more than 100 million there. This time, even Fu Rongqi came. Could it be that Fu Rongqi also wanted to invest in China too? China's leader Deng was still alive, and he was a leader who ruled with an iron fist. Even the Queen of England was no match for him. Sir Shah had gathered a group of celebrities from the government and business world to petition for Hong Kong's independence. But there were rumors that leader Deng met Sir Shah, and from then, Sir Shah donated a large sum of money to build schools in China every year. The Fu family was not worried that their investment in China would be confiscated by the communist government. Xiao Yu, I heard that you forecasted the gold prices will rise. During lunch, Fu Rongqi asked. Ads by PubFuture. That's right. The gold prices will rise within this month. The Soviet Union is one of the world's largest exporter of gold, and they need to sell their gold for commodities. When gold prices fall, it will affect the Soviet Union and other gold exporting countries greatly. Those countries with large gold reserves will also not allow gold prices to fall. Furthermore, gold prices had reached 850 United States dollars per ounce few years ago. Feng Yu explained his analysis and Fu Rongqi nodded. You had analyzed all these by yourself. Feng Yu smiled and said, there are some things that I can't tell you and you should not know. Fu Rongqi looked at Feng Yu, and he noticed that Feng Yu's eyes do not look like a 20-years-old young man, but instead, he looked like someone in his 40s. This Feng Yu is not simple. You say gold prices will rise within this month, and what will happen after this month? Will it stabilize, or will it fall again? Fall. Why? Because the international situation will change, and the Soviet Union will disintegrate. Rubles will carry on depreciating, and there will be some big players in the market shorting gold. Gold prices will definitely fall. Based on your analysis, how low will the gold prices reach and how long will it take? Based on our based on my research, the gold prices will reach the lowest point in January, which will be about 355 United States dollars or maybe even lower. From February onwards, there will be rebound, and gold prices will recover to above 400 United States dollars. After that, it will slowly fall again. Feng Yu pretended to accidentally say, instead of, me. 1 month the gold will fluctuate more than 50 United States dollars. Who are you kidding? Fu Rongjing said. This Feng Yu must be lying again. How can gold prices fluctuate so much? No one or country could manipulate gold prices. Lao Si, don't interrupt. Xiao Yu, since you said this, will you also invest? Fu Rongqi stared at Feng Yu without blinking. Of course, I will invest a lot. Ads by PubFuture. How much are your a lot? Fu Rongjing interrupted again. Feng Yu showed 5 fingers. 500 million. 500 million. Fu Rongqi can't help but look at Feng Yu again. This kid has so much money now. USD. Feng Yu continued. Hiss. The Fu family took in a deep breath. Even Fu Rongqi was surprised. He also has 500 million United States dollars, but he could not take out this amount as casually as Feng Yu. What? All of you don't intend to invest in gold together with me? Play. Feng Yu's casual tone had shocked Fu Rongjing. 500 million United States dollars investment just like this. Could it be it was just his eldest brother guessed? Feng Yu was a representative of some officials who do not want to be known. The factory in Guangdong needed Fu Guangzheng to be the representative was because the official did not want to help. If this was true, then he should not offend Feng Yu. He should make full use of this opportunity to earn some money back. Other than gold, what else would you recommend? Fu Rongqi asked. China's Shanghai Stock Exchange had just opened, and Peng City's exchange will be opening soon. China's stocks will surely rise, and it will be the bull market all the way until June. I will consider China's stock market. Is there anything else you can recommend? China's stock market was too risky, and the biggest risk was the government. Damn, this old man wants to test me, or was he too greedy? I had recommended gold and China stocks. It was not enough. Fine, then my next forecast will shock you. Next year's January to February, I will short crude oil futures. You think oil prices will fall? Fu Rongqi looks at Feng Yu. Iraq had already invaded Kuwait, and Feng Yu does not know about this. The invasion was to raise oil prices. Of course, it is because next January there will be a war. War? What war? Fu Rongqi was shocked. Feng Yu had said something that sounded more serious than Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. The US will be declaring war on Iraq. The Gulf War. Fu Rongqi looked at Feng Yu and asked unbelievingly, us will declare war on Iraq? How is that possible? Why not? The United Nations wanted Iraq to withdraw its troops from Kuwait, and even the Soviet Union agreed. But Iraq refused. The Iraqis wanted the resources of Kuwait. Also, if Kuwait became one of Iraq's province, it would affect Europe, US, Japan and many other countries' economy. It will also allow Iraq to control the oil prices. One more important thing was the US wanted to show the Soviet Union their war ability and see their reactions. Iraq had also been an allied with the Soviet Union, and the Iraqi army was equipped with the Soviet Union weapons. If not, they would also not be able to invade Kuwait within a day. In the Gulf region, the Iraqi army was the most powerful. But compared to the rest of the world, Iraq was nothing. Iraq had started a war against Iran in the past, and other nations did not do anything to them. But Kuwait was different. Every war will affect the global economy, and this time it was the same. Feng Yu continued to analyze about the war from different perspectives. That's not right. If there is really going to be a war, then oil prices should rise instead. After all, the oil well will be destroyed in the war and oil supply will drop. This would be in line with Saddam Hussein's motive of limiting the oil supply and increasing oil prices. Fu Rongqi does not understand why prices will fall. When there was less supply, and demands remain the same, the prices should rise. This was basic economics. The world still has many other countries that export crude oil. There is still Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the Soviet Union. They will try to use this opportunity to increase their production of crude oil. But Europe, US, Japan and other countries would surely come together to suppress oil prices. Most importantly, the depreciation of the rubles means that USD had appreciated. When USD appreciate, crude oil prices which are inversely related to USD will fall. Feng Yu's forecast was very bold, and although it was reasonable, Fu Rongqi was not convinced. But Fu Rongqi agreed with Feng Yu's analysis of the gold market. Fu Rongqi really wanted to know if Feng Yu had analyzed all these by himself or he has a team behind him. Or, this information was from China's government, and Feng Yu only had access to this information. Xiao Yu, you are so familiar with the global economics. Is there many people like you in China? Fu Rongqi asked. Not only in China, Feng Yu smiled. I will let you guess. You can never guess the right answer. I am someone who had lived through this period before. Ads by PubFuture. Xiao Yu, what do you think of Hong Kong's economy? What do you think is worth investing? Hong Kong. Feng Yu did not expect Fu Rongqi to ask him about Hong Kong. Hong Kong was the Fu family's playground. Why are you asking me? Feng Yu thought for a while and replied, telecommunications and real estate. The telecommunications industry in Hong Kong was controlled by two men who shared the same surname, Li. If the Fu family wants to enter this industry, the risk will be too high. But the real estate market was huge. The Fu family can enter this industry without any problems. Now, Hong Kongers were still afraid of Hong Kong's return to China. They thought the Chinese government would confiscate their assets and they would be the same as the Chinese. They would get the same low salaries. Many Hong Kongers migrated to other countries like England, Malaysia, and Singapore. They could take away most of their assets, but what about their properties? If everybody were leaving Hong Kong, then no one would be buying their houses. Although the property market in Hong Kong had shown signs of recovery these 2 years, the property prices were still very low. Many people preferred to rent houses instead of buying, even when they could afford to do so. Their rental was more expensive than the housing loans. Feng Yu had also thought about this before. If he got spare cash on hand, he wanted to buy a few plots of land or a few buildings in Hong Kong. Property value will increase by at least 2-folds in 1995. This was a safe investment, and the returns are high. But the disadvantage of this investment was a lot of capital was required. Xiao Yu, do you intend to do some investment in Hong Kong? If you need any help, I am willing to help you. Fu Rongqi said. Feng Yu had told him so many information. Even though it was considered as payback for Fu Rongjing's losses, Fu Rongqi also cannot take Feng Yu's information for free. Fine, if I need it, I will let you know. Ads by PubFuture. After the meal, the Fu family left. Feng Yu made a phone call. He had hired people to search for the Hong Kong's future expert in gold trading. Feng Yu wanted to recruit him. You are Mr. Feng, I didn't expect you to be so young. He Zhaoji met with Feng Yu, and he was stunned for a few seconds. He was thought that a businessman wanted to set up an investment company. This was the businessman from China. He was too young. Did he really have so many funds? Mr. I can't explain myself well over the phone. I prefer to meet with you personally. I have funds of over 500 million United States dollars, and I wanted to set up an investment company in Hong Kong to make some investments. Recently, I felt that the gold market will do well, and I heard that you were an expert in this area. That's why I wanted you to come over to help me. What conditions do you want? You can tell me. Mr. Feng, you trust me so much. I need to test you first. I want to hear your views on the upcoming gold market before I can decide. Even if one uses 500 million United States dollars to trade conservatively, the annual returns would still be at least 10%. That's 50 million United States dollars returns. If he manages this investment company, his yearly salary should be 500,000 United States dollars and above. This was much more than him trading in gold himself. But there were disadvantages too. Some brokers lost their boss's investment and were murdered. But He Zhaoji decided to gamble this time. He was confident of his analysis of the gold market. He knew he would be able to help his boss to earn a lot and get a hefty commission for himself. He Zhaoji starts to tell Feng Yu about his on the gold market. Feng Yu listened carefully and did not interrupt him. He Zhaoji from Feng Yu's past life became famous suddenly from 1990 to 1991. He Zhaoji's analysis of the gold market was the same as Feng Yu, and he had been trading gold for over 5 years. He had the experience. This man must be recruited. Fu Rongqi listened to the views of his team of financial analysts on the gold market. They agreed that the gold prices will continue to rise until the end of the year, but only some analysts agree that gold prices will plummet early next year before rising again. As for crude oil prices crashing early next year, nobody agreed. All of them felt that if a war were to start, oil prices would rise instead. Feng Yu had forecasted the rubles to continue to depreciate, the Soviet Union's situation worsening and the US waging war. No one from Fu Rongqi's team was able to forecast these situations. If all that situations really happened, then it proves that Feng Yu's source of information was really powerful. Fu Rongqi decided to wait and look at the situation. If all those situations Feng Yu predicted really happen, then the Fu family only have one choice. They must continue to be friends with Feng Yu. Chapter 258 Leader of Headquarters. This chapter is updated by Abi. Hu Heitao was slowly sipping on his tea while Director Cheng and Feng Yu were negotiating with the price. He had no intentions to interfere with the pricing negotiations. Feng Yu had asked him along was to introduce the buyer. Actually, 350 million RMB was already very cheap for Director Cheng. But Hu Heitao had told him that Feng Yu had always sold his items at very low prices. So, he decided to bargain further. Furthermore, if he believed that the higher management would approve if the total price is less than 300 million RMB. But Feng Yu does not seem to be willing to sell at that price. Director Cheng, my cost is almost 300 million and these planes held up a lot of my capital. How can you let me earn so little? 330 million RMB. This price is considered I am giving you these planes with no profits. Director Cheng looked at Feng Yu. Who are you trying to fool? The cost is 300 million RMB. Although he does not know the actual value of the planes, he knew that it would not be so high. Manager Feng, 300 million is the highest we can offer. Our Sichuan Airlines does not even have so much money. We still need to apply funds from Civil Aviation Headquarters. There is a leader from the headquarters here, and if you agree to 300 million, we can get the paperwork done fast. The headquarters have a leader there. Feng Yu looked at Hu Heitao. Hu Heitao shook his head. He also did not know about this. Director Cheng, why not you invite the leader here? Maybe after I have a talk with him, I might agree to your price. Kirilenko's contacts had more than 5 planes. It all depends on how many planes Feng Yu could sell. Now, not only Sichuan Airlines needed bigger passenger planes. Other airlines in China were also in need of bigger aircraft. If a leader from the Civil Aviation Administration could sign a purchasing contract with Feng Yu, then he could accept lower prices. If he could earn 10 million per aircraft, then 10 planes will be 100 million. Furthermore, Feng Yu's cost price was much lower and how could his profits per aircraft be 10 million? Director Cheng paused. What do you mean? You want to speak to the leader from headquarters? Are you looking down on me? Hu Heitao suddenly added. Feng Yu could get more than 5 aircraft. He can get whatever quantity you wanted. Director Cheng's eyes widen. Whatever quantity we wanted. How can this young man's business be so big? Please wait here and enjoy your tea. I will be back soon. 10 minutes later, Director Cheng opened the door, and a man in his 50s to 60s walked in. When Hu Heitao saw this man, he immediately stood up. Oh, former leader, how come it's you? Xiao Hu, when Xiao Cheng told me that you are here, I thought he was joking. Why are you here today? Xiao Hu, same pronunciation as a little monkey, Feng Yu almost laughed. Hu Heitao was about 50 years old, and he was still be addressed as a little monkey. Why not call Sun Wukong? Manager Feng, let me introduce you to my former leader, Chief Chen. He was Arbing City's aviation factory, former director. Later, he was transferred to Civil Aviation Administration headquarters to be the deputy chief. So, Hu Heitao was his former subordinate. No wonder he was so enthusiastic when he saw Chief Chen. Chief Chen, call me Xiao Feng will do. I will address you as Manager Feng. I heard from Xiao Cheng that you are here for a business deal with him. You can get cheap Soviet Union planes. Chief Chen smiled and asked. I know a few friends in the Soviet Union and my company is dealing in international trades. We import a lot of Soviet Union products. Director Hu is very familiar with my company. My Soviet friends told me that he had 2 models of aircraft for sales and wanted me to help him look for buyers. The prices will be reasonable and would be much cheaper than the market rate. Really? What models are those? Feng Yu introduced both models, and Director Cheng told Chief Chen the market rate for each model of planes. Manager Feng, how many planes can you get? Chief Chen, how many planes do you need? Feng Yu's eyes shined. The Civil Aviation Administration headquarters had the intention to make a bulk purchase. China at this time was developing their aviation industry and there was a shortage of large passenger planes. But the aviation factories in China could only manufacture small aircraft, and they do not have the technologies for bigger passenger planes. Even in the future, China also does not have the technologies to manufacture large passenger planes. They still need to purchase from other countries. Actually, China did research on big planes, but it was more towards military transport planes. They did not focus on commercial passenger planes. Chief Chen was excited when he heard that Feng Yu could get big passenger planes from the Soviet Union. He had wanted to find out from Feng Yu about how many aircraft can he get. But instead, Feng Yu asked him how many does he need. What does he mean? You can get any number of planes I needed. Manager Feng can really talk big. I want 20 aircraft. Can you get so many? No problem. When do you need? Feng Yu was overjoyed. 20 planes. This was a big order. If the deal goes through, Feng Yu and Kirilenko will earn a lot. Kirilenko had said that these two aviation factories had a total of 26 aircraft and some more still in the midst of manufacturing. Although the factories were only willing to sell 6 planes to Kirilenko, Kirilenko told Feng Yu that if the price was right, he could get all 26 planes. If time permits, even 30 planes were not a problem. Chief Chen stood up in shocked. Feng Yu could even get 20 aircraft. He had thought that Feng Yu could get at most 10 planes and he had only wanted to teach Feng Yu a lesson. Young men should not brag. But it seems that 20 aircraft were really not a problem for Feng Yu. The Great One had mentioned in the past that China will develop the aviation industry and the Civil Aviation Administration headquarters set up 6 airline companies after that. Sichuan Airlines, China Eastern Airlines, Air China, Shanghai Airlines, China Southern Airlines and Hainan Airlines. These airline companies all had international routes, and all the airlines needed large passenger planes. These airline companies were private airlines, but all of them were still under the management of China's Civil Aviation Administration headquarters. These airlines do not have enough funds to purchase new aircraft and needed to get the funds from the headquarters. If this manager Feng could get cheap passenger planes, then the airline companies can stop their negotiations with Europe and the US for the sales of aircraft. With these affordable and good planes, why waste money to get more expensive ones? What's the lowest price for Tupolev Tu-154 in Ilyushin IL-76? Chief Chen asked. If you are getting 10 and above, Tupolev Tu-154 will be 45 million RMB per unit and 80 million for one Ilyushin IL-76. The capacity for Tupolev Tu-154 is about 150 to 180 seats. Ilyushin IL-76 can reach up to 200 seats, or you can get a large cargo hold. Feng Yu was screaming in his heart. Hurry and agree. This price was already 30% lower. You should decide now. Sichuan Airlines Director Cheng was overjoyed. The price Feng Yu asked for now was much lower than earlier. The prices were still slightly high. How about this? Manager Feng, I will speak to the leaders and will give you an answer in a few days. Chief Chen said. He did not agree to the deal on the spot like Director Cheng. No problems. But please be quick. The situation in the Soviet Union is very messy, and my friend used this opportunity to get these planes. Any longer, I am afraid that you can't get this price. Feng Yu starts to pressurize Chief Chen. Although Feng Yu got not finalized a deal with Sichuan Airlines today, he was still excited. This was a big order by the Civil Aviation Administration headquarters. Feng Yu will be richer. Chapter 259 Two Good News. This chapter is updated by Abi. Feng, I need to tell you about 2 news. Kirilenko said excitedly over the phone. Brother Ki, don't tell me that one is good news and one is bad news. No, one is good news, and the other is better than good news. Ha 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 ha, Kirilenko sounds as if he was in an excellent mood. Feng Yu was relieved as there was no bad news. But he wonders what sort of good news Kirilenko had, for him to call personally. The first news is the factory agreed to modified Ilyushin IL-76 according to your request, and they are doing it for free. Feng Yu smiled. This was indeed good news. If Ilyushin IL-76 was not modified before sending over, there might be some problems. Commercial planes and military planes had different procedures. Furthermore, the airline companies needed passenger planes and not military cargo planes. Feng Yu was also worried if the aircraft were sent over without modifications, and China's aviation factories had to do the changes themselves. Even at Bing City Aviation Factory, the efficiency was too slow. That's great. Don't worry. This time it will be a big order, and we will be able to make lots of profits. Ha ha ha. This time I do not want money. I want Chinese goods. Later I will give you a list of the items I want, and you can charge me accordingly. But this time the quantity will be considerable, and the military train might not be able to transport all of them. Will it be a problem? Now, rubles had plummeted, and the necessities in the Soviet Union became more and more expensive. The demand for daily necessities was also higher. The Soviet aviation factories do not want money. They wanted goods. Kirilenko had known that the value of rubles was falling, and goods will become more valuable. Absolutely no problems. I will settle the transportation. Feng Yu was very confident that he could let the Civil Aviation Administration headquarters to help him settle the transportation. They will help to arrange for train carriages. It's just a big order of daily necessities. Feng Yu had many partners, and he had the money. He was not worried about getting the goods. Moreover, this time, the quantity was significant, and Feng Yu's cost will be lower. He had already told Wu Zigang to contact their suppliers and told them to stock up their goods. This deal will be the biggest in China's history and will be recorded in the history books. The second news is better. I had contacted a few mining enterprises, and they were interested in selling their shares. The mine workers also wanted to sell their shares. This time we can surely acquire a few large mines. One could hear from Kirilenko's tone that he was very excited. Hearing what Kirilenko said, Feng Yu also got excited. The mine owners in the future, especially in Russia region, were all tycoons. Furthermore, the Soviet Union's mines were rich in minerals, and their mining technologies were among the best in the world. They could start mining once they acquired the mines. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union next year, the mines will rack in lots of profits. China in the future had a high demand for minerals, and if Feng Yu could import these minerals from other countries, he would make profits and also do others favors. This way, his businesses in China will get some concessions. Brother Qi, you still remember what I told you? Sign the contract first and delay the payments. Feng Yu reminded Kirilenko. The later the payments were made, the less they would spend. Rest assured, I had remembered everything. I will use my USD in the bank as a security deposit to negotiate with them. As what you said, we will offer higher prices, but I will not make any payments this year. Kirilenko proudly said. Signing contracts in the Soviet Union will be in rubles. Now even if they offer the mine owners double the price, by next year, rubles would have been depreciated by several folds. The real amount spent by Kirilenko would be much lower. If it were not for Kirilenko, many of these mines would be acquired by the Americans. Kirilenko had several advantages when I come to acquiring these mines. First, he was a Soviet, and to those mine owners, he was one of them. Secondly, Kirilenko had offered higher prices. Those greedy Americans had purposely suppressed their offered prices as they saw the situation in the Soviet Union worsening. They wanted to take advantage of it. Kirilenko not only did not take advantage of the current situation and still offered more than what the mine owners expected. Next, Kirilenko had USD in his bank and this assured those mine owners. Kirilenko was not conning them, and he could really afford to pay them. Lastly, Kirilenko's father was now one of Yeltsin's favorite. His father had given Yeltsin's troops more military supplies than other armies. As such, Yeltsin became more powerful, and Kirilenko's father had more authority. Kirilenko's status also rises. With so many advantages, Kirilenko signed the letter of intent with several mine owners. He only needs to finalize the price and payment date. If it weren't for Kirilenko wanting to delay the payments, he would have acquired all those mines now. Brother Qi, don't worry about money. Contact more mine owners and buy every mine you can find. I promised you that we will not suffer any losses. You can trust me. Feng Yu was shouting in his heart. Brother Qi, why are you not telling me that you do not have enough money and let me be a shareholder? Hurry and tell me. If you tell me now, I will agree immediately. Even at a loss. I might not have enough money to do that. Didn't you loan a lot of money? Can you lend me some? Feng Yu, I advised you to buy mines and told you that if you do not have enough money let me know. I want to cooperate with you. I want to be a shareholder. You want to borrow money from me. Brother Qi, I am also doing investment on my side. Why not you buy the mines and I invest in your company? I will only own a stake in your company and will not interfere with your mine business. Feng Yu was speechless. He did not know if Kirilenko was pretending not to get what he wanted, or he was indeed a fool. He decided to be straightforward with him. Kirilenko turned and looked at his father for his advice. Senchenko nodded for Kirilenko to agree. Kirilenko had called Feng Yu today was also Senchenko's idea. Senchenko actually does not like Kirilenko because Kirilenko disliked being in the military and was hanging out with the other useless second generations. Senchenko felt that Kirilenko was not like him at all. But after Kirilenko started doing trades with China and earned his fortune, Senchenko began to like this son. Senchenko felt that his military status can pass on to his elder son. Kirilenko had told Senchenko about Feng Yu's analysis of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and Yeltsin will be the future leader of Russia. Feng Yu also advised Senchenko to join Yeltsin's faction for better opportunities. It was because of this, Senchenko liked his younger son more. Senchenko also analyzed the current political situation and found that it was really as what Feng Yu had claimed. He finds it surprising when some of Feng Yu's prediction came true. Feng Yu's latest prediction of the ruble's depreciating had let Senchenko trust Feng Yu more than Kirilenko. He wanted to raise his ranks further in the military, and he needed Feng Yu's analysis. He was more eager to have a closer relationship with Feng Yu than Kirilenko. Feng Yu wanted a stake in those mines. This was nothing. Now many state-owned enterprises in the Soviet Union were reorganized into shareholdings. Feng Yu only wanted a stake, and why can't they agree? Senchenko had even told Kirilenko to accept even if Feng Yu wanted the controlling stake. As long as Feng Yu could give him similar advice as last time, their family will have no losses. With authority, why would he worry about not having enough money? Chapter 260, The Civil Aviation Procurement Team. This chapter is updated by Abi. Director Hu, what did you say? People from the civil aviation is here in Bing City. They are here to talk about the procurement of aircraft. Fine, I will go over now. Feng Yu had just finished dinner and was playing TV games with Wen Dongjun when he received a call from Hu Heitao asking him to go to his office. The civil aviation procurement team was here. The last time when Feng Yu and Hu Heitao went to Sichuan Airlines, they only discussed their intention of purchasing aircraft. The quantity and prices were not finalizing after Chief Zhao joined in the discussion. Sichuan Airlines did not provide Feng Yu with any answers. So, Feng Yu and Hu Heitao could only return to Bing City and wait for news. Sichuan Airlines had received orders to stop all negotiations with Feng Yu. The headquarters will make a bulk purchase, and the prices will be lower. Feng Yu got a shock when he entered Hu Heitao's office. The room was filled with smoke. Damn, was there a fire? He strained his eyes and saw the office was full of people. There were at least a dozen men there. The headquarters had sent a big team to negotiate with him. Manager Feng, come over here. Chief Chen and the rest had just arrived. Actually, I wanted to call you over tomorrow morning, but everyone here felt that it would be better to finalize the deal as soon as possible. Oh, you must be Taiwan Tradings, Manager Feng. Come, have a smoke. Panda brand, even the Great One, like this brand of cigarettes. Smoke mine. This is the Zhonghua brand. China's best cigarettes. Mine is also Zhonghua brand. Come, Manager Feng, have a smoke. At least 7 to 8 hands stretched over towards Feng Yu. Every hand was holding on to a cigarette. Feng Yu was stalked. I'm sorry, but I don't smoke. Feng Yu politely refused their offer. He turned to Hu Heitao. He felt that something was off. From a corner of his eyes, Feng Yu saw Director Cheng and Chief Chen exchanging looks. Damn, they did it on purpose. Director Cheng knew that he does not smoke, and he must have informed the others. This means that they had purposely filled the room with smoke. Damn, these people were here to take advantage of me. Humph, these small tricks were nothing to me. Secretary Shu, why didn't you serve tea? Also, switch on the fan. The whole room is filled with cigarette smoke. Do you want the leaders to suffer? While saying, Feng Yu walked over to open the office's windows. It was almost the end of October, and it was starting to get cold. Especially in Bing City, at night, the outside temperature can reach less than 10 degrees Celsius. Howl, a gust of cold wind entered the room. Feng Yu saw Secretary did not switch on the fan. He walked to a corner of the office and took out the bladeless fan. He switched on the maximum power of the fan and turned it towards everyone. The group of leaders in their 50s was all shocked. It was so freaking cold, and yet you opened the windows and doors, and still switched on the fan. You are young, and you can endure this temperature. But we are all old. How can we take it? Why did all of you snubbed out your cigarettes? Feng Yu was asking the obvious. Those people's hands were all in their pockets, and they were shivering. Director Cheng smiled embarrassedly. Manager Feng, today is so cold. Why did you open the windows? Cigarettes can affect health. You all can carry on smoking. Just ignore me. I only need some fresh air. Feng Yu had a sincere expression on his face. He looks like he was respecting the leaders and does not mind their secondhand smoke. Cough, let's stop smoking. Xiao Shu, switch off the fan and close the windows. There, no more smoke. Also, give us hot tea too. Xiao Shu had just returned with Feng Yu's tea when he saw the leaders shivering with their neck tucked in. He can't help but laugh in his heart. Didn't our director who told all of you to stop playing these small tricks with Feng Yu? Feng Yu was the master of these tricks. Manager Feng, let me introduce to everyone. You had met Director Cheng and Chief Chen before. This is Section Chief Liu. This is Chief Ma, this is Director Zhang. Feng Yu stood up and shook their hands. Other than the ones from the headquarters, there were representatives from all 6 airline companies. No wonder there were so many people. Seems like all 6 airlines wanted to purchase larger aircraft. If every airline bought 2 planes each, it would be 12 planes. If all the airlines needed 5 planes like Sichuan Airlines, then it would be 30 planes. This order will be huge. Feng Yu controlled his excitement and did not show it on his face. He acted as if he was not concerned about this deal. The leaders of the aviation industry looked at each other. This Feng Yu did not seem too excited when he shook their hands. These leaders were people with a lot of authorities and were equivalent to a provincial official. But this Feng Yu was so young, and he seems not affected by them. He looks like he was used to meeting leaders and officials. Feng Yu kept quiet after he sat down. He just sat there, slowly sipping on his tea. Those leaders were confused. Didn't Feng Yu have a lot of aircraft from the Soviet Union for sales? He should be eager to sell the planes to them. Why was Feng Yu keeping quiet? Now, whoever that speaks first will be at a disadvantage. These people had come here to purchase aircraft, but they wanted Feng Yu to talk first. This way, they would have the upper hand in the negotiations. But this Feng Yu was not in a hurry. Cough, Manager Feng, I had asked the representative of all the airlines here to discuss the sales of your aircraft. Why not you tell them about your planes and prices? Chief Chen broke the silence. He could not stand the quiet room. Feng Yu placed his teacup on the table and said, I had told you about my conditions. Don't tell me they do not know. Looking at Feng Yu's smile, Chief Chen was a bit embarrassed. At the same time, he was getting angry. They were leaders, and since when they have to speak nicely to ordinary businessmen this way? You can tell them again. Chief Chen repeated. Repeat again. Fine. Tuple of Tu-154 is 600 million each, and Ilyushin IL-76 is 100 million each. How many do you all need? Feng Yu crossed his leg and started shaking his legs. Before Chief Chen could say anything, Director Cheng said, Manager Feng, this was not what you told me the last time we met. Why are the prices increased by so much now? Feng Yu glanced at Director Cheng. How much did I tell you the last time we met? I forgot. Forgot. Director Cheng, this Manager Feng was not easy to deal with. Seems like the Civil Aviation Administration will not get any advantage. Chapter 261. Which side are you on? This chapter is updated by Abi. Chief Chen looked at Hu Heitao. Hu Heitao was unwilling to get involved, but he still said, Manager Feng, these are all not outsiders and Chief Chen was my predecessor. These people are all my friends. Just tell them the real prices of the aircraft. Feng Yu glanced at Hu Heitao. These people were not outsiders. You are talking as if you were good friends with them. Why did you keep quiet when we were at Sichuan Airlines? Since it's like this, then I will give Director Hu face. Let me know how many planes do you all need? Currently, I only have these 2 models. Of course, if you have some models in mind, you can let me know too. If the Soviet Union permits to export those models, I can contact the factories there and let you know the price. The leaders looked at each other, and it was Sichuan Airlines Director Cheng that speaks first, Manager Feng. Currently, we are interested in these 2 models. We have no plans to procure other models now. However, if you got better deals, you can let us know. We, the 6 airline companies, intends to purchase 20 Tuple of Tu-154 and 12 Ilyushin IL-76. How much will it be? Feng Yu was jumping with joy in his heart. This order was more significant than he had expected. China's aviation must be developing faster than his previous life. These airlines had planned to purchase aircraft from the world-renowned aircraft manufacturer, Boeing, initially. They had planned to acquire some aircraft, and those aircraft cost over 200 million RMB each. Now Feng Yu had a better offer for them, and these aircraft only cost a quarter of Boeing's planes. Although Tupolev Tu-154 could not be compared to Boeing 7 series planes, the cost-performance index of Tupolev Tu-154 was higher than Boeing. The Civil Aviation Administration headquarters immediately ordered all the airlines to stop the negotiations with Boeing. With a better deal around, they should grab it. Even some airlines which had wanted to order aircraft with Airbus, also approached Civil Aviation Administration headquarters saying that they wanted to purchase Soviet aircraft from Fengyu. Although Airbus was much bigger, and the performance was better than Boeing, but they do not have ready stocks. If they make the order now, they would have to wait for at least a year. The Soviet aircraft were cheaper and had ready stocks. The airline company could also show their support for the Civil Aviation Administration. With these airlines coming together, the number of planes they intend to procure became bigger. Even Shenzhen Airlines, which had no intentions of purchasing aircraft initially, also ordered 3 planes. Fengyu rubbed his chin and thought for about the prices. Kirilenko told him. Tupolev Tu-154, 42 million RMB per plane, and Ilyushin Il-76, 78 million RMB per plane. This is about 70% of the market price, and it is the lowest price. Fengyu said. These people knew about the price Fengyu wanted. Even though the current rates were slightly lower, they felt that there was still room for negotiations. Moreover, they were placing a big order, and they should be getting more discount. All of them had forgotten that when they negotiate with Boeing and Airbus, they had no discount. Manager Feng, how will you settle the paperwork for your sales of planes to us? Someone asked. Fengyu thought in his heart. Finally, it's here. These people want to make use of the procedures to force him to give more discounts. Fengyu had expected this way before. He glanced at Hu Haitao. It's your turn to act. Hu Haitao saw Fengyu's glance at him and said, "Cough, our Bing City Aviation Factory will settle the paperwork and procedures for Manager Feng's planes." What? The changes were too fast. Half an hour earlier, Hu Haitao was still telling them that he will help them to lower Taiwan Trading's prices. But now, Hu Haitao had disrupted their plans. They had not expected this to happen. Everyone stared angrily at Hu Haitao. Did you receive any favors from Fengyu? Fengyu had really given Hu Haitao some benefits. Not only he had given him the technologies of 2 types of aircraft engines, but he also gave him 2 sample engines for Bing City Aviation Factory to research. They were all free for Hu Haitao. Fengyu had spent almost 10 million RMB worth of goods on trading those with Kirilenko. In name, this was a donation to the aviation factory, and all the technologies and engines will arrive together with the planes at Bing City. After spending 19 million, the Bing City's aviation factory will help Fengyu settle all the procedures and paperwork for the planes. After all, the aviation factory had military backgrounds. It would take ages if Fengyu were to resolve these by himself. Also, with the aviation factory helping Fengyu, it was impossible for the Civil Aviation Administration to make things difficult for Fengyu. The aviation factory was not under their jurisdiction. After Hu Haitao finished speaking, he looked down and dared not look at anyone, especially his former director. He had no choice. He had no way to get his hands on the technologies and the engines. Furthermore, Fengyu was giving them to his factory for free. He could not resist this offer. Bing City's aviation factory was converted from a military factory to an ordinary factory. The factory only manufactures and research on the engines of small planes and helicopters. Their most profitable product was a small plane used for spraying pesticides and firefighting. With these technologies, they could improve the factory's products, and Hu Haitao would be promoted for sure. Hu Haitao did not felt that he had done anything wrong. This was the best for his factory and himself. The airlines also did not suffer any losses. All this while, they had wanted to purchase bigger aircraft at higher prices. Now they had gotten a better deal and should not be greedy. It was not easy for Xiaofeng to run his business. Cough, you all don't have to worry about the paperwork and procedures. I had made myself clear about the prices. Give me an answer. If you do not want, then I will make a trip to Europe 2 days later. I guess with the price I am selling, it will not be hard for me to sell all these planes. Fengyu said. Manager Feng, sell the planes to us. This is also a contribution to your country's aviation industry. The country will remember your contributions. Someone tried to make use of Fengyu patriotism. Yes, I want to sell the planes to you. Didn't I contact Sichuan Airlines Director Cheng? But it is all of you that do not accept my price. I can't be keeping these planes for myself and selling them. Anyway, if I sell the planes to another country, I am creating income for the country. There will be taxes too. It might be easy to use patriotism in the older generations, but it does not work on Feng Yu. Money was the only thing in Feng Yu's mind. But it is too expensive, and we do not have that much money. Really, how come I heard that Shanghai Airlines is about to order aircraft from Boeing? And the aircraft are Boeing 727 model. That model is no longer in production. Which means that those were leftover stocks sitting in their warehouse. Those planes cost more than 200 million each, right? My planes are cheap and good. The performance is also good. The price I wanted is already the cost price. Am I right, Director Hu? Damn, why are you asking me again? Hu Heitao stared at Feng Yu and replied, that's right. This price can be considered as the cost price. Manager Feng does not have many profits. The people from the airline companies were pissed. We had kept quiet when you. Hu Heitao helped Feng Yu to settle the procedures. Now, you are helping him with the pricing. Fuck, which side are you on? Chapter 262 Good Friend of the Soviet Union. This chapter is updated by Abi. Hu Heitao helped Feng Yu again, and this time Chief Chen could not take it anymore. Xiao Hu, I had also worked at the aviation factory and manufactured aircraft before. You think I do not know about the cost price? The cost price of Tupolev Tu-154 will not be over 20 million RMB, and the cost price of Ilyushin IL-76 is not more than 50 million RMB. How did you calculate this cost price? Hu Heitao did not know how to answer Chief Chen, and Feng Yu stepped in. Chief Chen, you cannot calculate the cost price this way. Don't you need to factor in the R&D cost? Don't you need to factor in the factory's setup and maintenance? What about the sales and marketing cost? There are lots of costs which I did not factor in. If not, the cost price will be higher. Since Chief Chen had worked at the aviation factory before, then you should also know about this. Chief Chen could not rebut Feng Yu. How about this? All of you know that Ilyushin IL-76 is a cargo plane and modifications are needed to convert it into a passenger plane. I will pay for the modifications and ask the Soviet Union factory to do the modifications according to your requirements. But, your requirements should not be too harsh. I am a businessman. If I can't earn money from my businesses, then how would I feed my family? Director Chang, you can sell 30 large passenger planes, and you are telling me you are unable to feed your family. However, if Ilyushin IL-76 was modified in the factory before sending over, it will save them a lot of trouble and time. The representatives from the airlines looked at each other and then turned to Chief Chen. Chief Chen was the one who could make the final decision. After all, he was the one who had set up this bulk purchase. 40 million RMB for Tupolev Tu-154 and 75 million RMB for Ilyushin IL-76. Also, you will modify the Ilyushin IL-76. Manager Feng, I believe that you will still have profits at this price. We can sign the contract first, and we will pay after the planes are delivered to us. Chief Chen bargained further and even proposed a new condition, which was making payments after the planes were delivered. He guessed that Feng Yu would not have so much money for so many planes. Feng Yu should be using some sleight of hand tricks. If it weren't for the airlines needed large passenger planes urgently, they would not be so nice to Feng Yu, even though his aircraft were considered the cheapest they could find. Chief Chen stated this condition was to force Feng Yu to lower the price further. Feng Yu surely do not have the capital to buy these planes first. Chief Chen is really an expert in bargaining. Fine. I will treat this as a contribution to the nation. I will accept this price. I also have no problems with you making payments after the planes are delivered as long as it is stated clearly in the contract. But Ilyushin IL-76 modifications will take some time. I will deliver the Tupolev Tu-154 before the end of the year, and Ilyushin IL-76 will be delivered after the modifications are completed. I estimate it to be not later than next year's May. What? Chief Chen was shocked. Feng Yu agreed to his condition. How was this possible? 32 aircraft and the total will cost at least a few hundred million RMB. This Feng Yu decided without batting an eyelid. Dear leaders, I will prepare the contract and tomorrow we will sign it here. Feng Yu will definitely not sign the contract with the Civil Aviation Administration. But instead, he would sign with the respective airlines. This was to prevent them from denying payments. Airline companies were enterprises, and the Civil Aviation Administration was a government agency after all. That night, Feng Yu made a call to Kirilenko. It was 11 p.m. in China, but in Moscow, it was 6 p.m. Feng, I remembered that it should be almost midnight in Bing City. Why are you calling me at this time? Is there anything urgent? Kirilenko was worried that Feng Yu had some bad news for him. Ha ha ha, Brother Qi, don't worry. It is not bad news. It is good news. I remember you telling about the 2 aviation factories. One factory has 18 tuple of Tu-154, and the other factory has 8 Ilyushin Il-76 Ilyushin Il-76. What about the number of aircraft that were still in production? Those in production? What do you mean? Feng, those existing planes are not enough. Kirilenko's eyes widen. How many aircraft did Feng Yu sell? I need 20 tuple of Tu-154 and 12 Ilyushin Il-76. Also, I need you to install passenger seats in Ilyushin Il-76 planes. We will be using Ilyushin Il-76 as passenger planes. Will there be any problems? No problem. Guess who I am having dinner with now? It's Factory Director Ivanovich of XX Aviation Factory. We were just talking about this just now. This is indeed good news. Kirilenko was overjoyed. Ivanovich was still asking Kirilenko to help him sell 4 Ilyushin Il-76. A European company had cancelled their order for these 4 planes, and Ivanovich was willing to sell them at a lower cost. The Soviet Union was in turmoil now. Even small countries dared to take advantage of them now. If it was 2 years ago, which European country would dare to cancel their orders? There was an oversupply at the factory, and they had no use for the planes. They could not sell their aircraft. Although the government had given factories subsidies, the factories could not last long if this carries on. When Kirilenko suggested using daily necessities to exchange for his aircraft, Ivanovich immediately agrees. Of course, it was also because of some other benefits Kirilenko promised to give him. Ivanovich had already reported to his higher-ups that these 4 planes were sold. But he never expects the other party would cancel their orders. Maybe it was because, in the past, no one dares to cancel their orders. As such, the penalty for breaking the contract was very low. This will make him look incompetent to his higher-ups. Since things had already turned out this way, why not sell these planes at a lower cost to Kirilenko? He could still get a sum of money from Kirilenko, and even if the factory closes down, he could also retire comfortably. After hanging up, Kirilenko told Ivanovich, "Fine. Since you are in difficulties, I will help you think of a solution. But Ilyushin Il-76 does not meet my friend's requirement. You need to modify the planes to passenger planes. Will there be any problems?" "No problems. If you are able to sell all my planes, I will modify all the Ilyushin Il-76 for you for free. I will also guarantee that you will receive the planes first." "Fine, I will try to persuade my China friend to buy our planes," Kirilenko said. The next day, Feng Yu and the representatives of the airline companies signed the contract. The reps noticed that the company stamp used by Feng Yu was different. It was not Taiwan Trading, but instead, it was a company that was registered in Hong Kong. Feng Yu explained that it was because of the procedures. Using a Hong Kong company will be easier to import the aircraft. The aircraft will still land in Bing City and handed over to the respective airlines. With this shell company set up by Feng Yu in Hong Kong, he was not afraid of the airline companies defaulting on the payments. Feng Yu could blow up this matter in Hong Kong and would affect the return of Hong Kong to China. The airline companies dare not to take on this blame. Kirilenko also contacted the other aviation factory and told them that he wanted 20 tuple of Tu-154 planes. The factory director, Alex, was overjoyed. He could not help but sighed. Kirilenko's Chinese friend is really a good friend of the Soviet Union. Chapter 263 Zhang Reiqiang's questioning. This chapter is updated by Abi. After signing the contract, Feng Yu starts to send Kirilenko all sorts of popular daily necessities by train. Kirilenko also promised Feng Yu that the first batch of tuple of Tu-154 will arrive at Bing City Airport on New Year Eve. The procedures for receiving the aircraft were troublesome. First, the aviation factory have to send someone to the factory to check on the planes, and Kirilenko got to settle the paperwork on his side before the aircraft can take off. When the planes are entering China's airspace, the aircraft got to contact China's aviation department and still needed permission from Bing City's airport before they could land. There were also lots of minor and complicated details. But Feng Yu does not need to worry about all these procedures as Hu Haitao will be doing everything for him. When the first batch of 10 tuple of Tu-154 arrived at Bing City's airport, staffs from the airline companies were waiting there. All of them were eager to get their hands on the planes. The people from the airline company based in Shen City arrived first. They took away 2 aircraft first and transferred the payments to Feng Yu's Wind and Rain Consulting Company account in Hong Kong. The other airlines took away 1 or 2 aircraft each. Those companies that got lesser planes keep rushing Feng Yu for the remaining stocks. Feng Yu was relieved that the airline companies made full payments and did not try to default. He patiently explained to them that the remaining planes can only arrive next week as Bing City's airport was not big enough for all the aircraft to come at the same time. Those airline companies' leaders start to grumble. Why was Bing City's airport so small? Why didn't they build a bigger airport? The people from Bing City Airport were speechless. The airport size was planned by the provincial government and was not up to them to decide. Even if the local government approved it, the party committee also have to give its approval. Now, Bing City only have a few flights a day, and why was there a need for the bigger airport? The representative from Shen City's airlines was glad that they were there first and got 2 aircraft. He ignored the complaints of other representatives. Anyway, when the Ilyushin IL-76 arrives at Bing City's airport, he would also be the first one to get the planes. 1 week later, the second batch of Tupolev Tu-154 arrived, and all the airline company's representative was satisfied. There were no problems with the planes. Feng Yu also did not sell them second-hand planes as new ones. Bing City government knew about this business deal, and even some of the provincial government knew about it too. Someone from Bing City was able to procure passenger planes for the country, and they were proud of it. But there were also some areas that the officials were unhappy about. The provincial government instructed Bing City's government to speak with Feng Yu. This task naturally was handed over to Zhang Ruiqiang. Everyone in the city knew that Feng Yu was Zhang Ruiqiang's man. Feng Yu, you are getting more capable, and your business is getting bigger. From the Soviet Union's industrial machinery to aircraft. Zhang Ruiqiang didn't expect Feng Yu to be selling aircraft. It seems that Feng Yu's connections in the Soviet Union were more powerful than he expected. Mayor Zhang, this is just some small businesses to make a living. Feng Yu smiled. Zhang Ruiqiang replied in a harsh tone, a few 100 million RMB worths of deals are considered small business. If this is considered making a living, then shouldn't I be begging or eating tree bark? Feng Yu said. Mayor Zhang, you are our Bing City's leader, and if you have to eat tree bark, then what will Bing City become? You, Zhang Ruiqiang pointed out Feng Yu. Do you know why I call you over? Feng Yu blinked and replied, didn't you call me over to have a chat? Zhang Ruiqiang. This brat was making him angry. It was almost year-end, and this was the busiest period for him. Who will be so free to have a chat with you? I want to ask you 2 questions. First, where did you get the money for the aircraft? Did you cheat anyone? Second, why did you register a company in Hong Kong, and why didn't you use Taiwan trading? Mayor Zhang, don't accuse me of doing anything illegal. The planes I sold to the airline companies were cheaper than the market rate and were all in good condition. If not, the airlines would have rejected them and not make payments. I had used our Chinese goods to exchange for the planes and then sell to the airlines. How can this be considered cheating? The airline companies are the ones who had gotten the most advantage in this deal. Also, I registered a company in Hong Kong as for the convenience. You should also know that my company exports a lot of products. The traffic condition in Hong Kong was better, and it uses the English legal system. This way, I will not be cheated by foreigners. This aircraft deal is also the same. I am worried that I will be cheated by the Soviets and was prepared to sue them if they cheated me. Feng Yu told Zhang Ruiqiang partial truth. Feng Yu was actually worried that the airlines would cheat on him, and he must be prepared to sue them. I am guessing that you registered this Hong Kong company was for 2 reasons. First, it is the foreign exchange issues. I had heard that recently, Taiwan trading does not have any transactions in rubles. Secondly, you are afraid that the airline companies will default their payments. Right. Zhang Ruiqiang was spot on. But he did not know that this Hong Kong company was set up for investing in the international financial market. Feng Yu smiled. Mayor Zhang, what's wrong is there to be worried about these things? Why do you not trust your country? You think the country will cheat you of your money? Zhang Ruiqiang was feeling hurt. Feng Yu replied earnestly, if I am doing business with you, I will not be worried. But I am apprehensive when I deal with others. All these money are from the loans I took from overseas banks. If the airline companies default payment, they will be fine, but I will be finished. Money from loans. Which country is willing to loan you so much money? Zhang Ruiqiang smiled. Soviet Union banks. Mayor Zhang, if you don't believe me, I can show you a copy of the loan agreements. Zhang Ruiqiang thought about Feng Yu's connection with the Soviet Union. He could even get such a significant amount of loan from the Soviet Union. There's no need for that. I trust you, but the higher UPS are not happy. You had used your Hong Kong company in this deal, how can the government tax you? Feng Yu's eyes widen. Taxes. It is stated in the contract that the airline companies will have to pay all the taxes. What has it got to do with me? But you are selling passenger aircraft, and you get income. You have to pay taxes. The provincial government officials were unhappy as this was a few hundred million RMB deals, and the taxes will not be a small amount. But in the end, Feng Yu used a Hong Kong company, and all these taxes went to other countries. Hong Kong was still a British colony. Feng Yu walked over to Zhang Ruiqiang's side and secretively said, Mayor Zhang, these taxes also will not go to Bing City government. Why not share with you some information that will make you shine in front of the higher UPS and we forget about this tax thingy? Chapter 264 Believe him or not. This chapter is updated by Abi. Important news that will shine in front of my leaders. What was Feng Yu talking about? Feng Yu saw there's no reaction from Zhang Ruiqiang and he continued, Mayor Zhang, I will treat it as you had agreed. The information is, the Soviet Union will disintegrate next year. What? Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked when he heard that the Soviet Union will be disintegrating. He knew about the situation in the Soviet Union, and many allied countries, including Russia, had announced that they want to leave the Soviet Union. But these countries did not succeed yet. For some countries, it was not the country's leader that made this announcement, and other nations did not recognize their claims. Furthermore, the Soviet Union President Mikhail Gorbachev was still around, and it was impossible for the Soviet Union to disintegrate. Although Yeltsin was back in power, he was not the president of Russia yet, and Mikhail Gorbachev could fire him the second time. Did Feng Yu get this information from the Soviet Union or did he made this up to escape punishment? Mayor Zhang, you don't believe me. You know what you are saying. How can the Soviet Union disintegrate? Once the Soviet Union disintegrated, many allied countries' economies will collapse. They will never agree for the Soviet Union to be disintegrated. There were two voices in the country now. One group felt that since Russia had declared independence, then the Soviet Union will inevitably collapse. Although the Soviet Union had not disintegrated now, it was only a matter of time. Soon, it will be crumbled as the Soviet Union's economy cannot support such a big alliance. There was another group of people who felt that it was impossible for the disintegration to happen. They felt that Mikhail Gorbachev will stabilize the Soviet Union and he had the power to do so. After all, many military generals had supported him. Once the Soviet Union was disintegrated, what would happen to so many allied countries' economies? The Soviet Union had failed in all their reforms, and many allied countries' economies were mostly isolated. If there was no more Soviet Union, what will those allied countries depend on? The allied countries have to depend on what they produce to survive. Some of those countries don't even have the basic necessities, and what would happen if the country's export runs into some problems? That country's economy will collapse. Those allied countries' military will surely support Mikhail Gorbachev to prevent the Soviet Union from disintegrating. Yeltsin, who was an advocate of Russia's independence, will be punished for sure. Zhang Ruiqiang had considered scenarios and he also could not forecast what would happen. Both situations might occur. If Feng Yu had said that the Soviet Union might disintegrate, he might believe. But Feng Yu was adamant that the Soviet Union will dissolve next year. He felt that this was not possible. How can this happen so fast? Mayor Zhang, you should know that I have some friends in the Soviet Union. From me buying aircraft from the Soviet Union, you should have guessed that one of my friends is the son of a military officer. Now, cracks had already appeared in the Soviet Union government. Some are supporting President Mikhail Gorbachev, and they wanted status quo. But the Soviet Union citizens might not want that. Some wanted a new leader, and Yeltsin's voice was the loudest. There is still another group that felt there's no way for the Soviet Union to recover and should be disintegrated. Currently, Mikhail Gorbachev is losing his supporters. Everyone can see that all the reforms proposed by Mikhail Gorbachev had failed. Our country's reforms had used the Soviet Union's reforms as a reference. Many problems have surfaced with our reforms. The Soviet Union's industrial developments were not well planned. They had emphasized a lot on the heavy industries, and most of the light industries were sidelined. Now, we had already caught up with their light industries. Soon, we will overtake them. Do you think that people in the past will believe that this would happen? Also, the Soviet Union's overall economy has nothing except for industrial, their main income is from the sales of their natural resources. Yeltsin was the most proactive in wanting a new leader. He had also announced Russia's independence, and this means that he does not want the Soviet Union to exist anymore. If the Soviet Union is left with only Russia, it will be easier for Russia to recover. Wait, what do you mean by the Soviet Union only have Russia left? You mean Russia will acquire other smaller allied countries? Zhang Ruiqiang interrupted Feng Yu. He does not believe this would happen. Feng Yu was thinking in his heart that those allied countries joining Russia really did happen in the future. But that was after Putin became the president. Now, this would never happen, and Yeltsin would never agree. Mayor Zhang, the Soviet Union is divided into 3 countries. The strongest is Russia, followed by Ukraine and then Belarus. Among these countries, Russia has the most land area, resources, and their industrial and military installation are the most developed. If Russia can acquire the Soviet Union's overseas resources, do you think that it can recover in a short time? What? Russia wants to acquire all of the Soviet Union's overseas resources. How can this be possible? Will the rest of the allied countries agree? Zhang Ruiqiang thought about this. If he were Yeltsin, he would also abandon the Soviet Union. Russia alone is enough. Russia still can be one of the world's powerful country. With the need to help other allied nations, Russia's economy will recover within a short time. Mayor Zhang, this is not whether if the other countries agree or not. It depends on which country have more military prowess. Mikhail Gorbachev had already lost his control over those military leaders. All he could do was to ask for help from another country. The country must be powerful, and it must be near to the Soviet Union, as our country. So, Mikhail Gorbachev will invite our country's leader and promised us some benefits in return for our support. This will give those oppositions an excuse because by giving us benefits, can be considered as treason. Zhang Ruiqiang's hand shook. Feng Yu's analysis was too scary. Can this really happen? How can you prove what you say is true? After some time, our leader will visit the Soviet Union, and this will be the evidence. And those Soviet Union allied countries will try to establish diplomatic relationships with us and try to get our support. This was also what we wanted. If our neighbors are too strong, it will not be a good thing for us too. Feng Yu said. Who told you all these? Your Soviet friend. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. Feng Yu sat upright and took a sip of his tea. These are what I heard and saw in the Soviet Union and Hong Kong. Hong Kong. There are people interested in the Soviet Union politics there. It's economics. You can't deny the fact that politics and economics are closely related. Those that study politics were to gain an advantage in the financial market. Mayor Zhang, my predictions will come true soon. If the Soviet Union is not going to disintegrate, you think I am able to get those aircraft at such low prices? Mayor Zhang, you can consider what I said. If it is me, I will be a supporter of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and when it really happens, the higher UPS will notice me and know that I am someone with good foresight. Zhang Ruiqiang was in a dilemma. He knows that if he believes in Feng Yu, this would be an opportunity for him. But he was also afraid that Feng Yu's prediction was wrong. If Feng Yu was wrong, then his future will be gone, and his current rank will be his peak in his career. To believe him or not. Chapter 265 Playing in the Snow. This chapter is updated by Abi. Time flies, and soon it was the end of December. This year, the winter's first snow came later in Bing City, and it started snowing from last night. The snow only stopped in the morning, and it had reached above the ankles. In between classes, many students had snowball fights outside. But no one from Feng Yu's class went out and play. There were only a few boys in the class, and it was not fun to play in the snow. Feng Yu suddenly noticed Li Na looking the other students playing outside. She looked like she envies those students playing with snow. She wants to play outside. Although Feng Yu felt that being hit by snowballs was not fun, if Li Na wanted to play, he doesn't mind. He imagined it was just like those scenes in Korean dramas. Gently throwing a snowball at Li Na and Li Na's laughter. Li Na threw a snowball at him, and he was hit on his face, making Li Na laugh. Feng Yu walked over and sat beside Li Na. Shall we go and play in the snow after lunch? Just the both of us? Yes, only the two of us. Feng Yu definitely does not want to have a snowball fight with that moron Wen Dongjun. If Wen Dongjun joined in the snowball fight, then the beautiful image in his mind will be gone. Okay, let's talk about it after lunch. It was almost the end of the semester, and Li Na was getting bored from studying every day. She wanted to relax. Feng Yu had tried to ask her out for movies, but she rejected him several times. She felt that this was the time to study hard and they should not be playing around. However, she did not know that Feng Yu had made arrangements for their university. Feng Yu, after lunch, let's go and play in the snow. Feng Yu was shocked. Wen Dongjun could read his mind. No, I'm not interested. Feng Yu meant that interested in playing with Wen Dongjun. Let's go. Zhang Han also wanted to play, and Li Na should join in too. If it were the both of us, it would not be fun. Before Feng Yu could reply, Li Na said, Zhang Han is playing too. Okay, but the both of you cannot bully us. Feng Yu was regretting his heart. Why did he let Li Na agree? She did not know when Dongjun will turn into a beast in a snowball fight. He was so aggressive that he made many students cry in the past. Now, when Dongjun was taller and stronger. If he becomes aggressive, Feng Yu will suffer. I will team up with Zhang Han, and you will team with Feng Yu. This way, you will not say that I am taking advantage of the both of you. Wen Dongjun, fairly, form the teams. Damn, the both of you had more advantage than us. This afternoon, we will be suffering. After lunch, Feng Yu put on all his gear. Hat, gloves, and scarf were essential gear. He must also tighten his belt and tuck his pants into his socks. The shoelaces must also be tied tightly. The scarf was not for the neck, but it was used to cover his face. The scarf will act like a big face mask. The whole body must be covered up so the snow will not get underneath the clothes. Wen Dongjun and the other two girls looked at him as if he was an alien. Wen Dongjun was laughing loudly at him. Why are you covering up your whole body? What are you doing? Feng Yu said in a muffled voice, we are having a snowball fight. Of course, I have to protect myself. Who is going to have a snowball fight with you? How old are we now? You think we will still have snowball fights like those kids? Wen Dongjun said, we are going to make snowmen. Zhang Han and Li Na wanted to build snowmen last winter, but you were not around. Feng Yu looked at Li Na embarrassedly. Li Na wanted to build a snowman, and he thought that she wanted to have a snowball fight. But isn't making snowmen also for kids? Humph, I am also an expert in making a snowman. I will show you all a futuristic snowman. Wait for me a while. I need to go back to the classroom to get something. Feng Yu ran back to the classroom and took a bucket and some ink from his desk. He also took a broom. Feng Yu, why are you taking the bucket and broom? Are you going to do some cleaning? A female classmate asked. No, I'm making a snowman. After saying, Feng Yu regretted. Make snowman. Where? Are you with Li Na? I want to join in too. The female classmate shouted excitedly. Bring me along. I want to go too. Wait, I need to get my gloves. I want to go too. Wait for me. Feng Yu walked out of the classroom with 7 to 8 female classmates behind him. Feng Yu had a helpless expression when he joined Li Na and the rest. He did not know that there were so many students in the class. Usually, they would return home during lunchtime. Even if the public transport was slower during winter, they could still walk back. Why were they still here? Li Na and the other female classmates were friends, and soon they were building a snowman together. Wen Dongjun and Zhang Han were from another class, and they stick together. Feng Yu was left alone. Feng Yu was screaming in his heart. There were so many of you and why can't all of you play on your own? Why must you interrupt us? Even if you interrupt us, you should not leave me out. Humph, I will make a beautiful snow panda myself and show you all. Feng Yu quickly made a big snowball. He wanted to wet the snowball and then add more snow to make it bigger. But all he had was a bucket, and how can he get the water on the snowball? If he put the snowball in the bucket of water, the snowball will melt. If he splashes water on the snowball will shatter. Feng Yu could only slowly scoop out water from the bucket using his hand slowly. Feng Yu, why are you making an ice ball? Wen Dongjun walked over and asked. You should be using snow for a snowman. You are not making an ice sculpture. What do you know? Get aside. Later you will be surprised by my masterpiece. When Feng Yu was about to start on the second snowball after finishing the first snowball, he noticed that the water had frozen. What to do now? Without water, it will be slow to make a big snowball. Feng Yu looked around and saw that there was a big snowball beside Wen Dongjun. Feng Yu rolled that snowball away when Wen Dongjun was not noticing. The size was just right. Wen Dongjun must have prepared that snowball for him. Feng Yu opened the bottle of ink. Luckily, the ink had not frozen. He used the broom handle to paint the ink on the snowball. He drew 2 black circles as the panda's eyes. The panda was still missing 2 arms. Feng Yu used his leg to crush the ice in the bucket. He ignored his shoes which were wet from the ice in the bucket and made the panda's arms using snow and water. Feng Yu stepped back and admired his masterpiece. There were many snowballs there, and there were almost many snowmen. But most of the snowmen were using tree branches and carrots as arms. His snow panda was really the best in the whole school. Li Na was making a snowman with the rest of the girls, but she kept looking over at Feng Yu's direction. When she realized that Feng Yu had made a snow panda, she was excited. Feng Yu knew that Li Na likes pandas and he purposely made a panda from snow for her. Because of this snow panda, his hand was hurting from the cold. Li Na ran over and used her gloves to cover Feng Yu's freezing hands. Why are you so silly? Your hands are hurting from the cold. What's your snowman's name? Name it is Panda. Feng Yu blinked and said, I had not thought of a name for my masterpiece. You can call it whatever you want. With Li Na warming his hands, everything else was not important. This was true bliss. Feng Yu felt that time passes too slowly. If they were in university now, they could do more, blissful, things together. Bam! A snowball hit Feng Yu's body. Wen Dongjun, die! Feng Yu made a big snowball and threw at Wen Dongjun. A showdown between the both of them started and soon the other female classmates joined. Everyone had a good time playing in the snow. Feng Yu was chasing Li Na, and Li Na slipped. Feng Yu tried to hold on to her, but he also fell down. As they were falling, Feng Yu twisted his body to cushion Li Na's fall with his body. Because of the fall, Li Na and Feng Yu's lips touched. Feng Yu was smiling like a fool, and Li Na's face turned red. Chapter 266 Selling the Stocks. This chapter is updated by Abi. The exams were over. Li Na and the rest returned to the district. However, Feng Yu had something to do. It was time for him to sell off some of his stocks. Not only the Shanghai Stock Exchange opened earlier than it should be, but Shenzhen Stock Exchange was also set up earlier too. But Shenzhen Stock Exchange was not open yet. It should open next year. After the Treasury Bonds Exchange was set up, there were many investment companies in China. All of these companies were state-owned, and currently, China does not permit private investment companies. After the setup of the 2 stock exchanges and the opening of investment companies, there was an increased number of investors. Especially, now the prices of treasury bonds had not many changes, those that traded in treasury bonds choose to invest in the stock market. This caused the stock prices of all the shares to rise. But after the new year, some investors would sell off their shares after collecting the dividends. Lunar New Year was a major festival in China and people needed to spend a lot. Taiwan trading staffs had also asked Feng Yu when they can sell their stocks. Today, Feng Yu came to Taiwan Trading to have a meeting. He wanted to let his staff make the decision. He had helped his team to pick the better performing stocks. The prices of these stocks will rise further in May. If they sell their shares now, they will get back returns of about 1/4 of their capital. But compared to more than 10-folds a few months later, the returns now was pathetic. Everyone, I had asked all of you here is to talk about our shares. Everybody had owned the shares for a few months now, and the current price is more than double our buying price. I know that many of you want to cash out these shares. But I want to tell you that in May, it will be the golden period of the shares. It will be a bull market, and the prices of your shares will rise sharply. Now is not the ideal time to sell your shares. But all of you will decide for yourselves. After Feng Yu finished, Wu Zigang and the rest looked at each other. To sell or not to sell? Now many people were talking about the risk of investing in the stock market. The shares could rise or fall. If the share prices fall, they will lose money. Wu Zigang was the sharper one among the rest, and he asked loudly, Manager Feng, will you sell? Yes. What? Manager Feng wants to sell. Didn't he say that the shares can rise at least 3 to 5 times of the initial buying price? Why was he willing to sell now? Feng Yu saw them talking among themselves, and he continued, do you all want to sell too? Wu Zigang replied, I will listen to you. If you ask me to sell, I will sell. If you ask me to hold on to the shares, I will hold on to them. The rest of the staff also said the same thing. They will listen to Feng Yu. Feng Yu laughed. I will only sell some of the shares. I need some cash now. Have all of you noticed that the shares you had bought are all the companies that were announced in the papers, and these companies were all listed now? After Shenzhen Stock Exchange opens, these stocks will rise further. This will happen in a few months' time. I will not sell the shares of these companies. But I will sell off the shares of other companies and use the money to buy more shares of those favorite companies. Manager Feng, we trust you. We will not sell these shares until you tell us to. Wu Zigang said. Everything will be fine if all of you trust me. We will earn money together. Now, I will announce the task for the upcoming week. All of us will go out and sell the shares. If the stock exchange had not opened, it would not be easy to sell shares. They must hand over the shares to the investment counter in the bank for the bank to sell the shares on their behalf. But now, they can sell the shares straight to the banks and collect the payments on the spot. Two men carrying a large haversack stood in front of ICBC Bank's investment counter. Bang, the haversack was placed on the counter. How can I help the both of you today? Are the both of you looking for stocks or treasury bonds? We are not buying, we are here to sell our stocks. The bank employee rolled his eyes. What's the use of carrying such a big bag? How many shares can you own? These two men must be cashing out their stocks to buy a train ticket. Okay, how many stocks are you selling? There are 300,000 shares here. Can you calculate the market value for me now? How much are you selling? 300,000, the employee was asked loudly and shocked. The other customers had him and turned towards his direction. 300,000 shares. Who were these people? The employee looked at the share certificates, and all the shares belonged to one company. He checked the current price of the shares and noticed that the prices had doubled. This meant that these 300,000 shares are now worth over 600,000 RMB. Dear sirs, I'm sorry, our bank does not have enough cash. Can you come back tomorrow? The employee's attitude changed. It's fine, deposit everything into this account. After both men left, many people went to the counter. What shares did he sell just now? That's right, how much money did he sell the shares for? Who are those two men? What did they do? At the same time, many people were selling a large number of shares at the investment counters of the banks all over Bing City. The people who sold the shares went to the bank in pairs, and they all used a large haversack to carry the stocks. They were all carrying the same type of shares and the same denominations. But the banks did not notice that all the money from the selling of the shares were deposited into the same account. The banks thought that this was a one-time incident. But the next day, people were going to the banks to sell a large number of shares. Although it was not the same person, they noticed the account number was familiar. It was the same for the next 5 days. Feng Yu had sold about 20 million shares and got approximately 40 million RMB. Taiwan Trading's selling of such a large number of shares had caused panics in Bing City. Everyone who owned shares rushed to the banks to sell them. They were afraid that the share prices would fall. Even those who had wanted to hold on to their shares panicked. They also went to the bank to sell. Of course, there were a few smarter ones. They knew that the Shenzhen Stock Exchange will open soon and the share prices will increase further. The shares they had wanted to buy in the past was now available, and it was slightly cheaper. This was their opportunity. Feng Yu's actions had stimulated Bing City's stock market, and there were more than 1 million shares trading every day. The prices of the shares were changing every day too. The second week, Feng Yu was still selling his stocks. Anyway, other than the companies on his list, Feng Yu had no intention to keep the shares of other companies. These shares were not as profitable as Feng Yu's investment in gold and oil futures. He wanted to raise a large sum of fund fast. The war is going to start soon. Chapter 267, Shorting Crude Oil. This chapter is updated by Abi. Feng Yu went to Hong Kong again. This time, Feng Yu noticed that the 4 brothers of the Fu family were there to receive him. Fu Rongjing had lost 400 million Hong Kong dollars and the second and third brothers knew about it. But their eldest brother did not even get back at Feng Yu. Instead, he bowed down to Feng Yu. This was something which they do not understand. They knew their eldest brother well. As the head of the Fu family, he had caused a few companies which tried to cheat him bankrupt. Why didn't their eldest brother do the same thing to Feng Yu this time? After they asked their eldest brother, they found out that their eldest brother did not want to offend the second generation of China's officials. Furthermore, Feng Yu had shown his sincerity and told the Fu family about the gold market. The Fu family had invested in the gold market and made more than 400 million Hong Kong dollars. This time, Fu Rongqi told them that Feng Yu was revisiting Hong Kong. The both of them wants to tag along as they do not want to miss out on any opportunities to earn money. Xiao Yu, let me introduce you to my other brothers. This is my second brother, Fu Rongchu, he dealt with real estate most of the time. This my third brother, Fu Rongbing. He runs supermarkets. Xiao Yu is so young and capable. You are so much better than my useless son. I must ask him to learn from you in the future. Fu Rongbing said. You flattered me. This time, both uncles are here is not just to meet me. Ha ha ha, of course. We had heard that Xiao Yu is an expert in investment. We intend to invest together with our eldest brother, and we hope we can get to learn something. Learn something? Apparently, the two of you are here just for the money. But this was also a good thing. If Feng Yu could be on the same side with the Fu family, then in future, it would be easier for Feng Yu to raise a bigger fund. In 1997, Feng Yu wanted to teach those American capitalists a lesson. Asia is not a place for them to take advantage of. Uncle Chi, you should have made a lot from the gold market this few months. Ha ha ha, I did make some profits. When Feng Yu mentioned this, Fu Rongqi brightened up. Although he was investing carefully, he also made almost 100 million United States dollars. Fu Rongqi still has a futures contract which will be settled tomorrow. It was a short futures contract, and he should be getting high returns. Fu Rongjing had also raised a sum of money and using leverage, he almost got back whatever the 400 million he had lost. Fu Rongjing was instructed by Fu Rongqi to let the matter rest and not to mention about this incident again. The eldest brother was right. There were no enemies or friends when doing businesses. There were only profits. Now, Feng Yu's information had helped them made money and so, Feng Yu is a friend to them. These few days, I will also buy some London gold contracts. If all of you are interested, you can tag along. Feng Yu could never earn all the money himself. Why not do the Fu family brothers a favor? In the future, it will be easier to ask the Fu family to join him. Fu Rongbing and Fu Rongchu were waiting for Feng Yu to say this. They were overjoyed and raised their glasses for a toast with Feng Yu. The next day, Feng Yu went to the London Gold Exchange. He starts shorting the market in large amounts. The surrounding people were all shocked. Gold prices had fallen to 368 United States dollars per ounce, and this person was still shorting gold. Those two people behind that young man look familiar. They look like the two brothers of the Fu family. Was that young man investing for the Fu family? But this was impossible. The eldest brother of the Fu family has an investment company, and these two should be investing with their brother. Why would they hire that young man? The crowd soon saw the two Fu family brothers start to short gold too. That young man was not a broker hired by the Fu brothers. Instead, the Fu brothers were following that young man to short the gold. Some of the people recognized He Jiaoji who was standing beside Feng Yu. This period of time, He Jiaoji was actively trading in the London gold market. They had heard that he was recruited by someone and he even poached some famous broker to work for that person. The crowd started to guess that the young man was the person that had recruited He Jiaoji. Some of the crowd started to copy Feng Yu to short the gold. Feng Yu had invested almost 100 million United States dollars, and he was conservative as he had used low leverage. Based on his calculation, he would settle the contract 1 week later, and he should make about 20 million United States dollars. Feng Yu still had a lot of money with him. He wanted to place a big bet. He wants to show the Fu family that he is a genius. On the 16th of January, the US and other countries will declare war on Iraq. At the same time, the Soviet Union will keep quiet about the actions of the US and other countries. They had no intentions to help Iraq. Saddam Hussein will also announce that Iraq was not afraid of wars. Wars were expensive, and Iraq had experienced it before. Because they were involved in 2 wars previously, Iraq was heavy in debt. Iraqi soldiers were all veteran and had fought in wars before. After all, Iraq and Iran stopped fighting in 1988 and Iraq invaded Kuwait within a day. Saddam Hussein knew that his soldiers had the advantage. Saddam Hussein believed that the US and other countries were only threatening him, and if a war really broke out, the Soviet Union would not sit by the sidelines. If the US controlled the oil prices, it would not be good for the Soviet Union. On the 17th of January, the Gulf War started. Feng Yu saw the news on TV and he called Fu Rongqi to tell him that he will be investing in oil and the Fu family can decide if they want to follow him. Of course, Fu Rongqi went with Feng Yu. Fu Rongqi did not believe that Feng Yu would short oil futures. Buy in at the current price and sell at 18 US per barrel. Use all the money in this account. Fu Rongqi, who was standing behind Feng Yu, was shocked. Feng Yu really dared to invest all his money in shorting oil futures, and he had used 20 times leverage. Yesterday, when the news that the US and other countries will be attacking Iraq, oil prices rose by a few dollars. Today, it rose by $1 again. Feng Yu still dared to short. Also, Feng Yu had used all his money. He did not even have an exit strategy. Crazy. Not only Fu Rongqi thinks that Feng Yu had gone crazy. Even his team of brokers and Feng Yu's team of brokers believed that Feng Yu was insane. Who would place such a big bet with such high risk? The other 3 brothers of the Fu family also heard about this news, but they did not dare to follow Feng Yu. Their brother, who was an expert in investment, even did not believe this information. How can they believe it? Feng Yu confidently told the Fu family, "I am betting that during this war, oil prices will be dropping every day. You will know whether if I am right or wrong this afternoon." That evening, Feng Yu left Hong Kong, and the light in the Fu family's study room was lit the whole night. Chapter 268 Interview with the University. This chapter is updated by Abi. Feng Yu did not return to Bing City. He flew to Shanghai instead. He was there to look at Lou Michael's design firm. Lou Michael had invited Feng Yu several times, but Feng Yu was too busy. Although Feng Yu's investment in this company was not a lot and the profits were not fantastic, the company was still profitable. Feng Yu's suggestions had turned a loss-making company into a profitable company. The company also became well known in Shanghai. Feng Yu was there to meet the other people in the company. As the boss of the company, he should show his face at least once a year. Furthermore, Feng Yu wanted to see what other ways the company can improve. In the future, the design industry will be a very profitable industry. Now, the design industry was not developed yet in China, but luckily, there were more advertisements. This designing firm had quite some advertising design jobs every month, and this was the main source of revenue for the company. Feng Yu met the other 2 designers, which were Lou Michael's partners. They were of the same age, and all of them were older than Feng Yu. But they were nervous in front of him. Feng Yu told them that they could also focus on product packaging. This was the same as advertisement designs, and in future, this will be the primary income source for design firms. Soon, the Chinese will notice the importance of packaging their products, and attractive packaging can attract the attention of consumers and increase the sales. Feng Yu also set goals for the design firm. First, the company needs to expand and hire more staffs. Currently, the company is too small, and it will be hard for the company to grow fast. The company should be Shanghai's most prominent designing firm. In this way, more people would be aware of the company. They can also increase their charges this way. To sell themselves, they need to market themselves better. This year, the Great One had said that Shanghai will develop its eastern region. Feng Yu decided to invest in the eastern part of Shanghai. Buying a commercial building now is a good investment, and 2 years later, more businesses will be set up in Shanghai, and Feng Yu could collect rents. Feng Yu stayed in Shanghai for a day, and he rushed to Beijing that evening. Wen Dongjun, Li Na, and Zhang Han also flew to Beijing from Bing City. On Monday, they had to go for interviews at the universities they wanted to apply. From the interviews, there were different types of interview results. One type was after the interview, the student does not need to take the entrance exams and will be admitted into the university. The second type was to lower the entry requirement by 100 points. The third type was to lower the entry requirements by 50 points. Lastly, failed the interview. There will be no lowering of the entrance requirements. Those students that were guaranteed a spot in the university had different credentials like first place in a countrywide competition or had some international recognition. Of course, there were lots of students like Feng Yu and the rest who were from the provincial best high schools or the top students in the province. If everything were normal, Feng Yu and the rest would get to lower the entry requirements by 50 points, but because of the Moscow University summer camp, they would at least get to reduce their entry requirements by 100 points. Feng Yu was guaranteed an interview at Beijing University, while Li Na had an interview with Beijing Teaching University. This was her dream university. Wen Dongjun and Zhang Han applied for Beijing Technological University. Actually, their high school had gotten a place for Lu Kun at Huaqing University, but Lu Kun rejected the offer. It was because there were limited courses available for students who were guaranteed a spot. Feng Yu was in tears when he heard about this from Lu Kun. A top student and ordinary people were different. He didn't even want a guaranteed spot in the university. He rather sits for the entrance exams to get into a course that he likes. Feng Yu's results were barely enough to qualify for even an interview with Beijing University. Actually, their high school had wanted to send Feng Yu to another university with lower standards, and Feng Yu would be guaranteed a spot in that university. With Feng Yu's strength in foreign languages, he would surely get admitted into the university without even to sit for the entrance exams. But Feng Yu told Sun Wenhai to get an interview for him at Beijing University. As long as Feng Yu was granted the interview, he was confident that he would be admitted. Sun Wenhai does not need to care about the rest. Feng Yu had a trick up his sleeves. Although Feng Yu's results were ordinary and had no other special skills, he was rich. Sir Shah had just donated money for 2 school buildings for the Beijing University, but the construction had not started yet. The university still needs the approval of the local government and a 10 million RMB fund from them to build the new buildings. If Feng Yu donated a new hostel building for the university, which would cost about 2 million RMB, he could still get to name the building. This would be good publicity for Wind and Rain brand, and at the same time, he could get admitted into the university without any problems. Feng Yu had plans to donate Wind and Rain and Taiwan buildings to schools all over China, and currently he had only donated to Bing City and the surrounding region. He had made lots of money, and he could easily donate 1 or 2 buildings. Monday, 8 a.m. Feng Yu arrived at Beijing University for his interview. It was an ordinary classroom, but it was a bit old. This classroom cannot be compared to the university classrooms of the future. From the condition of this, best, university in China, one could tell the conditions of the other normal universities. This made Feng Yu more confident about using the money to get admitted. This interview was the same as the interview for government officials. The question asked were out of this world and no one could expect what question will be asked. Feng Yu could tell the results from the expressions of the students who had finished their interviews. All the students that were here for the interview were the top students in their high school. It was only a 5-minute interview, and they were defeated. But Feng Yu was not worried at all. Bing City 3rd High School, Feng Yu. Please enter the room. Feng Yu entered the classroom. It was an empty room with a chair in the center. This chair was for Feng Yu to sit and there was a row of tables in front. Behind the tables, 5 teachers will be interviewing him. From their facial expression, Feng Yu knew that they were not pleased with the students' answers before him. Feng Yu gave a short introduction of himself and the teacher sitting in the center asked, "You had attended Moscow University's summer camp in the Soviet Union. How good at your Russian? I am not talking about your results. I am talking about your conversational skills." This question was asked in Russian. This teacher wanted to test Feng Yu. Feng Yu replied without hesitation in Russian, "I have not problems with reading, writing and speaking. I had even translated Russian legal documents before. You had written on your resume that you know English too. You know 2 foreign languages." Another teacher asked in English. This time Feng Yu replied in English, "I have plans to study abroad in the future. That's why I had learned English. I have no problems with reading, writing and speaking in English." The teachers were surprised. This student was special. He was well versed in 2 foreign languages and from his resume, his parents were farmers. This kid was extraordinary, but his results were not that good. He was only considered above average. The few teachers discussed among themselves and decided to ask Feng Yu the last question before grading him. "Feng Yu, this is the last question. What do you think of the Soviet Union's economy these few years?" This was the hardest question for today. None of the students before Feng Yu could answer this question. They were either loss of words, or they did not answer the question. The teachers wanted to see if this Feng Yu who was well versed with Russian could answer them. If he could answer this question correctly, then he would be accepted by the university without the need for entry exams. Feng Yu smiled when he heard the question. He was the expert in this area. Chapter 269 Zhang Han's background. This chapter is updated by Abi. Feng Yu walked out of the interview room with a smile. The other students who were waiting outside came up to him to try and find out about the interview. The teachers had just asked me about what I was good at. For instance, I had stated that I am good at foreign languages and they asked me a few questions in foreign languages. They also asked me about my analysis of the Soviet Union's economy. This question was slightly more difficult. The other students were nervous. They were only in high schools, and they do not know anything about the Soviet Union. Looking at Feng Yu's facial expression, they knew that Feng Yu could answer the teacher's questions. When they found out that Feng Yu was from Bing City's 3rd high school, They guessed that Feng Yu knew about the Soviet Union's economy because he was located near the borders. The other students were almost in tears. They don't even pay attention to China's news, yet they will be asked about the Soviet Union. Feng Yu returned to Jingbin Hotel. All the students from his schools were staying at this hotel as this was the designated hotel for them. They had used a recommendation letter from their school, and they will not be charged for their stay at the hotel for these 2 days. This was given by their city as a form of encouragement. Feng Yu noticed that he was the last person to return to the hotel. Everyone had passed the interviews, and 3 of them were exempted from taking the entrance exams. The rest were able to get lower entry requirements. All the students were surprised when they heard that Feng Yu was exempted from taking the entrance exams. He had applied for Beijing University, and his results were not as good as them. Why was he exempted? Was it really so easy to pass the Beijing University's interview? What surprises Feng Yu the most was the other 2 persons that were exempted were Zhang Han and Wen Dongjun. How did that idiot Wen Dongjun even pass the interview? Wen Dongjun triumphantly said that he demonstrated his Russian and then sang a Russian song. Huh, so simple. Damn, singing can also get into Beijing Technological University. He asked Zhang Han about her interview, but she did not tell Feng Yu the details. She only said that the questions were simple, and she just happens to pass. Li Na got a lower entry requirement by 100 points. She was overjoyed. Even if she got a 50 points reduction, she was confident that she would be able to enter Beijing Teaching University. Now, she got a 100 points reduction. This was too easy for her. 7 students had come to Beijing, and all 7 had passed their interviews. Feng Yu waved his hand. Let's go to the restaurant this evening for celebrations. I will be treating everyone. Just order whatever you want. The restaurant was a northeastern restaurant, and its name was Bing City Restaurant. The restaurant serves northeast cuisine and acts as a canteen to the staffs and some guests of the hotel. Manager Zhao of the restaurant saw Feng Yu and the others entering the restaurant, and he quickly went to stop them. Students, it is not dinner time yet. When it's time, we will notify you. The city had given the students who were here for their interview free stays and food at the hotel. That's why Manager Zhao had served them the same food as his employees. The food was not too bad, but it cannot be considered good also. Feng Yu took out a few 100 RMB notes and placed it on the table. I will be paying today. Get me all your expensive dishes. Is this money enough? Get me a big table and serve your food. Manager Zhao saw that all the students were overjoyed. It must be they had all passed their interviews and wanted to celebrate. But this student's family must be wealthy. He could just take out 600 RMB without batting an eyelid. Did he steal this money from his family? Manager Zhao's salary was only slightly more than 100 RMB a month. Wen Dongjun said, Uncle Zhao, you don't need to save for him. Oh, pick some bigger pig trotters and cook it softer. Also, get us a bottle of wine and a bottle of orange juice. All the students knew that Feng Yu's family, and since Feng Yu had offered to treat them to dinner, they accepted it. The students' family had given them some money, but they can't bear to spend it. Students, Baiju's alcohol content is too high and is not suitable for you all. Why not drink some beer? Beijing beer is different from the beer in Bing City. Manager Zhao smiled and said. His children were about their age, and that's why he does not feel like selling Baiju to them. Okay, Uncle Zhao, you don't listen to his nonsense. He would be drunk with only a bottle of beer. Uncle Zhao, if you got nothing to do, join us for dinner too. Feng Yu invited Manager Zhao. Thank you, but it will be dinner time soon, and it will be busy. Enjoy your dinner, and if you need anything, just let the waitress know. Oh yes, please lower your volume. There are some leaders from the city in the private room. Manager Zhao pointed to a private room. The 4 boys under the lead of Wen Dongjun started to devour the food. Even the 3 girls also ate a lot. After a while, they began to get louder. The door of the private room suddenly opened, and a young man walked out and saw Wen Dongjun and the rest making lots of noise. He wanted to scold them, but before he started berating, he saw someone familiar. Feng Yu, Brother Zhao, you are here, that means Mr. Zhang is inside. Feng Yu was surprised. The person who had walked out of the private room was Zhang Reiqiang's secretary. Yes, he is inside talking to his friends. If you all are done, go back to your rooms. Who is that Brother Zhao? Wen Dongjun asked Feng Yu. The secretary of a big leader. Okay, let's be softer. After eating, let's play poker in our rooms. Tomorrow, we will go out and play, and go back the day after tomorrow. Before Feng Yu and the rest finished their dinner, they saw Zhang Ruiqiang walking a guest out. About a minute later, Zhang Ruiqiang returned and walked towards Feng Yu's table. Feng Yu wanted to stand up and greet him, but he noticed Zhang Han had already stood up. Uncle Zhang. Oh, Han is here too. How was your interview? Zhang Ruiqiang asked in a loving tone. I have passed the interview and can enter the university without the entry exams. There are all my classmates. They had all passed the interviews. Some of them got lower entry requirements, and some were exempted from the entry exams. Feng Yu sat there, looking at Zhang Han in shocked. Zhang Han's family must have some background, and from the way the both of them speaks, someone from Zhang Han's family must be the same or even higher ranking than Zhang Ruiqiang. Damn, Zhang Ruiqiang was already a deputy mayor, and who was this person from Zhang Han's family? Was this person a mayor, ranked or even higher? Xiao Yu, you shouldn't have anything on later. Come to my room. I need to talk to you about something. Zhang Ruiqiang said to Feng Yu. Feng Yu, he had wanted to use the chance to be with Li Na alone in the room when the other students were playing poker. Zhang Ruiqiang left, and they continued with their dinner. But they had lost interest in the meal. Feng Yu noticed Wen Dongjun frowning, and he asked him, what's wrong? Too full. Is that a leader from our city? Zhang Han had addressed him as an uncle. Does that mean someone from her family is also an official? It's only a leader. Your father is also the deputy chief of the farm department. Are you feeling inferior? Feng Yu consoled him. This kid's self-confidence took a hit. Wen Dongjun shook his head and said with a sad face, that's not it. I had boasted that my father is a big leader. What should I do now? Feng Yu, a deputy chief at the district farm department, and you can boast until as if your father was the same rank as a deputy mayor. Zhang Han did not expose your lies for so long. This must be true love. I must find out from Zhang Ruiqiang, what's Zhang Han's background. Chapter 270 Advice for Zhang Ruiqiang. This chapter is updated by Abi. Feng Yu and the rest finished their dinner, and Secretary Zhao brought Feng Yu to Zhang Ruiqiang. The restaurant manager Zhao also found out that Feng Yu was not only wealthy, but he was even close to Mayor Zhang too. Could Feng Yu, the son of some provincial official? He was considering if he should return Feng Yu his change and also bring some fruits and drinks to him. He does not want Feng Yu to talk bad about him, as Mayor Zhang could remove him from his position anytime. Mayor Zhang, why did you call me over? Oh, you know Zhang Han. What is her family doing? I remember that there is no leader with the surname Zhang in the city. Feng Yu thought who the person from Zhang Han's family was. City, you should think higher up. Zhang Ruiqiang hinted. Higher up, that means provincial government. There were no officials that fit the age with the surname Zhang. Those with the same surname were either in their 50s or 30s. They cannot be her father or grandfather. Zhang Ruiqiang saw Feng Yu lost in thoughts and laughed. What's wrong? You like her? Her family specialized in catching gangsters and hooligans. Provincial police chief. But that Chief Zhang is in his 50s. Since Zhang Ruiqiang knew Zhang Han, that means her father or grandfather must be a high-ranking official. If it was her uncle or other relatives, they should not be so close. But someone in the 50s will be too old to be her father and too young to be her grandfather. Chief Zhang got his daughter late, and he had only a daughter. You really don't want to consider? I can help you talk to her father. If she marries you, you will have a strong backing. Mayor Zhang, if you carry on talking about this, I will leave. My friends are still waiting for me to play poker. Zhang Ruiqiang. From Feng Yu's tone, it seems that playing poker was more important. You are a businessman, and you are smart. Help me think of a solution to help Bing City's tobacco factory. Tobacco factory? What's wrong with the tobacco factory? Mayor Zhang, I don't understand what you mean. I had just imported the machinery for the factory 2 years ago, and it is for the factory's expansion. From your question, is there any problems with the tobacco sales? Feng Yu remembered in his past life that Bing City cigarettes were selling well during this period. At least it was selling well in the northeast 3 provinces. But soon, it was the cigarettes' sales slowly declined. Feng Yu guessed that it was because of the drop in production, and also there was a lack of branding which resulted in the factory making a loss. Our Bing City tobacco factory had been around for quite some time, but the cigarettes it produces are of lower standards. We can't even export it to other provinces. Some tobacco factories in the south make lots of profits, and why is our Bing City's tobacco factory performing so badly? Could it be there is something wrong with the production techniques? But they have bought the Soviet Union's machinery from you. The city government had also provided enough funds for the factory. Zhang Ruiqiang had come to Beijing to look for a way to help the tobacco factory. The tobacco factory cannot be struggling and making losses every year. The city government cannot be supporting the factory forever. The city's restructuring of its state-owned enterprises had been mostly successful, but some enterprises had problems. The tobacco factory was one of the worst. Feng Yu replied, Mayor Zhang, I do not have a solution for you. The Soviet Union's tobacco machinery is much better and more efficient than the old machines in the factory. The old machines were not wasted and were sold to Lin province. I did not make a lot from this deal. I did not include the technologies together with the machine was because the Soviet Union cigarettes had a different flavor from our cigarettes. Their cigarettes taste more like Marlboro. How many people in China like to smoke Marlboro cigarettes? I am not saying the machinery you sold to the factory have problems. I need you to help me think of a solution. If the tobacco factory carries on making losses, it will shut down in 2 years. Feng Yu racked his brains to think of a solution. Coming out with a premium cigarette? No, the higher-ups will put a stop to it, and the factory might even be punished. Coming out with a new cigarette flavor? If the tobacco factory could do that, they would have done it ages ago. Wait, there might be a solution which would work, but the city government must agree to it. Mayor Zhang, you remember how I marketed Taiwan premium oil? Humph, you still dare to mention that? You made everyone believe that you are the exclusive supplier for our Foreign Trade Bureau. I still have to explain to the leaders. Since when did we appoint you as the exclusive supplier? And why are you talking about this now? Zhang Ruiqiang was fuming when he thought about this incident. Feng Yu smiled. We can make exclusive cigarettes. What? Exclusive cigarettes? What are you talking about? Feng Yu suddenly remembered he had heard in his past life that Bing City's tobacco factory had come out with exclusive cigarettes and the cigarettes were exclusively for the provincial leaders. The cigarette's not expensive and it still tastes good. But the production was low, and it was hard to get it on the market. Feng Yu could not remember which year he heard about this, but from Zhang Ruiqiang's reaction, it should not exist now. Mayor Zhang, relax. Was the way I marketed Taiwan premium oil illegal? It's just soybean oil. Of course, it is legal. Why are you asking? Then why can't we promote our cigarettes as exclusive cigarettes? Will it be against the regulations? I think we can even print the words, Bing City exclusive, on the cigarette box and do away with other pictures. Let the consumers go and guess what the exclusive mean. The sales will increase just by printing these words. Zhang Ruiqiang was not convinced. It will surely increase. I guess the tobacco must have new techniques to produce cigarettes. Let them lower the production for those lower quality and filterless cigarettes and increase the production of the premium cigarettes. This, Bing City exclusive cigarettes should be priced like Zhonghua cigarettes and we can even price it 1 RMB more than Zhonghua. 1 RMB more than Zhonghua. Will people be buying it? Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes widen. Zhonghua cigarettes was currently China's most expensive brand of cigarettes. There will surely be people buying it, and I guess that the cigarettes will appear on your desk immediately. Feng Yu hinted. Zhang Ruiqiang thought about what Feng Yu said, and he understood what Feng Yu meant. Gifts. Feng Yu wanted to position this cigarette as a premium cigarette brand. Even if no one were willing to smoke this cigarette, they would buy it as gifts. This might work, but Zhang Ruiqiang felt that this was an unconventional method. But if he does not do this, then the tobacco factory will continue to ask for funds from the government. Feng Yu continued to persuade Zhang Ruiqiang, look at Hongtashan brand. How did this brand become popular? This brand of cigarettes was used exclusively as gifts. Also, Zhonghua cigarettes were marketed as the cigarette smoked by leaders. What's wrong with our way of marketing? We can even let our factory's salesmen. Zhang Ruiqiang was persuaded by Feng Yu. He decided to go back and tell the mayor. He felt embarrassed to use this method, but it was all for the tobacco factory's workers. Chapter 271 Tycoon Feng Xingtai. This chapter is updated by Abi. Director Fang, is the fireworks and firecrackers I ordered ready? I had told you that I will be collecting it today. Don't tell me that it is not ready yet. Feng Xingtai asked. He was wearing a coat with shiny leather shoes. He also carried a pouch under his arms. Mr. Feng, rest assured that everything will be ready today. You had increased your orders twice this week. Is there any happy occasion in your family? The factory director of Bing City's firework factory asked. Feng Xingtai had made a lot of orders, and he was overjoyed. But the goods Feng Xingtai wanted all needed to be specially customized. For instance, other people usually would order strings of 100 or 200 firecrackers. Seldom people would buy strings of 500 firecrackers. Feng Xingtai ordered a string of 5,000 firecrackers. Other people would buy double banger firecrackers, but Feng Xingtai wanted quadruple bangers firecrackers. Other people would buy single-shot fireworks, but Feng Xingtai wanted multi-fireworks. Also, there must be different patterns when exploded in the air. These types of firework can be manufactured, but they were typically used for major events such as New Year Eve. Even the city government only ordered 10,000 RMB worth of fireworks, which lasted about 10 minutes. Feng Xingtai had ordered 20,000 RMB worth of fireworks and 10,000 RMB worth of firecrackers initially. But after 2 days, he called up the factory and ordered additional fireworks. Just when the fireworks factory director arranged for his workers to work overtime for this order, Feng Xingtai called again and wanted a string of 10,000 firecrackers. The firecrackers must still be the bigger and loudest ones. He increased the order for fireworks too. Although it was over the phone and there were no deposits, the factory director still arranged for his workers to prepare the order. He knew that Feng Xingtai was the boss of Tianpeng Pig Farm, and now almost everyone in the city eats his pork. His farm was a high-tech pig farm and was even featured on TV. He heard that even the provincial leaders visited Feng Xingtai's farm. There were rumors that his farm's profits were more than a few 100,000 RMB a year. He definitely would not default his payment to the fireworks factory. On New Year Day, Feng Yu had called his father and told him that they had made quite a substantial profit the past year. Feng Yu asked his father to order some fireworks and firecrackers for celebration. Feng Xingtai felt that Feng Yu was wasteful, as he wanted to order 50,000 RMB worth of firecrackers and fireworks. How many bottles of soybean oil must he sell to get 50,000 RMB? However, Feng Xingtai made the order with the factory, but he only ordered 30,000 RMB. Soon, Feng Yu called him again to inform him that they had collected the payments for the animal feeds. It was more than 1 million RMB. Even without this 1 million RMB, the food processing factory was still making profits. Now, he has an additional 1 million RMB. This was like money dropping from the skies. So, Feng Xingtai was in a good mood, and he ordered an additional 20,000 RMB worth of fireworks and firecrackers. Feng Xingtai told himself that this was not a waste of money. It was his son that wanted this, and he was just giving his son what he wanted. Then, Feng Yu called home again and told him that he was admitted into Beijing University. Feng Xingtai was surprised. Shouldn't the entry exams for the university be in summer? How come Feng Yu could get admitted now? He questioned Feng Yu further and found out that Feng Yu was exempted from the entry exams. His son was admitted into China's top university, and he was overjoyed. Celebrations. This was an occasion that calls for a big celebration. This news made him happier than him earning a few million RMB the past year. This was a significant event for the Feng family. Feng Yu had brought glory to the Feng family. Feng Xingtai immediately called the people from the cinema to come to the cinema in the district to screen free movies for everybody. He then called the fireworks factory to order firecrackers. 5,000 firecrackers were not enough. He wanted a string of 10,000 firecrackers. You cannot make it. I will pay you 500 RMB more. Is that enough? Double the amount of the fireworks. Money is not a problem. Today, Feng Xingtai was at the city's fireworks factory to collect his orders. It was a truckload full of firecrackers and fireworks. He had spent over 100,000 RMB. Initially, Feng Xingtai felt that spending 50,000 RMB on fireworks was a waste, but now, he thought that even 100,000 RMB worth of fireworks and firecrackers were not enough. These few days, he was smiling non-stop. Whenever he met kids with their parents, he would chat with the parents and talk about their children's studies. After knowing about this news, Zhang Muhua went to her neighbor's house every day and kept talking about her son. Oh, your knitting skills are so good. The weather is turning cold, and I am thinking of knitting a sweater for my son. You know what? My son was admitted into Beijing University without the need to take the entrance exams. You had bought fish today. My son loves to eat fish. Eating fish is good for the brains. You know what? My son was admitted into Beijing University without the need to take the entrance exams. Your children like to study. My son also likes to study too, and he got into 3rd high school in the city. You know what? My son was admitted into Beijing University without the need to take the entrance exams. The shocked and surprised expression on everybody's faces made Zhang Muhua smile the whole day. At first, Zhang Muhua had opposed the idea of buying fireworks and firecrackers. But now, she felt that Feng Xingtai had bought too few. He should buy more, and the fireworks should last for hours. Everybody in the district, no, everybody in the city must see it. Old Feng, have you just returned from the city? What did you buy? Lunar New Year goods? No, it's all fireworks and firecrackers. Do you still need to sell those things? Your factory is making so many profits, and you make more than what we earn in our lifetime. Who is going to sell these things? I am lighting all these by myself. Remember to come to the open area outside the Cultural Palace on Lunar New Year Eve to watch fireworks. Oh, these few days, there will be free movie screenings there too. Remember to go and watch. Set off those fireworks himself. All the passers-by did not believe him. A truckload full of fireworks to set off himself. Even during weddings, no one would set off so many fireworks and firecrackers. Feng Xingtai went to look for Wen Diguang. It was not safe to keep so many fireworks and firecrackers at the factory. Old Wen, I had bought some fireworks and firecrackers to set off during Lunar New Year. Can you lend me the warehouse on the farm behind the Cultural Palace? Huh, you need a warehouse. How many fireworks did you buy? That warehouse is used to store the fireworks bought by the district. The district had bought 5,000 RMB worth of fireworks. We will set those fireworks off on Lunar New Year Eve. 5,000 RMB. You call those fireworks? Who is going to watch those pathetic fireworks? I had bought over 100,000 RMB worth of fireworks. The whole district will be able to see it. Will there be any problems for me to store my fireworks in that warehouse? How much? Over 100,000 RMB. Old Feng, why did you buy so many fireworks? Wen Diguang thought that this money could be spent on more meaningful things. With this amount, Feng Xingtai could have bought a big apartment in the city, and even if he donated to the school could build a football field. Feng Xingtai raised his chins and said, I have the money and I just feel like buying. Chapter 272 Oil prices plunged. This chapter is updated by Abi. Just when Feng Xingtai was preparing for the Lunar New Year's celebration, Feng Yu returned to Bing City and he was on the phone with He Zhaoji. He was reporting the international oil and London gold prices. On January 17, the price of oil rose by $1 before it starts to fall. From that day onwards, oil prices fell almost every day. It had been 10 days, and oil prices had dropped from $207 to $19. The day where oil prices plunged the most was the 17th of January. It fell from $27 to $23. The next day, it fell to less than $20. After that, oil prices started to have small fluctuations, but it did not rise. The prices still kept falling bit by bit every day. He Zhaoji was in awe of Feng Yu's analysis of the market. Even when there was a war going on, Feng Yu still dared to short oil prices, and his predictions again came true. But He Zhaoji was worried that Feng Yu had set the selling price too low at $18. If he had set $20, he would have settled the future contract and made lots of profits. Feng Yu only told He Zhaoji to wait patiently. Although there were fluctuations, the oil prices will not rise. A few days later, it will fall to $18, and the future contract will automatically be settled. At the same time, all members of the Fu family gathered at Fu Rongqi's house to discuss if they should believe Feng Yu's claim of oil prices will fall to below $18. If they had entered the market when the oil prices were above $20, they would have made more than double their investments with high leverage, even when the price difference was $2. But they did not believe Feng Yu initially. If they had followed Feng Yu and short the oil at $27, they would have made 6 times their investment when oil prices fell to $18. Feng Yu had invested a few $100 million and had still used high leverage. This meant that Feng Yu would have made at least $2 billion. The 3 younger brothers were blaming their eldest brother, Fu Rongqi. If Fu Rongqi had followed Feng Yu, they would do the same thing too. Even if they invested 100 million Hong Kong dollars, they would have returns of 500 to 600 million Hong Kong dollars. If they invested more, their yields would be even higher. Fu Rongqi was furious. Look at the whole of Hong Kong. Who had shorted oil? How many people in the whole world had shorted oil? Even if I followed Feng Yu and short oil, would I dare to use high leverage? Would I dare to set such a low price? All of you also thought that oil prices would rise when there was a war. Who would expect it to fall? All of you knew how much Feng Yu had invested, and why didn't you invest? Fu Rongqi scolded his younger brothers, and they kept quiet. They only dared to grumble. If the Fu family were not headed by their eldest brother, they would also not be successful. In fact, even if Fu Rongqi had asked them to short oil that day, they would also not do it. They knew it was an opportunity, but they don't have the guts to do so. Fu Rongqi was also feeling uncomfortable in his heart. On the 16th of January, oil prices were still rising, and he thought that Feng Yu's analysis was wrong. However, the next day, oil prices plunged. Who would have thought of that? After that, oil prices plummeted and never recover. Before he could react and short the oil prices, it was too late. Feng Yu had said that oil prices will reach about $18 and there was only about $2 price difference. The returns were too low. Unless he dares to use high leverage like Feng Yu, but the risk was too high. These few years, Fu Rongqi had seen many successful tycoons slowly disappearing from the limelight. Most of them were because they had lost their fortune when they speculate on the financial market. Investing was not scary, even there was a risk of losing, but the risks could be controlled through careful analysis of the market. But speculation was the same as gambling. The returns were high, but the risks were also high. If one was not careful, he could lose every single cent. Look at Fu Rongjing. He had lost 400 million in forex market within a short period of time. He managed to recover most of his losses because of Feng Yu's tips on buying London gold futures. Fu Rongjing had learned his lesson. After he got back most of his losses, he immediately clears his debts and did not bet on oil prices falling. Fu Rongqi does not intend to invest in oil. The returns were not attractive enough, and there was still a high risk. He rather invests in the gold market. The fluctuations in the gold market were volatile, and gold prices fell as what Feng Yu claimed. It was not $360 per ounce. It was not far from Feng Yu's prediction of $355 per ounce. The Fu brothers had made quite a lot from following Feng Yu to short gold prices. This time, Fu Rongqi called everyone together was to ask them to invest in the gold market. He decided to buy gold at $355 per ounce, and he felt that it was quite safe. However, it was still up to them to determine if they wanted to invest. The three younger brothers looked at each other, and all of them decided to invest a sum of money. Although they do not believe Feng Yu, who claims that gold prices will rise sharply, their eldest brother's team of experts were sure of it. They could not predict how high the prices would reach, but they trust the experts. Anyway, they will be buying in the gold, and they could sell at any time. They will not be using high leverage, and they would still make profits. Fu Rongqi had some hesitations. Should he hedge against the gold and lower his risks? In the past, every time he invests in futures, he would do hedging. Hedging was commonly used by companies and big players. Although the returns will be lower, there will be lesser risks. Hedging would mean he had to give up the chance to use 100 million to earn 1 billion, but at the same time, it would prevent 1 billion to turn into 100 million or even less. Fu Rongqi could use this method and invest 1 billion to get returns of 100 million. Fu Rongqi was thinking about Feng Yu's expression when he shorts oil. He was so confident and decisive. He was so sure that he would win. Young men had the drive. But when they reached Fu Rongqi's age, they would tend to avoid taking high risks, even if the returns were high. Fu Rongqi wanted to do some hedging to lower the risk. He believed that once gold prices fell to $355, it will rebound. However, he was not confident that gold would reach more than $400 as Feng Yu claims. No one from his team dares to make such claims. A few days later, oil prices fell below $18, and Fu Rongqi was convinced of Feng Yu's abilities. Since Feng Yu was so accurate with the oil prices, then his prediction on the gold prices should also be correct. This time Fu Rongqi decided to invest without hedging. He was going to gamble it. Chapter 273 Getting a Stake in Mining Enterprise. This chapter is updated by Abi. Early in February, He Jiaoji called Feng Yu. Feng Yu's investments in London gold and oil futures were all settled. Currently, gold prices had fallen to $354. Is it time to buy gold? He Jiaoji and the other brokers at Wind and Rain Consulting Company had analyzed the market and came to a conclusion, which was gold prices will rise. The current price should be the lowest and would not fall below $350. Prices were always changing in the futures market, and Feng Yu decided to be more conservative. He told He Jiaoji to invest in small amounts and use low leverage. He can invest small sums to test the market, but the limit was $100 million. He Jiaoji was sighing in his heart. Manager Feng still does not trust him completely. Manager Feng had made over $2 billion from his investments in London gold and oil futures. Now, Feng Yu had over $3 billion of funds, and he only allowed him to invest with $100 million. But He Jiaoji believes that if he continues to perform well, Manager Feng will let him manage more funds. He was also confident that he could make profits in the gold market for Feng Yu and at the same time he could earn more commission. 3 days later, He Jiaoji settled his futures contract and had made $10 million for Feng Yu. Feng Yu was happy and allowed He Jiaoji to use $200 million to invest. A few days later, He Jiaoji makes profits again. The gold prices were not $368, and Feng Yu increased He Jiaoji's limit to $500 million. On the fourth time, He Jiaoji made money for Feng Yu allowed him to manage $1 billion of funds. He Jiaoji was still making money, and the returns were still about slightly more than 10%. Feng Yu was satisfied. Feng Yu was afraid that He Jiaoji was overconfident and used high leverage for his investment in gold. Even though there was a possibility of him getting high returns, he might also lose all his funds. Feng Yu does not have the time to monitor the market every day, and he only validly remembers the significant events that happened in the financial market. He could not remember the exact dates. If one day, gold prices fluctuate too volatile, he might lose everything he earned in the past. He Jiaoji had used hedging to lower his risk. He knows that his boss was not short of money and wanted to be safe. Actually, he also wanted to invest safely. Even if he invests in gold conservatively, with $1 billion, he will get at least tens of millions a week. His commission will still be a considerable amount. If he had used high leverage and lose money, he might even lose his life. Many triads in Hong Kong was willing to kill people for money. This period of time, the Fu family was also investing in the gold market. But they were making short-term investments. Fu Rongqi and his brothers had only used high leverage once and doubled their investment. After that, he started to invest safely by using hedging. The Fu family had made over 2 billion Hong Kong dollars on their first investment. This was enough, and Fu Rongqi does not allow the rest of the Fu family to be greedy. He chooses to invest safely. Even if the returns were only 100 to 200 million Hong Kong dollars a month, it was okay since the Fu family's other businesses were still making profits. The returns in the financial market had risks. Fu Rongqi had also decided to enter Hong Kong's real estate industry. The property will be a safe investment. Many investors shared a common trait. They would not invest large sums every time, and they would invest in some instruments that were safe and easily liquidated. Once the investors saw an opportunity, they would invest a large sum and made huge profits. George Soros and his team operated this way. With over $10 billion of funds, their average annual returns were less than $1 billion. But on certain years or a specified period of time, he could make over $10 billion in profits. Even he had made failed investments, his losses will not be significant. After hearing the good news from Hong Kong, Kirilenko also gave Feng Yu good news from his side. Kirilenko had heard that during the last Soviet Union meeting, some Allied countries' leaders had opposed to Mikhail Gorbachev's policies. Mikhail Gorbachev was losing his supporters. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for Mikhail Gorbachev to carry on another term. Many people felt that Yeltsin would be the next Soviet Union president and Mikhail Gorbachev would be stepping down earlier. Of course, there were some who thinks that Yeltsin will not be the Soviet Union president as Yeltsin had announced that Russian would leave the Soviet Union. He wanted the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Kirilenko's father, Senchenko, had received orders to store up military supplies in Russia. This represents something big would be happening. Now, most of the factories in the Soviet Union had stopped working. Not only the factories, directors, even the government officials, were in a rush to sell the factories and enterprises to raise money. This way, it could ease the government's financial issues and also help the workers. Although this was a temporary measure, they do not have other choices. The situation in the Soviet Union was messy. Many Soviets do not even put food on their tables. There were many people in the Soviet Union finding ways to get money, and with Kirilenko's background and his money, 7 mining enterprises had signed contracts with him to sell their shares to another company. This company was a shareholding, but all the shareholders were Kirilenko's men. Kirilenko was the real owner of all the shares. Kirilenko had run into some problems. He did not have enough money. The few mining enterprises directors were chasing him for payments. The contract would be voided once it passes the time limit. Kirilenko had made some money this period of time, but it was not enough. The last time Feng Yu had told Kirilenko that he wanted a stake in this company, and Kirilenko went to prepare the paperwork. Now all the procedures were ready, and he called Feng Yu to ask him to sign the contract. Feng Yu was overjoyed. He could finally own a stake in the Soviet Union mining enterprise. This was good news. Feng Yu had not allowed He Zhaoji to use all his funds was because he waiting to buy a stake in the Soviet Union mining enterprise. The last time Kirilenko had made it clear that Feng Yu would need to pay more than him, but he would be getting lesser shares. Feng Yu does not mind at all. Even if he owns lesser shares, it would still much cheaper than buying minerals from other countries. Furthermore, the Soviet Union was rich in minerals. Also, it was because of this reason, Kirilenko had promised Feng Yu a condition, which was Feng Yu could decide on the quantity of the minerals mined and the pricing of the minerals. After hanging up the phone call with Kirilenko, Feng Yu called his lawyer Wilson and HSBC Bank. He wanted them to prepare. Kirilenko would fly to Hong Kong to sign the contract with Feng Yu. At the same time, Feng Yu would transfer the payments to Kirilenko's overseas account. His lawyer and accountants would settle the rest of the minor details. Feng Yu packed his luggage excitedly and bought a ticket to Hong Kong. Chapter 274, Feng Yu's investment. This chapter is updated by Abi. Flying to Hong Kong from Bing City was troublesome. Feng Yu need to fly to Beijing Airport for transit to Chengdu, Tianfu or Shanghai, and from there, transit again to Hong Kong. If he was lucky, he only needs to transit once. If he was unlucky, he might need to transit more than 3 times. The air traffic in China at this time was terrible. It was not like the future years where there were direct flights to Hong Kong from Bing City Airport. After waiting for a day in Hong Kong, Kirilenko had arrived. He had brought 8 men with him. They were his lawyers, translators, luggage carriers or followers. At Wilson Law Firm, the both of them signed the contract. Feng Yu injected $2 billion into Moscow Mining Private Limited in exchange for 49% shares. This company was worth $1.5 billion initially. Feng Yu was surprised. He thought Kirilenko only had a few $100 million USD. He never expects Kirilenko to have $1.5 billion. This meant that he had gotten loans of more than a few $100 million rubles. He must have gotten a much bigger loan later. Of course, Feng Yu did not suffer many losses. He had spent $500 million more and still got 1% lesser shares. Kirilenko would make up to Feng Yu on other areas. For instance, Feng Yu had always wanted the Volga automobile production lines, more motorcycle production lines, generators technologies, or some other aircraft technologies. The value of these was not readily determined. Many of these were not available in the market even if you offer a lot of money. Feng Yu wanted these technologies to gain favors or build relationships with the motor factory and aviation factory. Both parties were happy. Kirilenko had saved a lot of money and still owns more than 50% of the mining company. Feng Yu had spent a lot more, but Kirilenko promised him to get advanced technologies for him. He still has the power to make decisions on some issues of the mining company. Although Kirilenko was the major shareholder, Feng Yu believes that if he wanted to sell the minerals to China, he would not object. The Fu family heard that Feng Yu had come to Hong Kong again and sent Fu Guangzheng to represent them, to take care of Feng Yu and his friend. Feng Yu knew that the Fu family had offered to show them around was because they wanted to befriend Kirilenko. But Feng Yu does not mind. Kirilenko was already tightly bonded with him, and the Fu family could not break their friendship. Feng Yu could also make use of Kirilenko's family background to increase his status in the hearts of the Fu family. But after Fu Guangzheng arrived, Feng Yu regretted. The 3 of them were talking, and Kirilenko's translators did not follow them. End up, Feng Yu became the translator between the both of them. Damn, I am wealthier than the both of you, and I still have to be your translator. After dinner and sending off Fu Guangzheng, Feng Yu and Kirilenko returned to the hotel. The both of them starts to discuss their business. At the same time, the Fu brothers gathered again. Guangzhong, you say that Soviet have military backgrounds. Fu Rongqi frowned. That's right. His father is a high-ranking officer in the Soviet army. You remember Feng Yu's aircraft deal a few months back. It was because of this guy. He could get the aircraft at low prices from the military factories. The four brothers looked at each other. They were shocked. They realized that they need to reevaluate Feng Yu's background. They knew that Feng Yu had some connections in the Soviet Union. If not, Feng Yu would not be able to do trading with the Soviet Union. They thought Feng Yu had some relationships with the Soviet Union's government. But they did not expect Feng Yu to have connections with the Soviet Union military. They were not experts in politics, but they knew that if a country's economy was bad, the government had no say. It was the military that has more power. Furthermore, the Soviet Union army was only of the most powerful army in the world. You say Feng Yu had invested in that Soviet's company. You know how much did Feng Yu invest? I am not sure, but Feng Yu had mentioned that he had invested half of his assets into that company. From Feng Yu's investments in the oil previously, he would have made at least $2 billion United States dollars. Also, his investment in London gold futures also made lots of profits. He was making lots of profits from all his investments and had never suffered any losses. I estimate Feng Yu's assets to be somewhere near to $3 billion United States dollars. Hiss. Other than Fu Rongqi, the other three brothers were surprised. Feng Yu had so many assets. Doesn't this mean Feng Yu was richer than the three of them? The three of them had depended on their inheritance and their eldest brother to get to where they were. But this Feng Yu was not even 20 years old and he had more assets than them. Fu Rongqi sighed. Lao see, if you are not from the Fu family, he might make your company bankrupt by snatching those shares from him. You can't even fight back. Humph. Fu Rongjing regretted treating Feng Yu like that in the past. If he had known Feng Yu's foresight and could make so much money in such a short time, he would give in to him and asked his son, Fu Guangzhong, to stay close to him. Although Fu Rongqi had stopped Fu Rongjing from taking revenge, Fu Rongjing was still feeling sore from that incident. He had wanted to create some problems in the sales company for Feng Yu. He does not believe that Feng Yu could do anything to him if he does not invest in the financial market. But now, he dare not to think this way. Feng Yu's ability to earn money had impressed all of them. Furthermore, Fu Rongjing had recovered the money he lost and even made 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Even he wanted to take revenge on Feng Yu, he cannot do so. If his eldest brother does not help him, his assets would not be enough to go against Feng Yu. Use some underhand methods. Fu Rongqi said that Feng Yu could get this information was because of the people behind him. The one behind him might be one of the core leaders of China. He might ignore these small incidents, but if something bad happens to Feng Yu, he will revenge on the Fu family. The Fu family might be fine now, but after 1997, the handing over of Hong Kong, will there still be the Fu family? Rather than making enemies with such a powerful opponent, why not be friends? The Fu family had shown their sincerities by selling Feng Yu the Aiwa shares. Feng Yu also shared some vital information with them as payback. Fu Rongjing would not go against money. He still wanted to develop his business in China. If he could get to the China market, he would be a multi-billionaire. Fu Rongqi was thinking about what company did Feng Yu invested in with so much money. This was an investment of over 1.5 billion United States dollars. What was worth investing in the Soviet Union? Feng Yu had mentioned that the Soviet Union would disintegrate, but why would he still invest there? He was not afraid that the new government would not recognize his investments and confiscated everything. Nevertheless, in his heart, Feng Yu had reached a very high status. Any higher, it would be those tycoons like Superman Lee. Feng Yu must be their friend. Chapter 275, High-Profile Feng Xingtai. This chapter is updated by Abi. By the time Feng Yu returns to Bing City, it was almost Lunar New Year. Taihao trading staffs will be sending the last batch of goods to the Soviet Union, and they will be going for their annual break. Wu Zigang and the rest were excited. They did not know what their year-end bonus was. 2 years ago, it was a pager. Last year, it was a motorcycle. Every year, they were getting the best bonus. No other companies in China could compete with them. What would it be this year? This year, Feng Yu did not prepare any products. He did not even prepare those daily commodities like rice, flour, etc. This year, Feng Yu will be giving out cash. The bonus was based on individual performance. Every one of them will be getting their bonus. The lowest amount was 8,000 RMB, and Wu Zigang got the most. 12,000 RMB. It might seem that they were getting lesser than the previous year, but Feng Yu had helped them invest their money. Although they were still holding on to their shares, Feng Yu had told them that they could sell the shares sometime in June. He promised everyone that they would at least get back a few folds of their capital. That means this year, every one of them would get at least tens of thousand RMB. This was much more than last year. News of Taiwan Trading's year-end bonus soon spread in the motor factory. Everybody was jealous of Taiwan Trading's staffs. They were jealous of Wu Zigang. Their monthly salaries were much higher than the national average, and their monthly benefits were much better than them. The year-end bonuses were envied by all the workers. Pagers and motorcycles. Other than the leaders in the motor factory, who else could afford? This year, Taiwan Trading gave out cash. Taiwan Trading staff's year-end bonus was equivalent to their 5 to 6 years' salaries. Of course, some people said Taiwan Trading was not doing well. Last year, the motorcycles were worth almost 20,000 RMB each, and this year the staffs only got about 10,000 RMB. These were all sour grapes. They were jealous of Taiwan Trading. Feng Yu felt that he was high profile, but when he returned to the district, he realized the true meaning of high profile. Why are there banners on all the lamp posts? There are no banners during last Lunar New Year. Usually, banners will only be hung when high-ranking officials are visiting. Congratulations to Feng Yu for getting into Beijing University. Learn from Feng Yu, contribute to the nation. Humble student gets into Beijing University. Wait a minute, these banners were writing about me. Feng Yu's hands, which was on the steering wheel, shook and almost drove the car into a ditch. There were dozens of banners along the road congratulating Feng Yu for getting into Beijing University. This made Feng Yu felt good. Did the people from the district education department hang these banners? Feng Yu was also not the top scholar in the nation. Was there a need to publicize his admittance into Beijing University? What does it mean by the humble student? If the Feng family is considered humble, then the whole of China will have no wealthy families. Learn from Feng Yu and contribute to the nation. This sentence is reasonable. There should be more of this banner. It must be written by some teachers. I must donate some money to the district schools. Feng Yu drove to his house, and he noticed there was a crowd outside. They were crowding around his father, and they seemed to be talking about something. Feng Yu was shocked. Who were these people? It was almost Lunar New Year, and they were creating trouble here. Wait, father was smiling, and furthermore, who would dare to create trouble for his father in the district? Even the chief of the farm department dare not to offend father. When Feng Yu alighted from his car, everybody starts to crowd around him. Xiao Yu, congratulations. I heard that you will be entering Watching University. What Watching University? It's Beijing University. Feng Yu had gotten a place in Beijing University. Do you even know what that means? Of course, he is exempted from taking the entrance exams. My brother was also the same in the past when he got a place in the agricultural and military university. Hi uncles, why are all of you here? Feng Yu smiled and asked politely. These people were all his elders. Xiao Yu, we heard that you will be coming back today and we are here to welcome you. Xiao Lei, come over here and greet your brother Feng Yu. He is a student at Beijing University. He will be a great leader in the future. Someone dragged a kid over. Feng Yu, I am not a god. I am not able to bless your kid to get a place in the university by touching him. Furthermore, your kid is too young. Come over and have some candies. My son is tired. Please leave after meeting him. Zhang Muhua walked out with a big tray of candies. Feng Yu was relieved. He was finally home and was stopped by the crowd outside his doorsteps. Dad, Mum, what is happening? Why are there so many people waiting for me? Also, why are there so many banners around the district? Feng Yu asked after drinking a big glass of honey water. Everybody envied me for having a son attending Beijing University. Feng Xingtai proudly said. But there is no need you to hang so many banners. Did you get people to hang those banners? No, it's the district that hangs those banners. You are the first person from our district that got into Beijing University. Feng Xingtai said with a proud expression. Fine, stop listening to your father's nonsenses. He had donated all the fireworks he bought to the district, and the district will set them off on Lunar New Year Eve. The district promised to hang a banner as thanks, but your father ordered more than 30 banners and got people to hang them up. Zhang Muhua added. What's wrong? Do you know how many fireworks I had donated? Can't I even hang some banners? Old Wen is getting more stingy. He wanted to save on the banners. Feng Xingtai said angrily. Dad, don't you think you are showing off? Ain't you the one who taught me to be humble? Feng Yu felt it was okay if it was only 1 or 2 banners. If he had gotten into Beijing University on his own capabilities, it was fine. But his spot in the university was because of some other reasons. Why can't I show off? Other people also want to show off, but their son must get into Beijing University first. Feng Xingtai retorted. Fine, fine, fine. You can show off. I asked you to buy some fireworks and firecrackers for the new year. How much did you buy? Feng Yu had called his father to buy more firecrackers and fireworks this year. You still dare to mention this? You asked your father to buy 50,000 RMB worth of fireworks and firecrackers, and your father bought over 100,000 RMB. Zhang Muhua was unhappy when she thought about the money spent on these things. Huh, when did I ask Dad to buy 50,000 RMB of fireworks? Didn't you page me and ask me to buy 50,000 RMB worth of fireworks and firecrackers? I asked you to buy Wu Wan's fireworks, Wu Wan, a person's name and it sounds similar to Wu Wan, 50,000. His factory's fireworks are the nicest. Feng Yu said. The pagers now were still numeric pagers, and if you want to leave messages, you need to call up a paging station and leave your message with the operator. See, I had told you that our son will not spend money so wastefully. I asked you to check with him again, and you don't listen. Zhang Muhua scolded. Never mind, since the fireworks were already bought. My son had got into Beijing University, and I am willing to get more fireworks. I want to let the whole district know about this. If it wasn't for the city regulations, I still wanted to set off those fireworks in the city. Don't prepare dinner tonight. We will have dinner at the food processing factory's canteen. I had invited some friends over, and I want them to meet our son. Feng Yu. Chapter 276, Celebrating Lunar New Year in Hometown. This chapter is updated by Abi. It was 9 p.m. on Lunar New Year Eve. Everybody in the district had gathered at the square in front of the Cultural Palace. Spring Festival Gala program was on every year, and usually, it was not interesting at the start of the program. They could also watch the reruns tomorrow. Everybody was there for the fireworks display. They heard that this year, the district will be setting off more than 100,000 RMB worth of fireworks. They do not want to miss it. Feng Yu knew that this type of fireworks display will be common in a few more years. Some places even spent millions on fireworks. The chief of the farm department said a speech and he mentioned Feng Xingtai and Feng Yu several times. Feng Xingtai was also invited to light the first string of firecrackers with the chief. After the sound of firecrackers stopped, the fireworks started. Everybody, regardless of young and old, cheered. This was a good year, and all of them made money from their farms. Feng Yu saw Li Na in the crowd, and he creeps up behind her. He tapped Li Na's left shoulder and quickly stepped to her right. Stop it, we will be going to Lu Kun's house tomorrow. This year, he is not going back to his hometown. Li Na playfully hit Feng Yu. Feng Yu replied, I can't join you all. Tomorrow I will be returning back to my hometown to celebrate the new year. We had not returned for the previous 2 years, and my grandfather had called. We got to go back this year. Feng Yu still have an elder uncle, and he was staying in Longjiang province too. But he is staying in a town further up north. His grandfather was staying with his elder uncle. In his past life, his grandfather was very healthy. But after the millennium, he passed away from an accident. Feng Yu had met his grandfather only a few times, and he does not remember him clearly. After their financial situation improved, Feng Xingti had wanted his father to stay with him, but his father wanted to live near his old friends. So, Feng Xingtai could only send him money every year, and during summer, he would visit him. Last New Year, the Feng family were unhappy. Many people were visiting them, and even those who were not close to them had visited them. They were there just to get red packets. This year, Feng Xingtai decided to drive over to his father's place on the first day of the new year. Just nice, there was a new highway built the previous year and it was more convenient. When will you be coming back? Li Na asked with a disappointed face. She rather not have holidays and she could meet with Feng Yu in school every day. Maybe after the 5th day of New Year. Why, are you missing me already? Feng Yu joked. Who would miss you? Today's fireworks are beautiful. Li Na blushed. You like fireworks? Then in future, we will set off so many fireworks every year. Since the Feng family had show off once, why not show off every year? His father and mother will be happy too. What are you two talking about? When Dongjun suddenly appears and behind him was the top student Lu Kun. We are discussing if we should tell Uncle Wen that you are dating in school. It's been a while since I saw Uncle Wen whacking you with a cane. Feng Yu said. Ah, you promised me not to tell my father. I also did not tell Uncle Feng about the both of you. Wen Dongjun was scared. His father had warned him not to date while schooling. Ha ha ha, he is just joking with you. Let's go over there. The fireworks over there are low, but it's nice too. Lu Kun dragged Wen Dongjun away. This Wen Dongjun was too nosy and likes to interrupt others. The both of them just stood there and chat. Li Na does not allow Feng Yu to even hold her hands. She was afraid that her parents would find out. After the fireworks display was over, Li Na returns home. Feng Yu sighed. He must make their relationship known to everyone after the both of them attended university in summer. Their classmates even had children, and why can't they date? The first day of Lunar New Year, Song Deliang knocked on the door of Feng Xingtai's house. But after knocking for a while, no one opened. The neighbor came out and told him that the Feng family had left early in the morning. They had gone back to their hometown for New Year. Left early in the morning? It is only 7 a.m. now. Song Deliang sighed. He was very disappointed. He had woke up at 6 a.m. and rode a bicycle over. This year he could not get any benefits from Feng Xingtai. He was grumbling when he was leaving. There were lots of people coming over in the morning, but all of them left disappointed. Those people that were close to the Feng family, like the people from Taiwan Premium Food Factory, knew the Feng family would not be around and they did not visit today. Meanwhile, Feng Yu was driving along the new highway towards his eldest uncle's house. The father and son took turns to drive. The road condition was excellent, and it had not snowed the past few days. They could drive at a higher speed, and they reached before noon. We can finally have a quiet New Year. We should have come back here last year. Zhang Muhua laughed. Those people were irritating. Last year, the highway was not ready yet. If we drive, it will take us a day. If we are going by train, we still have to travel to Bing City's train station. We would not be able to get the train tickets too. Now it is more convenient to drive back. This year, we would not be meeting those irritating people. We should be happy. Feng Xingtai also dislikes those people. It was okay if those people wanted to borrow money from their farms. The most irritating people among them were people like Song Deliang. He was there just to take advantage of them. Xiao Yu, stop by the side. Let your father drive. You don't know the way. Zhang Muhua tapped on Feng Yu's shoulders. Honk, honk. Feng Xingtai pressed the horns, and there were barking in the yard. Soon, the doors opened, and someone who resembles Feng Xingtai walked out. Xingtai, Muhua, Xiao Yu is so tall now. You arrived so fast. How was the road conditions? Eldest uncle Feng Xingguo asked. Happy New Year, uncle. Is brother Danhua back? He is back. He is helping your aunt preparing lunch. Come in. Why are you bringing so many things? We do not need anything at home. Feng Yu carried 2 big bags into the yard. It was gifts which he had bought from the Soviet Union in Hong Kong. Aunt walked out with an apron. Feng Yu's cousin Feng Danhua also came out and helped Feng Yu to carry the bags. Xiao Yu, you are so tall now. Was it 3 or 4 years since you came over? Auntie, I am not as tall as brother Danhua. These few years, I am in high school and is quite busy with my studies. That's why I did not visit you. Feng Yu made up an excuse and at the same time praised his cousin, making his aunt happy. Come in, your grandfather is waiting inside. Everyone entered the house, and Grandpa Feng was smiling non-stop. Xiao Yu, you got into any university? Grandpa Feng asked. When the word, university, was mentioned, Zhang Muhua became full of energy. All the tiredness from the traveling was gone. She said, Xiao Yu was exempted from taking the entrance exams for the university. Only the best students can be exempted. He had gotten a place in Beijing University. Chapter 277 Feng Xingtai's family is not simple. This chapter is updated by Abi. Although eldest uncle's house was a cottage, the area was big. It was a few hundred square meters. Feng Yu's uncle only has a son, Feng Danhua, and Feng Yu's grandmother had passed away many years ago. Feng Yu did not even have any impression of her. Feng Yu and the rest entered the house and his aunt had prepared lunch. All of them sat down for a late reunion lunch. Just when they raise their glasses for a toast, they hear the dog in the yard barking. Eldest uncle was puzzled. There should not be anyone visiting during meal times. Is this Feng Xingguo's house? Yes. Do I know you? Feng Xingguo looked at the visitor. He does not know him at all. Hi, I am a partner of Taiwan Trading. I am the boss of Xingfa Motorcycle in the city. I am here to wish Manager Feng a Happy New Year. I had brought some gifts with me. Where can I place them? Xingtai, he seems to be looking for you. Feng Xingguo shouted. Feng Xingtai and Feng Yu walked out. Feng Danhua also followed them outside. Oh, Manager Feng, you are really here. Happy New Year. Feng Xingtai looked at the person in a daze. He does not know this person. But this person had wished him a Happy New Year, and he could only smile and was prepared to shake hands with him. Just when he stuck out his hand, he saw Feng Yu reach out and shook that person's hands. Feng Xingtai put down his hand. This person was here to look for Feng Yu. Mr. Liu, Happy New Year to you too. Why did you bring so many gifts? These are for Senior Mr. Feng. Especially this wine. This is medicated wine, and it is made using Chinese herbs according to an old Chinese doctor's recipe. It is good for the health. Fine, I will accept your gifts. Mr. Liu could tell that Feng Yu does not have any intentions of asking him to stay and he left. After Mr. Liu left, Feng Xingtai asked Feng Yu, what's happening? He is a dealer for Songjian motorcycles. I guess that he heard that we are here for the new year and came visiting. Oh, these are all fresh fruits. Let's bring them in before it froze. This Mr. Liu had called Wu Zigang for New Year greetings, and he found out that Feng Yu had come here to celebrate the New Year. He used all his means to find out the address and rushed over to send gifts. He was driving a jeep, and that jeep had no air conditioner. He was freezing, but at least Feng Yu accepted his gifts. Maybe this year, he could get some better deals. After Feng Yu and the rest brought the gifts in, the dog barks again. Is this Feng Xingguo's house? Feng Yu stood up and followed his uncle outside. Manager Feng, Happy New Year. My brother is selling vegetables, and I had brought you some. There are leeks, green peppers, celery, spinach, and cauliflower. These are all very fresh. Mr. Shu, Happy New Year. Thank you. The both of them exchanged some pleasantries, and Mr. Shu left. This Mr. Shu is a dealer for wind and rain humidifiers and bladeless fans. Before Feng Yu could enter the house, he heard the sounds of a car engine. Is this Feng Xingguo's house? Feng Xingguo looked at his nephew. Is this person also looking for him? Mr. Son, Happy New Year. Manager Feng, Happy New Year. I have some wild chickens, rabbits and deer meat for you. There are also 2 big geese. It is from my farm. Please accept it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sun. Manager Feng, I am selling Taiwan brand of animal feed, and I also rear pigs. This past year, I had made some money. These are just to show my thanks to you. There were a total of 5 visitors, and the house was full of New Year gifts. Everyone in the Feng family was looking at Feng Yu, waiting for his explanations. They are just some dealers. I am also not sure how come they know I am here. Some of them are selling motorcycles, some are selling home appliances, animal feeds and the local gloves and textiles factory. I did not expect them to find out Uncle's address. But the New Year gift they gave is good stuff. Later, I will arrange for someone to send some gifts to them. Grandpa Feng said. Danhua, bring Xiao Yu along to store these gifts. He was overjoyed to see people sending his grandson gifts. Only capable people will have others queuing up to send gifts to him. Grandfather Feng had spoken. Feng Danhua and Feng Yu immediate carry the gifts to the store. The fresh vegetables and fruits were kept outside. Brother, I think you should stop working at that factory. Your salary is not high, and they keep delaying your salary. Feng Xingtai said. Feng Yu added. That's right. Uncle, this place is facing a junior high school. Why not build a row of houses and set up some shops, like stationery stores, snacks, etc. You can surely make some money. If you do not want to manage the shops, you can rent it to others. Feng Xingguo's house was directly opposite the junior high school in that district. This was an excellent location, and with such a big piece of land, why not make full use of it? Zhang Muhua said. Brother, you are the one who had given us the money for the tractor. Now, Xingtai and Xiao Yu's business is good and had made some money. Listen to me. In spring, we will build a 3 stories building here, and we will install an elevator and escalators in the building. This way, father will not be tired from climbing stairs. Feng Xingguo looked at his wife, and his wife also does not know how to react. His younger brother had been sending them money every month, and the amount was increasing every month. They could not even finish spending the money. The last time Feng Xingtai visited them, he was driving a small Soviet Union car, and this time, he drove a bigger car. Also, many people came to send gifts today. It seems that Feng Xingtai's business was indeed very successful. Feng Xingtai had asked his brother to move over to his district, but he does not want. He was used to this area. Fine, just listen to manhwa. The two of you are brothers, and there's no need to be embarrassed about this. Come, drink with me. Grandfather Feng knocked on the table and said. Feng Yu turned to his cousin, Feng Danhua. Brother Danhua, you should be graduating from university next year. Have you heard where you will be assigned to? This was something Feng Xingtai instructed. Feng Xingtai had spoken to his nephew, but Feng Danhua does not want to do business. He just wanted to have a stable income by working in a government agency. But even if working for others, it must be a good unit. Feng Xingtai does not know a lot of people. Feng Yu was different. Feng Yu had lots of connections, and he had always boasted that there was nothing he could not achieve. This was why Feng Xingtai asked Feng Yu to arrange for his cousin to work in a good unit. I am not sure. I should be assigned to this area, the countryside. If only I can be assigned to the city. The city's living conditions were much better than in the countryside. Do you want to go to Bing City? I have some connections there, and you can work in Bing City's government agencies. Assigned to Bing City? Is this possible? Feng Danhua was tempted. This means that you agree. Later, pass me your details. I promise you that you will be assigned to work in a government agency in Bing City. Oh, do you have any departments that you wanted to enter? Feng Danhua's eyes widen. Not only he can be assigned to Bing City, but he can also choose the department. Can I work in the city government? Feng Danhua asked. I cannot promise you a job in the city committee, but it will not be a problem with the city government. With Feng Yu's relationship with Zhang Reiqiang, this was not a problem. Zhang Reiqiang would not reject Feng Yu. If this does not work out, Feng Yu could use his special move, donations, to arrange a job for his cousin. Grandfather Feng was in a good mood when he saw Feng Danhua and Feng Yu chatting happily together. Harmony in the family made him smile. This younger son's family is not simple. Chapter 278 Technologies Exchange Part 1. This chapter is updated by Abi. A few days later, Feng Yu and his family drove back to the district, and on the 9th day of the new year, Feng Yu returned to Bing City to settle some of his company's matters. High school year 3 students start school earlier, and on the 11th day of the Lunar New Year, February 25th, his classes started. Feng Yu skipped school on the first day. This time, the teachers do not care, and even his form teacher approved his leave readily. Feng Yu was already admitted into Beijing University, and he does not even need to take the high school exams. It was okay for him to skip lessons. Feng Yu's form teacher was also pleased that Feng Yu got a place at Beijing University. This meant that his performance was outstanding and could even be promoted. If Feng Yu was in class, he might affect the other students. Feng Yu had skipped school because Kirilenko had sent something which Hu Heitao wanted. Large aircraft engines technologies. This time, there were no engineers that came. Those military engineers were wealthy and do not need to work overseas. Furthermore, the KGB was watching them. Kirilenko dare not to send them to China. He was already taking a significant risk for sending these technologies over. Secretary Xu, I had told you so many times that you must prepare tea for guests. Feng Yu sat on the sofa in Hu Heitao's office. His legs were crossed, and he was ordering Hu Heitao's secretary. Hu Heitao's office desk had a stack of blueprints. He and the engineers of aviation factory were going through the blueprints carefully. Secretary Xu helplessly replied, Manager Feng, it is not that I do not want to serve you tea. Director Hu and the rest are looking at the documents, and I do not want those documents to get wet. What should I say about all of you? Get someone to photocopy those documents for each of them. Look at your chief engineer Wang. He is drooling, and if the blueprints get smudged, I will not get a replacement for you. Chief engineer Wang wiped his mouth, but there were no drools. This Feng Yu was talking nonsense. But he was someone with a mild temper. He only rolled his eyes at Feng Yu and shouted to Secretary Xu, Xiao Xu, get someone to make a few copies of the blueprints and make sure no one peeps at the documents. These documents are confidential. If someone peeps, get the security to arrest them. Feng Yu was looking around the room, and he noticed Chief Engineer Wang staring at him. Damn, I had helped your factory get these blueprints, and are you going to arrest me? Manager Feng, other than the few of us, have you shown other people these blueprints? Deputy Chief Engineer Li asked. Feng Yu bowed his head in thoughts. Suddenly he raised his head and said, "Ah. I remember. Other than the few of you, Secretary Shu had seen the documents." Secretary Shu, who was stacking the blueprints, jumped up. He gave Feng Yu an angry look and continued stacking the plans. He piled the blueprints in order and kept it in his briefcase. He will photocopy the plans personally. No other people can touch these blueprints. There were only less than 10 people in the aviation factory who can touch these blueprints. How is it, Director Hu? These are the blueprints for Elysian series aircraft engines. Later, the blueprints for Antonov series aircraft engines and the sample engines will be sent over together with the next batch of aircraft. You must be glad that you had worked with me, right? Feng Yu asked proudly. Hu Heitao and the rest of the engineers' hands were trembling. They were too excited. The aviation factory only have the technologies for small aircraft, and they were also researching on automobile engines. With these blueprints, the aviation factory will be China's top aircraft manufacturer. They had already informed their higher-ups about this. They wanted to get credits for these. After they had studied the technologies and can build these engines, Hu Heitao and the whole aviation factory will be in the limelight. They can't send over the aircraft engineer over first. Chief Engineer Wang asked disappointedly. Chief Engineer Wang, I am giving these to you free. Stop being picky. I had also discussed with Director Hu. If I am able to get the technologies of other aircraft models, I will sell them to aviation factory at a low rate or use it to exchange for some other technologies. Exchange technologies? What technologies do you want to exchange? Chief Engineer Wang was on alert. The core technologies in Bing City Aviation Factory needed the approval of Director Hu and him before anyone can access them. Chief Engineer Wang, you are saying as if I am taking advantage of the aviation factory. All this while, it is the aviation factory taking advantage of me. But I could tell that all of you wants to contribute to the nation, so I will not be so calculative. Feng Yu said, recently, I am thinking of researching automobiles. All of you should know that now there are competitors for my motorcycles. I am thinking of extending the product range of the machinery company. You want to manufacture automobiles. Automobiles are not as simple as motorcycles. Don't think that your machinery company can manufacture tractors, you can manufacture automobiles. Hu Heitao looked at Feng Yu. That's why I want to exchange your automobile technologies. Didn't your factory start researching on this 2 years ago? But the minivans your factory produces is not good. You all only focus on being fuel efficient, but it was not comfortable to drive. Feng Yu was targeting their technologies, but he was also picking faults with them. You want to manufacture automobiles. Will the city allow? The city will surely allow. I am building a new factory, and I will provide employment and taxes in the future. You think the city is going to reject me? With the profits of the machinery company, the city knows that I am able to pay the workers' salaries and they will not create trouble for the government. Feng Yu knew that there was a state-owned enterprise, First Automobile Works, in Lin Province. First Automobile Works had given the province lots of income from their trucks and cars. Recently, First Automobile Works wanted to set up a branch factory in Bing City to manufacture some parts. The Lin Province's machinery company was also bought over by First Automobile Works. Feng Yu felt that First Automobile Works' development was poor. They had lacked foresight. Feng Yu was confident that the cars produced by his machinery company would be more suitable for the consumers. Furthermore, Audi also started with joint collaboration of a bicycle factory, a motorcycle factory, and a small automobile manufacturer. Audi was so successful in the future. Why Audi could succeed but not the machinery company? Even if it was throwing money, Feng Yu also wanted to build a top automobile brand in China. The future automobile market in China is enormous, and almost every major automobile brands wanted a piece of the market. Toyota and Volkswagen had occupied most of China's market share, and because of this, they overtook General Motors as the world's top and second automobile companies. Director Hu, Chief Engineer Wang, and other leaders. Please take time to consider. Aircraft technologies and automobile technologies, which is more important? If you do not agree, it's fine. At most, I do not manufacture automobiles. Manager Feng, don't be anxious. Let us consider. We can always discuss this slowly. Deputy Chief Engineer Li said. That's it for today. I still have something on. I hope you can give me a definite answer the next time I come. Feng Yu stood up and left. He knew that the aviation factory will be tempted by his offer. Chapter 279 Technologies Exchange Part 2. This chapter is updated by Abi. As the political situation in the Soviet Union worsens, Kirilenko had more chances. Now, it was only half the price of the previous year for a motorcycle production line. It was easier to get technologies too. If it was last year, it was impossible to get the technologies for aircraft. Now, it was not a problem for Kirilenko. There were many technologies which Feng Yu had no use, and it was not worth selling as the selling prices were not high. So, Feng Yu intended to use these technologies to exchange for the technologies he needed, and the rest will be given away in exchange for favors. Many times, favors were worth much more than money. March. The first batch of modified Elysian 76 planes arrived at Bing City Airport, and all the 5 airline companies got 1 plane each. Together with the aircraft, there were 2 aircraft engines of 2 different models. They were taken away by Bing City Aviation Factory. They were placed separately in 2 different workshops. Other than a few designated engineers, no one could get near the engines. Once again, Feng Yu came to Hu Heitao's office. This time, he arrived empty-handed. Manager Feng, where is the information for the Antonov aircraft technologies? Hu Heitao asked anxiously. Director Hu, why are you so anxious? Has your factory finished researching on the Elysian engine? You cannot be too greedy. You must do things step by step. I had already promised you. When did I go back on my words? Feng Yu said slowly. Then why are you here? Feng Yu was pissed. Are you saying that I cannot come here if I don't have anything for you? Director Hu, although I did not bring the technologies for the aircraft engine with me, I am able to get the blueprints for MiL helicopters and some related technologies. The technologies include the double rotors and coaxial rotors. Although these technologies are not the most advanced, I think it will be useful for your factory. However, it seems that I am not welcome here, and I will let my Soviet friend know that I do not want these technologies. Feng Yu stood up and was prepared to leave. Manager Feng, don't be like this. Xiao Shu, what are you doing? Where is the tea for Manager Feng? Go and get the tea leaves from that metal container. Brew a cup of tea with those tea leaves. Hu Heitao held Feng Yu back. He did not expect Feng Yu to be able to get the MiL helicopters technologies in blueprint. These were technologies for one of the best helicopters in the world. Currently, the world's largest helicopter is the MiL-26, and the technologies used in this helicopter is very advanced. Hu Heitao was still feeling vexed these few days. His higher-ups had ordered him to give a copy of the aircraft technologies to Shen City's aviation factory, saying that factory was also researching aircraft engines and could use the Soviet Union technologies as a reference. Hu Heitao was furious. He had worked so hard for these technologies, but Shen City Aviation Factory could also get a copy of it. His higher-ups knew that he could get the technologies for other models of aircraft, and he even got the latest aircraft engine sample. Now, he was regretting to try to claim credit so early. All his efforts benefited others. Today, Feng Yu came over and told him that he could get the MiL helicopters technologies, and this made him very happy. This time, he will not report to his superiors. He will only report after his factory had finished learning the technologies and produced the helicopters. It will also be a great achievement. Although aircraft engines technologies might be more valuable, in Bing City Aviation Factory, helicopters technologies were the most important. This tea tastes so good. How come I had never drink before? Feng Yu turned to Hu Heitao. Hu Heitao gritted his teeth and said, if Manager Feng does not mind that the box had only half remaining, you can bring it back. These tea leaves were given to him by a high-ranking military leader. He does not even bear to drink it himself. Ha ha ha, how can I do this? Secretary Shu, bring those tea leaves here. Later I will bring the tea leaves along with me when I leave. Don't even think of changing the leaves in the box. I remembered the smell of those leaves. Cough, Manager Feng, how are you going to sell those helicopters technologies? Hu Heitao anxiously asked. He was not concerned with those tea leaves. Sell, I am not selling, I only want to exchange. Exchange for all of your factory's automobile technologies. Especially the turbocharged engine technologies. I know your factory have completed the research for this. All the technologies. This. Why, you think MiL helicopter technologies is not worth all your automobile technologies? Director Hu, if you hesitate any longer, I will not exchange with you. Anyway, I will be buying the Volga automobile production line, and it comes along with their technologies. I have also hired a number of their engineers. Worst come to worst, I will spend more money and get them to research for me. Feng Yu said slowly. When will they be able to finish researching the engine? It is not an easy task. Hu Heitao sneered. I can wait. Feng Yu crossed his arms. Let's see who was more anxious. Manager Feng, I remember you mentioned that you can get the technologies of other models of aircraft. Those are useless to you. Why not exchange those with me too? Hu Heitao said. You are wrong. It is not I can get those technologies. The technologies are already with me. Do you want the Antonov aircraft building techniques? Feng Yu asked. Yes, why not? Hu Heitao was overjoyed. This was one more technology. Fine, then use your humidifiers and bladeless fans shares to exchange for it. Feng Yu said and smiled. Manager Feng, are you joking with me? Hu Heitao was shocked. Those dividends from those shares was a lot every year. What do you think? This is contributing to the nation. You can't even bear to let go of those shares. Feng Yu purposely said. Hu Heitao was cursing in his heart. You do not need that money, but the aviation factory needed it. Hu Heitao thought for a while and said, Manager Feng, can you get the McCoy and MiG fighter jets technologies? Feng Yu replied with a dark face, no. Damn, McCoy and MiG fighter jets were the Soviet Union's top fighter jets, and it was one of the best fighter jets in the world. Kirilenko was not powerful enough to get those. Manager Feng, I do need the most advanced technologies. I will be happy with the technologies of the old models, which the Soviet Union sold to other countries. For instances, the engine technology. You must help me. With this technology, our country's aviation technology will be more advanced. China had bought the old models of McCoy and MiG jets and had disassembled it before. Later, China's own fighter jets were imitated from the McCoy and MiG jets. But China's fighter jet could barely break the sound barrier. With these technologies, China's R&D will save a lot of time. I can't promise you anything, but I can try. Chapter 280 I want to manufacture automobiles. This chapter is updated by Abi. Zhang Reiqiang looked at Feng Yu in shocked. You want to manufacture automobiles? Xiao Yu, cars are not as simple as motorcycles. I don't think it is too complex either. Isn't it just an engine with 4 wheels? Feng Yu casually said. Zhang Reiqiang shook his head. If it were so simple, there would be cars all over China. Xiao Yu, we are just next to Shen Province, and First Automobile Works is just located there. First Automobile Works is China's biggest automobile manufacturer. You want to build an automobile factory in Bing City. Are you trying to compete with First Automobile Works? Zhang Reiqiang reminded Feng Yu. Feng Yu should know about this. What's wrong with competing with them? My technologies are better, the exterior will be more beautiful, the interior will be more comfortable, and my cars will be cheaper. Why can't I compete with them? Feng Yu was confident that he would be able to build a national automobile brand which will not be an imitation. Your technologies are better. Your cars will be more beautiful and comfortable. Your cars will be cheaper. Where did you get your confidence? Zhang Reiqiang was at a loss for words. Talk is cheap. You must be able to manufacture the cars first. I had bought Volga's production lines and technologies. I had also get someone to design the exterior and interior of the cars. I guaranteed that my cars will be top rated. As for the prices, it will be affordable, and the performance will also be good. You really want to manufacture automobiles? Yes, that's why I need the support of the city government. Give me a plot of land. I want to build a factory. You must consider carefully. The investment for an automobile factory is a big sum of money. Zhang Reiqiang tried to persuade Feng Yu again. There were not many people who could afford cars in China. This was different from motorcycles. The investment was high, and there might not even have 10,000 vehicles sold in a year. There was a high possibility for Feng Yu to make losses. Of course, Zhang Reiqiang tried to stop Feng Yu also because this factory will be built under the machinery company. If the city approved, then the city government got to inject more funds into the machinery company to prevent their shares from diluting further. The amount to be injected into the machinery company will not be a small amount. Now the machinery company cannot stop Feng Yu. After all, it will be the shareholders that will decide. But the city government can still stop this project by not giving the approval. I will discuss with the leaders. But the city might not give you the approval. Zhang Reiqiang felt that this might be worth a try, but the other leaders in the city might not want their machinery company's shares to be diluted. If Feng Yu wanted to build an automobile factory on his own, the city would not stop him, and the government will still support him. Zhang Reiqiang was also suspecting if Feng Yu really wanted to manufacture automobiles or he just wanted to use this as an excuse to dilute the city's machinery company shares. After all, the machinery company was making lots of profits from their agriculture machinery and motorcycles. Last year, there were 140,000 motorcycles sold. At first, everybody thought that the motorcycle market was small and there were too many competitors. Feng Yu's motorcycles were expensive also. Even if 100,000 units were sold, it would be considered an achievement. However, 140,000 units were sold, and Songjiang motorcycle brand was number 3 last year in China. This figure will increase further this year. It seems that Feng Yu had walked on the right path, but automobiles were different. Wealthy people prefer imported cars as the quality were better. Those that were not so rich would not buy cars. Motorcycles suit them better. Even the second-hand automobile market, imported cars were selling much better than domestic brands. Bing City's location was not ideal too. It was just beside China's largest automobile manufacturer, First Automobile Works. Mayor Zhang, why not you tell the city that I guaranteed that within 3 years, the annual sales will exceed 50,000 units. How much taxes do you think the city will get from me? Furthermore, I heard that the city had planned to invest a lot in education this year, but there was the insufficient budget. I can donate 3 new school buildings. Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes shined. This was good news. A school building will cost at least over 100,000 RMB. If it was a better building, it could cost over 1 million. The city can do more upgrading of the old schools with their existing budget. Fine, I will discuss with the leaders. I will give you an answer in 2 days' time. 2 days later, Feng Yu came to Zhang Ruiqiang's office, but when he saw the smile on Zhang Ruiqiang's face, he knows that he will be dealing with a cunning fox. Feng Yu immediately knows that the city had agreed, but they must be thinking of getting more money from him. Damn, taking advantage of me. If I am going to other areas to build this factory, the officials there will be treating me like a god. Mayor Zhang, from your expression, the city has agreed. Yes, you can consider it that way, but there are some conditions. Sigh, what are the conditions? I will see if I am able to accept it. Feng Yu sighed. First, you must build 10 school buildings within 3 years for the city, and the school buildings must be like the school buildings built by your father in your districts. Damn, 10 buildings. That will cost over 10 million RMB. Feng Yu was able to accept it. He was also using education to boost his reputations. In the future years, many undergrads felt proud for having attended class in school buildings donated by Sir Shah. If Sir Shah set up a company in China, there will be many talents queuing up to join that company, even if the wages were lower than average. Including the universities. Universities? No, mainly the high schools. China provides the fundings for their universities, and the city does not need to care about it. Feng Yu felt regretful. If it were the universities, it would be the best. But high schools are not bad either. But Feng Yu wants to include a condition as well. Fine, but the school building must be named by me. You want to name it as Wind and Rain Building? It does not sound auspicious. Feng Yu was speechless. Your name is not auspicious. Your whole damn family is not auspicious. Calling it Taiwan Building should be not a problem. Zhang Ruiqiang rolled his eyes. You think I don't know Taiwan from your parents' names? Fine, I can agree with this. So, you agree to the first condition. Let's talk about the next condition. The machinery company cannot move away from Bing City, and no matter how diluted the shares are, the city must get at least 10% of the shares. I can agree to not move the machinery company away from Bing City. But at least leave 10% share for the city, will depends on whether the city would be able to inject your proportions of funds. If the city is able to inject the funds, the shares will not be diluted. Stay in Bing City. This was not a problem. Feng Yu could always set up a shareholding company and transfer the machinery company's shares to that company, and he will still be able to manage the machinery company from there. The city was only worried about the taxes. He could always pay the taxes from other places. Fine, then I will say the third condition. Zhang Ruiqiang also knows that Feng Yu would never agree to let the city hold on to 10% shares without them injecting funds into the company. Wait, Mayor Zhang, how many conditions do you have? 100. Feng Yu was not happy. There were too many conditions. Zhang Ruiqiang smiled. This is the last condition. You must hire Bing City's residents first for your workers. This is also not a problem. This is the last condition. Then it's settled then. Feng Yu quickly stopped Zhang Ruiqiang before he keeps adding on more conditions. Those were the only conditions set by the city. Here is the city's map. Pick the location you wanted for your factory, and we can discuss the land usage fees. Damn, I knew it was not so simple. The city wants to use the land as a replacement for their proportion of funds. Feng Yu could agree to all those conditions was because he wanted his automobile project to start as soon as possible. Chapter 281 Going Through the Back Door. This chapter is updated by Abi. Feng Yu picked a land parcel. In the future, the city will build an industrial area there, and the current traffic conditions was not a problem too. When Zhang Ruiqiang told Feng Yu about the fees for the land, Feng Yu wanted to spit at him. This was a useless piece of land, and you want to charge me as if it was a prime location. Actually, the city wanted only half of what Zhang Ruiqiang told Feng Yu. But the city leaders do not understand Feng Yu as well as Zhang Ruiqiang. Zhang Ruiqiang could tell that Feng Yu was in a hurry to start this automobile factory and he wanted to get more benefits for the city. Feng Yu had just sold some aircraft and made quite a hefty profit. This amount should not be a problem for him. In the end, Feng Yu gave in. The city will use this plot of land as funds to inject into the machinery company. Feng Yu would use the technologies, production lines and a sum of money. Fu Guangzheng also injected his share of funds into the company. But the city's shares had dropped to 28%. Feng Yu and Feng Xingtai's shares increased to 56%. Zhang Ruiqiang drank a large cup of tea. He finally completed the task given to him by the city and the city still had 3% shares more than they expected. They had expected their shares to drop to 25%. After drinking his tea, Zhang Ruiqiang noticed Feng Yu was staring at him. Why are you still here? You still want me to treat you lunch? If it were other investors, Zhang Ruiqiang would offer to have a meal together after their business deals. But not for Feng Yu. Mayor Zhang, we have finished our official matters. I suddenly remembered some personal matters. Personal matters? Zhang Ruiqiang warily looked at Feng Yu. What personal matters do you have to discuss with me? This brat must be thinking of using me again. What does he want to sell this time? No way. Absolutely no way. Mayor Zhang, other than business, we are considered friends. I also had helped you with the city's tobacco factory. I heard that the exclusive cigarettes were sold out once it went on the shelves. All these are because of me. You still dare to talk about this? Everyone in the city is talking about this. They are saying that those exclusive cigarettes are produced for us and the number of cigarettes we smoke in a year was worth a building. You and your stupid idea. Zhang Ruiqiang was furious. This Bing City exclusive cigarettes were selling better than expected. However, it had a negative influence. The reputation of the city government was gone. Sigh, Mayor Zhang, the more you try to stop people from talking about it, the more these rumors will spread. Why not all of you just start to smoke this type of cigarettes and stop buying Hongshan brand of cigarettes? This will also be supporting the local products. Zhang Ruiqiang was too inexperienced. He wants to stop people from talking about this, but the more he tried to prevent people from spreading these rumors, the faster the rumors will spread. Even if he really smoked these cigarettes, what can those people do? Furthermore, it was for the local factory and what's most important was the leaders knew why you are doing this. Zhang Ruiqiang opened his drawers and took out a packet of exclusive cigarettes. You think we did not do what you had just said? But those people were spreading rumors that the cigarettes we smoked are better and different from the ones sold by the factory. The cigarettes we smoked were better and more expensive. Feng Yu wanted to laugh. It was funny to see Zhang Ruiqiang gets the blame. This was nothing like the future leader of Bing City he had seen in the future. Feng Yu held back his urge to laugh and said, actually, our Bing City's Baijiu factory, beer factory, and other factories can also use this method. Make some exclusive goods. Let those people go and guess who those goods were exclusively produced for. The factories make money, that means the city makes money. These are all for the people, and I think the leaders should be prepared to make some sacrifices. Stop giving me stupid ideas. Don't you have any normal methods? I have. Advertisements. Is the city willing to pay for the advertising fees? I can make an advertising pan for you free of charge. Zhang Ruiqiang was speechless. The city cannot afford to advertise on CCTV like Feng Yu. It was too expensive. If all the factories advertised on CCTV, they would not even earn back the advertising fees even when their sales improved. Feng Yu leaned forward and smiled. Mayor Zhang, actually I still have an idea to change people's perception of the city government. Zhang Ruiqiang was looking forward to Feng Yu's idea. What's your solution? Mayor Zhang, my cousin, will be graduating from the university this year and there are some problems with the job he will be assigned to. He will be assigned to where he was registered, the local government will make the proper arrangements. He is a university graduate, what's there to worry about? Zhang Ruiqiang said. He is thinking of working in Bing City government, Feng Yu said. You want him to enter the government through the back door? If you want to think this way, so be it. Feng Yu shamelessly admitted. My nephew is working in a production line of the beer factory, and my other nephew is working at a textile factory. That's different. Those are your relatives. If you give them good positions, people will start talking behind your back. My cousin is different. He is a graduate of a reputable university, and he just wants a normal job with Bing City's government. He does not need to be a high-ranking official. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. He had just graduated and still want to be an official. You think it is easy to be an official? You tell me how to change people's perception of the city first. He agrees. Feng Yu was overjoyed, and he quickly said, actually, you can report it in the news that this Bing City exclusive cigarette is a brand of cigarettes targeting Bing City. These cigarettes are exclusively for Bing City. Doesn't it solve all your problems? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu was telling him to lower his status and deceive the residents. This might be a good idea, but he was the deputy mayor, and he would lose face if he does that. What nonsense. This is your solution. It will definitely solve your problems. Impossible. Zhang Ruiqiang rejected this idea. Even if he agrees, the other leaders will not accept. There is another solution. You can advertise in the newspapers about the beer factory introducing a new type of Bing City's exclusive beer. At the same time, you can increase the government image. Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes grew wider. This method can stop the rumors and also increases Bing City government's image. The beer factory sales will also increase. This method can consider. During the meeting, the leaders can discuss this. This method should be approved. Later you pass me your relative's particulars. But he will only be an ordinary clerk. Nothing more than that. The city government will also be recruiting more staffs this year. University graduates were the ones they wanted. There's no need for later. I have all his particulars with me now. I will leave these with you. Thanks for your help. Zhang Ruiqiang, didn't you suddenly think of this personal matter? Why do you have his particulars with you? You had planned this from the start. I am fooled by you again. Chapter 282 Building Cars Behind Closed Doors. This chapter is updated by Abi. Manager Zhao, Manager Mei is back. Oh, how was the negotiation? Bing City government should agree to our conditions, right? Manager Zhao asked while enjoying his tea. Manager Zhao, Manager Mei does not look right. I think he might have encountered some problems with the negotiation. What problems? Where is Mei Fengwu? Ask him to come in now. First Automobile Works, China's largest automobile manufacturer. They did not even succeed to take over two small factories in Bing City. Impossible. The conditions they offered to Bing City were quite attractive, and those two factories were close to shutting down. Bing City wanted more money. Bing City government should not be taking such risks. Manager Zhao, I had let you down. I had let First Automobile Works down. The negotiations failed. Mei Fengwu sighed and said. Failed? Why? The price is not right. Didn't I tell you to be more flexible? Manager Zhao was furious. Even if the negotiations failed, you should not be returning so soon. You should stay there and try again. Manager Zhao, we have no more chances. Bing City will start their own automobile project. What? Bing City is going to manufacture their own automobiles? Are they crazy? Manager Zhao was shocked. Bing City was located so near to G City, and are they trying to compete with First Automobile Works? Where did they get the confidence to compete with First Automobile Works? This will be competing with China's largest automobile manufacturer. Manager Zhao, you know about Bing City's machinery company? The one that sells motorcycles. That is the company that will be starting an automobile project. I heard that they had bought production lines and technologies from the Soviet Union. They are clearing a piece of land to build the factory. A motorcycle company trying to build cars. Humph. Even with the Soviet Union technologies, what cars can they produce? Cars are more complex than motorcycles. Furthermore, did they analyze the automobile market? They are setting up an automobile factory on impulse. Then we shall stop all negotiations with Bing City and wait until their automobile factory shut down. They will come begging us to take over that factory. Manager Zhao banged the desk, spilling some tea. A proposal was wet by the tea. Everybody, be quiet. Let me say something. Some people laughed at us when they knew we will be manufacturing cars. There are also people who said that we had bought outdated automobile technologies and we can only build cars behind closed doors. Even if we can produce cars, no one will want to buy. But I am telling all of you to ignore all these voices. All of you do not need to worry. We have hired the best designers and engineers. We also have sufficient funds. Our Songjiang cars will be the most popular car in China. Li Mingde was on the stage talking to the workers of the machinery company. He was trying to persuade the workers to voluntarily transfer to the new automobile factory. This new factory was located in the western part of Bing City, and it was very rural. Although they will be getting the same salary, the workers were not willing to go there. They had heard that the machinery company and the motorcycle factory employees will be getting a raise soon. Even if they will be getting the same salaries now, what about the future? They were worried that if the automobile factory fails, they would not be getting their current position when they were transferred back. Every workshop had different pay scales and bonuses. The motorcycles and farming machinery sales were the highest in China. Also, how can their cars compete with First Automobile Works? Li Mingde was embarrassed when no said anything. He turned and looked at some workers he had spoken to before. Immediately that person stepped forward and shouted, "Manager Li, I am willing to go to the automobile factory." "Manager Li, I am also willing to go to the new factory. I believe that with your leadership, we can definitely win First Automobile Works. I am willing to go too. This is for the country. We must get back the automobile market share from those Japanese. We will work hard and manufacture our own cars." Feng Yu was watching from the side. These people were getting out of hand. They started talking about patriotism and other nonsenses. But it seems that this was more effective than the speech from Li Mingde. Some workers were willing to go to the new factory. However, the number of workers were not enough. Now, China's economy was still not doing well. Many state-owned enterprises were undergoing restructuring, and there were many cities with many unemployed workers. Bing City was different. In Bing City, there were lots of jobs available but not enough workers. In Feng Yu's previous life, Bing City workers at the aviation factory, motor factory, machinery company and other state-owned enterprises were working for 1 day and resting for 2 days. Now, it was different. All the factories were operating at full capacity. Many of the products from the light industries were exported to the Soviet Union by Feng Yu. In the past, workers from the bigger factories will have to retire before their children could take over that opening. Now, their children do not need to wait. They were employed straight away. Even those retired workers were re-employed by the factories to cope with the increasing demand. Zhang Reiqiang had wanted Feng Yu to hire Bing City residents first. But now, the problem was there was no one from Bing City willing to take up the offer. The ones who were willing to take up the jobs were either the genuine retirees, and they would not be able to cope with the tough workload, or those without any experiences. Now, most of the factories were mostly half-automated, and those without experiences were different from the ones who grew up in the factories' hostels. The factories were their playground, and even if they met some work-related issues, they could go home and ask their parents. These outsiders were different. Their mentors might not be willing to teach them everything, and their parents would not be able to teach them. It was more difficult to train these people. Seems like Feng Yu could only try to poach experienced workers from other state-owned factories. There were too few workers that want to be transferred to the new factory. First Automobile Works seems to have a lot of early retired workers. Feng Yu suddenly remembered that First Automobile Works also had the same system. Once the workers were at a certain age, they will let their children take over their position. It was the same system as Bing City. Some of those retired experienced workers were transferred to other factories, and some had come to Bing City to look for work. They might not be qualified for other jobs, and their salaries will not be high. But for the new automobile factory, they will be more than qualified. Li Mingde was about to tell Feng Yu that there were not enough workers willing to be transferred on their own accord. He wants to discuss with Feng Yu if they should shift some of the workers by force. They cannot delay the operations of the new factory. Feng Yu smiled and patted Li Mingde's shoulders. "Manager Li, what do you think if we go somewhere near to the First Automobile Works factory to recruit workers?" "Recruitment near First Automobile Works? Who are we recruiting?" "Those workers who had retired early. As long as they were not forced to retire, we can employ them." Li Mingde's eyes widen. "This will be a slap to First Automobile Works. You will be competing with them for the automobile market, and now you want to hold recruitment talks on their doorsteps. Are you not afraid of them beating you up?" "Manager Feng, do we really need to do this?" Li Mingde swallowed his saliva and asked. "Of course. Didn't they say that we are building cars behind closed doors? Fine, Then we will use their workers to build cars. If they want, they can re-employ all those retired workers back. We will do this. Chapter 283 The Furious First Automobile Works FAW. This chapter is updated by Abi. Manager Zhao, something bad is happening. Something happened in the workshops. Manager Zhao stood up. It would be bad if something happened at the workshop just after the Lunar New Year. No, the workshops are fine. All the productions are going on smoothly. Manager Zhao sat down again and took a sip from his teacup. Why are you shouting when all the workshops are operating smoothly? What happened? Tell me. Manager Zhao, please take a look at our factory's entrance. There's someone who had come to our factory to create trouble. Manager Zhao frowned. Who dares to create trouble outside FAW's factory? He had settled all his workers' salaries, and he had announced a pay increment starting in March. Who would still create trouble for him? No one is creating trouble. Someone is recruiting workers at our factory's main gate. What did you say? Recruiting. Manager Zhao had an unbelievable expression on his face. Who would recruit workers from FAO? With the benefits the factory gave the workers, who would want to leave? All this while, it was FAO hiring workers and never had it been others coming to FAO to hire workers. When Manager Zhao walked to the main gate, he saw the security guards arguing with some strangers. What's happening? Manager Zhao, these people are too much. Look at their banner. The security team leader Yi said. Manager Zhao raised his head and looked at the banners. Bing City's machinery company is hiring experienced workers. Workers who had retired early and below the age of 55 are welcome to apply. Hired workers will be getting salaries higher than the workers in FAO. Lodging will be provided for workers. Benefits will be scaled to your experience and ranks. Manager Zhao's hands were shaking from his anger. This Bing City machinery company again. What are they trying to do? Doing recruitment at my doorsteps. This is too much. Confiscate all their banners. Manager Zhao roared. What are you all doing? This place is outside of FAO property, and you have no right to stop us. I will call the police. The machinery company's new deputy factory manager of the automobile factory, Ma Eguo, shouted at the security guards. Call the police. We are the ones who wanted to call the police. Security team leader Yi also knew that his security guards can only exercise their power within the property. Once outside the factories, only the local police can stop them. However, no one dared to stop them in the past when they enforced their powers outside of their main gates. But today, someone had pointed this out, and he starts to hesitate. These people were not nobodies. They were from the higher management of a big company. Yi Linhua, what are you waiting for? I asked you to tear down their banners. Manager Zhao shouted. Manager Zhao, don't you think your FAO is too domineering? We cannot even recruit workers for Bing City's machinery company. Ma Eguo stood in front of the banners. Recruiting workers. You still dare to call this recruiting? Your Bing City does not have enough workers. Why must you recruit workers in front of FAO? Are you trying to poach our workers? What are you thinking? It's my freedom to recruit workers from anywhere I want. Why do you care? Furthermore, how can you say I am trying to poach your workers? Look at these banners. We did not mention about FAO. Ma Eguo retorted. Before Ma Eguo came, he was instructed by Feng Yu and Li Mingde. FAO must not be mentioned in the banners, but the FAO workers must understand the underlying meaning at first glance. He was instructed to blow things out of proportion, as the news will travel faster this way. But under no circumstances, they cannot use their fists. If the other party tries to use force, run away. Feng Yu will help them to take revenge. He can recruit those early retired workers and the second generations of the workers. But he cannot hire the current FAO workers. Ma Eguo promised to complete this task. He will recruit at least 30 experienced workers, and the workers will be at least grade 4. He brought along over 10 men with him and went to G City's FAO main gate in 2 minivans. Ma Eguo purposely chose the time when the workers were changing shifts. Many of the workers were not staying at the factory's dormitory. Once they left the factory, they saw the banners. Ma Eguo had used loud hailers to shout out Bing City's machinery company's requirements and benefits. Although he had attracted a few relatives and some workers who were not working that day, he also drew the attention of the security. Yi Linhua thought that there was an accident outside the factory due to the crowd. If the accident involves FAO workers, then he must step in. He cannot allow FAO workers to be bullied by others. When he got closer, he realized that it was Bing City, machinery company doing recruitment. He was furious. But he lost in an argument with Ma Eguo and could not chase him away. Ma Eguo was from the machinery company's promotion department, and his specialty was in doing promotions. He was eloquent, and Yi Linhua only knew how to scold and beat people up. How could he win Ma Eguo in an argument? Yi Linhua saw Manager Zhao, and he was instructed to tear down the banners, but he dare not to do it as it would be an abuse of his authority. If the other party were an ordinary civilian, he would surely do that. However, the other party was a deputy manager. He might get into trouble. Manager Zhao pointed at Ma Eguo. You are recruiting retired workers, and you are standing outside Fao main entrance. What else do you have to say? Ma Eguo slowly said. Manager Zhao is not familiar with the law. I did not write that on the banner. These are what you assumed. Of course, if your retired workers want to join my factory, I can't help it too. You cannot blame me for that. Maybe Manager Zhao can go back to Fao and announce to all your workers that they cannot join Bing City's machinery company. Even if they have to starve or die from poverty, they also cannot join. Ma Eguo argued with Manager Zhao for a while, and Manager Zhao could no longer tolerate him. Manager Zhao turned to Yi Linhua and asked him to use his handgun. He will take responsibility if anything happens. Ma Eguo immediately asks his men to keep all the banners and drove away. Manager Zhao was unaware that during his argument with Ma Eguo, someone had secretly distributed leaflets to some of his workers. Now, a lot of his workers knew about the machinery company's recruitment. The next day, on the desk of Fao Workers' Union Chief, were a large stack of early retirement applications. What was happening? Why so many people were applying for early retirement out of a sudden? This worker is 54 years old and the retirement age is 55. You can't even wait for a year. There is a big difference in the pension of early retirement and normal retirement. This worker is only 34 years old. Do your family even have someone to take over your position? The union chief asked his secretary and found out what happened. These people wanted to get the pension for early retirement and then work at Bing City's machinery company. The distance between both places is not far, and they can return home on their off days. Furthermore, the machinery company is offering a higher salary than Fao. Manager Zhao was furious when the union chief and all the workshop directors went to look for him. This Bing City machinery company was too shameless. All applications for early retirement will not be approved. If any of the workers are unhappy about this, stop their salaries. Also, no one is allowed to talk about that stupid Bing City company in the factory compound. If anyone dares to spread any news about that company, stop his pay. Chapter 284 Heavy Industrial Facilities, Sales Part 1. This chapter is updated by Abi. Half a month later, Feng Yu saw the report from Ma Eguo, and he was delighted with his performance. He managed to recruit over 50 experienced workers, and their skills level was high too. Among the new workers, there were 3 grade 6 workers. This was unexpected. With the workers transferred from the machinery company and other early retire workers from other factories in Bing City, the new factory can start its operations. If it wasn't for Lin Province G City's leader calling up Bing City mayor, there might be more workers from Fao and other factories there. When Zhang Reiqiang knew about this incident, he was sure that this must be Feng Yu's idea. No one else would recruit workers this way. Zhang Reiqiang called Li Ming, and Li Ming promised to stop poaching workers from the neighboring provinces, factories. After all, he had hired enough workers. The automobile factory had also started its construction, and it should be ready in August. This was not too fast, but Feng Yu could still accept it. He wants to put his new cars on the market before the end of the year. The last batch of aircraft had arrived at Bing City's airport in April, and all the airlines collected their planes and made payments. The total value of this aircraft deal was over 1.5 billion RMB. Feng Yu's profit was almost 500 million RMB. All parties were happy with this deal. The airlines had saved a lot of money and got a batch of large passenger planes at low prices. The aviation factory was also satisfied with the engines and technologies. They had saved a lot on their R&D. The 2 Soviet Union aviation factories were also happy. They had sold all their planes for a lot of daily necessities. These necessities had helped their workers and also the factory's directors' pockets. Feng Yu and Kirilenko were the most satisfied parties. The both of them had earned the most, and they still take on the role of good guys. But Kirilenko was feeling troubled as Feng Yu wanted to buy the Mikoyan MiG fighter jets technologies. The Soviet Union had sold the Mikoyan MiG jets in the past, but the core technologies were protected. Even if the plane was dismantled, there was no way to get the technologies. There were no ways to research the technologies. Mikoyan MiG jets were the Soviet Union prized fighter jets. The technologies were well protected. Kirilenko did not want to promise Feng Yu. He dared not to touch these technologies. This was not the same as commercial planes. He was not at the level where he could get access to the Mikoyan MiG technologies. But Feng Yu had told him that if he could get these technologies, the other technologies were not so important. Furthermore, Feng Yu had wanted those outdated technologies and not the most advanced ones. Even if it were the technologies of the Mikoyan MiG first-generation jets, Feng Yu does not mind. So, Kirilenko agrees. It was still possible for him to get those outdated technologies. He had already got some of the blueprints of the MiL-Mi series helicopters. Since the day Feng Yu had told him that the Soviet Union would be disintegrating and to be bolder to get more benefits for himself, Kirilenko really became bolder. He had asked Feng Yu on several occasions if he wants to buy firearms or cannons. They can deal secretly near the borders and smuggle the goods into China. But Feng Yu rejected his offer. He had no use for those goods unless he wants to be an arms dealer. In China, if you dare to deal in firearms, you must be prepared to be invited for tea by the relevant authorities. But Feng Yu was still interested in the technologies. If Kirilenko could get the blueprints of those weapons, Feng Yu would still get them. Technologies can be donated to the country through Bing City Aviation Factory, but it would not be a good idea to deal with firearms directly. If it was not for Kirilenko had taken advantage of the mining company's shares, Feng Yu would not even want those firearms technologies. Another reason why Kirilenko agreed was that his father was promoted to lieutenant general recently. After his promotion, Senchenko was even more grateful to Feng Yu. Feng Yu also decided to accept only 49% shares of the mining company and was willing to pay a higher price. Feng Yu did not go back on his words and really took out $2 billion United States dollars. Senchenko remembered that Feng Yu did not have so much money when he was getting Kirilenko's help to get loans in the Soviet Union. How come Feng Yu suddenly have so much money? This lets Senchenko believe that Feng Yu must be related to China's top leaders. To get more useful information in the future, Senchenko agreed to help Kirilenko to get some technologies for Feng Yu. Feng Yu was not interested in those technologies at all. He had no use for those technologies, and all he can do was to donate those technologies to the government. He was more interested in the Soviet Union's heavy industrial machinery and facilities, which Kirilenko promised him. Not only the heavy industrial machinery and facilities can be sold, but Feng Yu can also keep some of those for his own use. To manufacture automobiles, the requirements for the materials were very high. Also, after Feng Yu sold the ultra-high-powered electric furnace to the aviation factory, a few large factories had approached him to order the same furnace and heavy industrial equipment. Feng Yu had asked Wu Zigang to accept their orders verbally. If he can get those facilities, he would surely sell it to them. After all, the profits of these goods were very high, and Feng Yu was not worried that he could not find any buyers. There was a vast difference between China and the Soviet Union regarding heavy industries, and there were lots of profits for the machinery used in this industry. But don't think that with the machinery Feng Yu imported from the Soviet Union, China could catch up with the Soviet Union. If the current culture were not changed, this equipment would be outdated in a few years. For instances, the machinery company in the earlier days had got the advanced technologies from the Soviet Union, and they had never considered developing the technologies further. The leaders in the city only wanted to withdraw the profits, and if it weren't for Feng Yu becoming the major shareholder, the machinery company would be outdated within 10 years. No one would buy their products. Feng Yu could not control other factories, but he will not let this happen to the machinery company. The machinery company must be ahead of the rest, and his goal was to make the machinery company the best company in the world. Although this would require massive investments, this was needed for the growth of the company. This way, their products will have the competitive edge in the market. Recently, there were many visitors to Bing City. These people were from the purchasing departments of large factories. They had heard that there was some second-hand Soviet Union machinery arriving in Bing City. They were there to see if any of those machines were needed for their factories. Our country's leader, Jiang Daming, had accepted the invitation to visit the Soviet Union. He will be visiting the Soviet Union on the 6th of this month. Zhang Ruiqiang was watching the news, and his heart was racing. Feng Yu had predicted that China's leader will be invited to visit the Soviet Union, and it had come true. Even the timing was correct. That means the Soviet Union will disintegrate this year. After the news, Zhang Ruiqiang went into his study room and took out a report he had prepared and started to make some minor amendments. Tomorrow, he will submit this report to the provincial government number 1, and then he will publish it in the People's Daily newspaper. Chapter 285 Heavy Industrial Facilities, Sales Part 2. This chapter is updated by Abi. Zhang Ruiqiang, this is the important report you are talking about. Utter rubbish. You say that the Soviet Union will disintegrate, I can understand. The Soviet Union's economy had collapsed now, and many people believed that the Soviet Union will disintegrate. But you even state the exact time of the disintegration. You are talking rubbish. The provincial government number 1 was unhappy with Zhang Ruiqiang. He likes Zhang Ruiqiang's devotion to his work and his capabilities. But he never expects Zhang Ruiqiang to be so eager to get credit. The provincial government number 1 can understand Zhang Ruiqiang's forecast of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, but to even predict the timing of the disintegration. Was it even possible? Even the leaders in the central government could not analyze the approximate date with the intel they got. How could Zhang Ruiqiang forecast it? Leader, I am not trying to fool the public. I have my own source of information. Please go through my report. My analysis of the situation is written in the report. Where is your information source from? The provincial government number 1 was curious. Zhang Ruiqiang does not seem to be finding excuses for himself. Leader, I guessed you had heard of Taiwan Trading. The private company that had bought a stake in the machinery company and had joint cooperation with the motor factory and the aviation factory to manufacture humidifiers and electric fans. That company had started doing trades with the Soviet Union. I had known the company's general manager Feng Yu for more than 2 years. His Soviet Union partner is the son of a high-ranking military officer under Yeltsin. Who? Yeltsin. That's right. Currently, in the Soviet Union, Yeltsin was the favorite candidate to replace Mikhail Gorbachev. Feng Yu had told me that the current Soviet Union's economy had collapsed, and they will need our country's support. That's why our President Zhang was invited to visit the Soviet Union. But our country's support would be the reason for the downfall of Mikhail Gorbachev. Leader, think about it. What would the Soviets think if their leader sought support from another country's leader? They will think that their leader is a traitor. The provincial government number 1's eyes widen, and he realized that Zhang Ruiqiang made senses. Mikhail Gorbachev wanted China's support, and this meant that his support had dropped to the lowest point. Even though the Soviet Union was a strong nation, but there was a high possibility of disintegration. If Zhang Ruiqiang had gotten insider information, then he might be able to predict the exact period of the disintegration. Leave your report with me. I will read it. Bing City's railway station manager had been busy for the past few days. Every day, he had received calls asking for his favor, and he did not know how to reject them. All the calls were asking for the same thing. They wanted train carriages to transport large machinery. He asked his men and found out that Taiwan Trading had imported a batch of industrial facilities, and this time, it was for the heavy industries. These machines were the machines not available in China. They were blocked by the Western nations. Taiwan Trading had been importing light industrial machinery, but this time, they managed to import machines used in heavy industries. This was unexpected. Heavy industries were crucial for the development of a strong country. These machines were seldom exported, and Taiwan Trading managed to get these machines. The train station manager also heard that these machines were models after 1985 and were considered advanced machinery in the world. The Soviet Union had never exported these machines to China before. How did Taiwan Trading get these machines, and the quantity was still a lot? The most unbelievable part was the prices of those machines were only about 2/3 of the market rates. Now, in Bing City, there were rumors that Taiwan Trading was a government department and it represents China. That's why their machinery was so cheap. This was all for the nation's growth. But some people said that Taiwan Trading was a private company. However, the boss of the company was capable and could get the rare goods from the Soviet Union. There were very few people who supported this rumor. China could not even get these machines, and how can a private company get it? There were some other rumors which were spread. Feng Yu did not know whether if he should cry or laugh when he heard the stories. Feng Yu's surname was Feng, and none of the top leaders in China had this surname. Feng Yu was rumored to be the illegitimate child of one of the leaders. These were all rumors, and Feng Yu can't be bothered with them. It might be a good thing too. No one would dare to create trouble for his company. Although Feng Yu had some connections now, it was still not enough. In this era, a word from the leaders could shut down or make his company prosperous overnight. Every day, Feng Yu would just visit his company and sign some contracts. He seldom goes to school nowadays. Kirilenko was too efficient. The number of machinery he sends to Bing City was increasing, and Wu Zigang even had to station himself at the railway station. Feng Yu had no choice but to stay in his office and look after the company. 2 ultra-high-power electric furnaces, which the aviation factory bought previously, were sold to 2 large state-owned enterprises. Luckily there were other furnaces and related technologies. The other large companies were fighting over this machinery. 2 other state-owned enterprises wanted to pressurize Taiwan trading in lowering the prices further through the city government. But the city government refused to do that. The city even told Taiwan trading about this incident. Feng Yu immediately blacklisted those 2 companies. Taiwan trading will never work with those 2 companies again. Even if they had offered high prices, Taiwan trading will also not sell them anything. After that, Feng Yu donated some things to the city government for Zhang Reiqiang to claim credit. Look, these are the benefits for having people in the government. If Feng Yu had sold his machines at higher prices, that means more taxes for the city government. This was the city leader's political achievements. If Taiwan trading were forced to sell their products at low prices, the Bing city leaders would not agree. Zhang Reiqiang was someone who does not like officials making use of their authorities to gain benefits for themselves. He made a public announcement that the city government will not interfere with a private company as long as the company does not do anything that would harm the city or country. Furthermore, Feng Yu had always placed the enterprises of Bing City first when it comes to selling those machines. This was followed by the companies from Longjiang province, and then it will be the companies from other regions. Even the leaders from the provincial government felt that Feng Yu had done the right thing. All the leaders supported Taiwan trading as this company had paid the highest taxes in the province. Feng Yu actions had led Bing City's heavy industries to grow at an astonishing speed. Even the whole Longjiang province's heavy industries were affected. Bing City's leaders had still ordered some more machines and facilities from Feng Yu. With these machines, Bing City's industries will be the top in the whole of China. Feng Yu leaned back on the sofa and hanged up the phone. He had an excited expression on his face. He got the McCoy and MiG planes technologies. Chapter 286 Special Enlistment. This chapter is updated by Abi. Kirilenko had gotten the MiG technologies for Feng Yu. These technologies were obsolete technologies in the Soviet Union, but to China, it will save years of research. Feng Yu immediately sent the technologies to Hu Haitao once he received the documents from Kirilenko. At the same time, reminded Hu Haitao to give him all the automobile-related technologies owned by the aviation factory. This time Hu Haitao did not say much and immediately let his men to prepare all the documents for Feng Yu. Hu Haitao had been waiting for these MiG technologies for a long time. Manager Feng, you are able to get your hands on these technologies. Can you also get the shipbuilding technologies from the Soviet Union too? Hu Haitao looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu, these were aircraft-related technologies, and it was in line with your aviation factory expertise. What has shipbuilding technologies had to do with your factory? No, I can't get those. Feng Yu rejected Hu Haitao's suggestions. Kirilenko made it very clear to him that his father's influence was only in the Soviet Union's army. To get the aircraft-related technologies from the Air Force, his father had paid a hefty price for it. It was too hard for his father to get the technologies from their navy. Feng Yu could understand Kirilenko's difficulties, but maybe Kirilenko still has his ways. The only problem was the price he had to pay in return for the technologies from the Soviet Union's navy. These technologies were given to the aviation factory at no charges, and he can't be paying for the technologies all the time. Of course, if Feng Yu had the chance to get those technologies in the future, he would still get it. But he would not purposely ask Kirilenko to get it for him. A few days later, Hu Haitao invited Feng Yu to the aviation factory again. Feng Yu was wondering why Hu Haitao was looking for him. He still wants the technologies from the Soviet Union's navy. Feng Yu saw a man wearing the military uniform when he enters Hu Haitao's office. He looked at his rank and got a shock. That man was a general. Although Hu Haitao was also getting the benefits equivalent to a high-ranking officer, but compared to a real general, he was nothing. Who was this person? Could this person be the one who had asked him over? Manager Feng, come, I will introduce you. This is from General Shen, from Shenyang. General Shen, this is Manager Feng, Feng Yu. Hu Haitao warmly introduced both parties. Feng Yu and General Shen looked at each other but did not say a word. Feng Yu was wondering why this general was looking for him. Could this be an order from the top? Damn, I had contributed so much to this country, they should not be too much. If I get pissed, I will look for other solutions. General Shen was looking at Feng Yu carefully. He had investigated Feng Yu. Feng Yu had no backgrounds. None of his relatives up to 3 generations before him were officials. This meant that this kid had built his career with his own capabilities. General Shen thought about his son. His son cannot be compared to this kid. Manager Feng, how do you do? General Shen stretched out his hand for a handshake. Feng Yu was surprised. This general had no airs. He was not as arrogant as he had imagined. Nice to meet you, General Shen. Are you looking for me? If you are looking for the Soviet Union's Navy technologies, I'm sorry. I can't help you. I am willing to contribute to the country, but I am still not ready to sacrifice my life for the nation. Feng Yu said. He wanted to make things clear before General Shen asks him to get the technologies. Ha ha ha, Manager Feng is indeed interesting like what director who told me. Don't worry, as long as you abide by the law, our country will not force you. I am here today to meet you. I wanted to meet the person who had imported so many advanced technologies into China. I want to see what sort of person you are. General Shen's reply surprised Feng Yu. Not forcing me, this can save a lot of problems. But today's meeting should not be so simple. Is General Shen disappointed after meeting me? Feng Yu joked. I am not disappointed, but I am amazed. You are so young, yet you had made so many contributions to the nation. I cannot be compared to you. I think no one else in China can be compared to you. This praise was a bit too much for Feng Yu to handle. However, Feng Yu was overjoyed. If only his parents were there to hear this general praising him. General Shen, you flattered me. How about this, today I will treat you. Let's go to the newly opened Moscow restaurant in the eastern part of the city. Cough, Hu Haitao tries to remind Feng Yu of his existence in the room. This is the aviation factory. It should not be Feng Yu treating General Shen. What's wrong with this General Shen too? Why was he not getting into the main subject? If he drags this conversation on, this cunning Feng Yu will not let them have the chance to ask him to do things. Manager Feng, actually General Shen came here for some matters. We can talk about dinner later. Feng Yu's brows twitched. Still, dare to say you have no motives to meet me. If you have no motives, why did you come to Bing City all the way from Shenyang? Just to meet me, bullshit. General Shen took out a badge from his pocket and pinned it on Feng Yu's chest. Feng Yu was shocked. What's the meaning of this? You are giving me an award. Am I a kid? I had brought so many good stuff for the country, and you are just awarding me with a badge. Congratulations, Feng Yu. From today onwards, you are an honorable soldier of the People's Army. Huh, I am a soldier now. Damn, soldiers are all volunteers. Since when do the military forces people to be soldiers? Wait, General Shen, what do you mean? Feng Yu took off the badge and looked at General Shen. This is what it means. You are enlisted. Special enlistment. I guarantee that you will be at least a major within 5 years. A major is very big. Feng Yu was speechless. Didn't you say that you will not force me to do anything? You might think that being a soldier is honorable, but this is not wartime. Now is an era of peace. Soldiers nowadays only train every day and do disasters relief work. What Feng Yu wanted was to be a wealthy person who does nothing but enjoys life to his fullest. This was his ideal life. Wait, General Shen, what special enlistment? I did not agree to anything. You cannot fool me. I know the law. Now, it is not wartime, and you cannot force me to be enlisted. I reject your offer. Manager Feng, this is a good opportunity for you, and you do not need to serve in the army. Hu Haitao said. What do you mean? Feng Yu was confused. If he does not need to serve in the army, then how is he a soldier? It is only in name. All you need to do is to contribute to the national defense. Feng Yu wanted to spit on Hu Haitao's face. He knew that nothing was good when he was called to the aviation factory. Furthermore, Feng Yu was now a leader in his own company, and he manages a few thousand people. If he were to join the army, he had to listen to the orders from the top. Even idiots knew which to choose. I will contribute to the country when I have the opportunity. Now, I had already contributed more to the country than anyone else. Also, I am someone with a bad character, and I will disgrace the army. So, I think there is no need for me to be a soldier. You can give this opportunity to Director Hu's son. My son will be graduating from the university this year, and he does not need this opportunity. Damn, your own son does not even want to join the army, and you are still asking me to be a soldier. In his heart, Feng Yu had branded Hu Haitao as an evil person. I will be entering the university too. Beijing University. General Shen, Director Hu, I still have some matters in my company. I will make a move first. These few days, I will be traveling too. Please do not call me. Feng Yu left. He was prepared to fall out with Hu Haitao if he still talks to him about joining the military again. Chapter 287 Military to Civilian, Civilian to Military. This chapter is updated by Abi. General Shen and Hu Haitao looked at each other and sighed. Feng Yu really had no intentions to join the military. Actually, General Shen was really here to meet Feng Yu along the way. The main reason why he was at Bing City was to speak to Hu Haitao. Hu Haitao was also looking forward to General Shen. Bing City Aviation Factory was formerly a military factory, and it was manufacturing fighter jets. The aviation factory was considered one of China's earlier military factories. But after the last reform, the aviation factory was converted to a civilian factory. It was from then onwards, Bing City Aviation Factory started its automobile project. The aviation factory had thought that they would make some profits by incorporating their jet engines technologies into automobile engines. But they were located too close to FAO, and the cars they produced were nothing special and the sales were not as good as they expected. Although they did not make any losses, they did not make any profits either. The aviation factory then started to manufacture small aircraft and wanted to make profits from those. But the sales were not good. If it wasn't for the humidifiers, the aviation factory might even turn their helicopters into civilian-use helicopters to make ends meet. The main reason for aviation factories' woes was lack of planning and ability to adapt to the market changes. They do not know how to produce products to meet the needs of the consumers. Even with superior technologies, if they do not know how to market their products, they would not make any profits. But the aviation factory was considered not bad. Many military factories that were converted to civilian factories were bankrupted. Even if the factories were not bankrupt, they were a burden to the local government. There were many such instances in Feng Yu's past life. Feng Yu really despised the leaders of this era. They had the technologies and manufacturing capabilities of a military factory, but they do not know how to make use of those capabilities to make money. Look at the US and the Soviet Union, these countries were exporting their weapons. They made money by selling their obsoleted weapons, and they could still keep their newest technologies and even cover their cost of developing those technologies. China leaders insist on not selling weapons. They felt China was a peace-loving country and they should not be selling weapons. The countries surrounding China, like Malaysia, Japan, Korea, etc., were all talking about China's threat to the region. You think by not selling weapons, those countries will not believe China is a threat to them. Since China was considered a threat to those countries no matter what China does, why not just ignore them? Many of these leaders do not understand this. Those countries will group together and try to stop China's growth. The reforms of those military factories to civilian factories were converting 2/3 of the factory to produce products for the civilians. But how many of these factories could survive? There were less than 10% of these factories that survived. These factories do not know how to make use of their military technologies on civilian products. As such, there was a weird phenomenon in China. Whenever a popular product appears in China, there will be similar products from different brands. End up, all factories did not make any profits and suffer losses together. Initially, the aviation factory's conversion was not considered successful, but it did not make any losses. It was only from 2 years ago, the aviation factory made profits. That was because of the humidifiers, and later, the factory bought an ultra-high-power electric furnace. With the furnace, the aviation factory made some technological breakthroughs and lowered their helicopters' cost of productions. The leaders from the top start to notice the aviation factory again and felt that Hu Haitao was quite capable. Soon, Hu Haitao surprises them again by getting some Soviet Union's aircraft engines technologies. These technologies were crucial to China. But the aviation factory does not have sophisticated research facilities, and that's why Shenyang Army gave an order to take the technologies and engines away. However, Hu Haitao got new helicopter technologies after that. The aviation factories were experts on helicopters and this time, the higher-ups had no reasons to take away those technologies. To research on those technologies, the aviation factory requires lots of funds. They could only apply for an extra budget from the top. Hu Heitao's greatest wish was to let the aviation factory to be converted back to a military factory. In the past, the city government and even the provincial government could not do anything to the aviation factory. Now, even the city government could interfere in the aviation factory's acquisition of a plot of land. This thing that pisses Hu Heitao the most was the taxes imposed on the aviation factory. The aviation factory had to pay a lot of taxes to the city, and they did not enjoy the same subsidies as other state-owned enterprises. Now, Hu Heitao had the opportunity. Hu Heitao had gotten the MiG fighter jet technologies because of Feng Yu. The higher-ups knew the importance of these technologies and they were considering Hu Heitao's request to convert aviation factory back to be a military factory. General Shen had come to Bing City to talk to Hu Heitao. He represented the military and wanted to speak to Hu Heitao about converting the aviation factory into a 50% military, 50% civilian factory. This would be similar to Japan and the Western countries' military factories. Of course, the aviation factory will not need to pay any more taxes and still be able to enjoy the government subsidies for private factories. At the same time, Hu Heitao would be given the rank of a major. The higher-ups had already decided. Hu Heitao wanted to get more benefits and supports. Hu Heitao remembered Feng Yu telling him that Japan's Mitsubishi, Fuji, Nikon, etc. were all formerly military factories. Although these factories were all civilian factories now, they were still doing R&D for the military and using those R&D results for products for the civilian. The money earned from the products sold to the civilians could even fund their military research. Should a war break out, these factories could manufacture military products immediately. Mitsubishi had manufactured tanks, Fuji had made aircraft, and Nikon had manufactured scopes for the military. But the trucks, cars, and cameras produced by these brands were very popular in the world and had earned a lot of money for these companies. Combining both military and civilian factories together was a suggestion by Feng Yu. This was modeled after some successful companies in developed Western countries. There were no factories in China currently that had used this model. Feng Yu had told Hu Heitao that if he succeeded, he would be China's first factory director that succeeded and would leave his name in history. Feng Yu was only casually talking about this with Hu Heitao, but Hu Heitao kept it in mind. He treated this as his goal and had been working hard towards this goal. Now, Hu Heitao had gotten this opportunity, and he does not want to give up. It was hard for the higher-ups to decide about this as this would be a first for China. Military factories are military factories. Civilian factories are civilian factories. How can both be mixed together? Even if this type of factories exists overseas, it might not be suitable for China. Hu Heitao even wanted both the benefits of military and civilian factories, and still wanted to manufacture products for civilians. This was not a small sum for the government. Finally, the higher-ups decided to let Bing City Aviation Factory act as a test. If the aviation factory succeeded, it would help the rest of the converted military factories. Feng Yu did not know about this. With just a casual remark, he had made significant changes to China's factories. When Hu Heitao was talking to General Shen, Feng Yu was watching the news. The Great One was visiting the south. Chapter 288 The Great Bull Market. This chapter is updated by Abi. About 2 weeks ago, the stock market had fallen a bit, and Feng Yu had sent his men to buy in the shares. He used all his available funds to purchase the shares of the listed companies on the Shanghai Stock Exchange and Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Feng Yu clearly remembered that in his past life, after the Great One visited the South and made a speech about the financial market, many people started buying shares. This led to the market increasing by over 500% with a few days. Feng Yu had analyzed before. With the government's policies and the people's ignorance of the financial market and the habits of following trends, China's stock market will enter its first bull market. Feng Yu did not use his funds in Hong Kong. He was still letting He Jiaoji use his funds to trade in London gold. Feng Yu had thought of using those funds to buy these shares. But it was troublesome to transfer funds from overseas to China in the current era. Even if Feng Yu had successfully transferred his funds into China, he would not be about to buy many shares. It will be even harder for him to move his funds out of China. Feng Yu only repaid his Hong Kong's bank's loans and got back all the shares he mortgaged. Just with the money he earned from those shares, he could do a lot of things in China. Current China was still very backward, and the laws were not as well covered as the future years. Feng Yu does not want to attract unwanted attention from others. If he were only slightly ahead of others, he would be considered a genius. If he were way ahead of others, he would be regarded as a freak. I want 10,000 RMB vacuum electronics shares. What? No more. Then I want the shares of light industry textiles. Hurry up. It's my turn. What other shares are available? Fine, I will want that shares too. 8,000 RMB. I want 10,000 RMB worth of shares. I want whatever shares you have. Someone wearing a big gold ring shouted. After shouting, he looked at the people around him arrogantly. The other customers were gasping in shock. They envied this person. This person must be one of those earlier businessmen who had made a fortune. At the same time, this person also gave the others confidence about the stock market. Those earlier businessmen were the smarter ones and the ones who were capable. Since the businessmen were also buying shares, that means shares will surely make money. Everyone started to follow the trend and buy stocks. The two stock exchanges had lots of transactions of people buying in shares. Some people sold their share and made some profits. But those who had sold their shares early soon regretted. They thought that the share prices were already very high when they sold. It had risen by over 30%, and it was still growing. Since it was still rising, these people started buying in the shares again. Tomorrow, the prices should go up again. Not only the two stock exchanges were busy. Even the bank's investment counters in all cities were busy. People were queuing up to buy shares. The staff behind the counter had not stopped working since morning until the market closes. After the trading ended, the staffs tabulated their day's stock sales, and the volume was more than 10 times in the past days. Share prices kept increasing. Shares were so profitable. Just today alone, the shares prices had risen by 50%. If they had invested 1,000 RMB, it would become 1,500 RMB. If the investment were 10,000 RMB, the returns would be 5,000 RMB. This was more than the staff's 2 to 3 years' salaries. Now, shares were selling like hotcakes, and many people could not even buy shares even when they had the money. But the bank staffs were the one processing the transactions and sales. Other people might not be able to get the shares, but this was not the case for the bank staffs. No one will know if they keep the shares sold by others for themselves. Although they were not allowed to do this, they can let their family members buy those shares. Xiao Yu, have you seen today's stock market? The shares had risen. During dinner, Li Shijiang excitedly said to Feng Yu. Feng Yu slowly picked up a piece of braised ribs and put into his mouth. I know. I had told you before that the shares will surely rise. Then should we sell off the shares tomorrow? Li Shijiang asked. Even when Dongjun was looking at Feng Yu, his family had also bought tens of thousands RMB worth of shares. Tomorrow? No, wait, the earliest will be next week. This week, the shares will be rising the fastest, and it should slow down next week. Even though the shares will still rise, but it will not be increasing so fast. We can slowly sell off our shares to prevent any large fluctuations in the prices. Then this week, how much can make the shares rise? When Dongjun looked at Feng Yu. I had said this to you earlier. The shares should rise at least 3 to 5 times. I estimate that our shares will rise more than 5 times. 5 times. When Dongjun and Li Shijiang looked at each other, they were ecstatic. This investment was too good to be true. This was better than robbing the bank. They had thought their investments would yield 3 times profits and it would be considered a lot. But they never expect their returns to be 5 times. The both of them still did not know that the 5 times Feng Yu said was this week's increase. Their shares had increased almost double in value since the day they bought it. That means their shares' value would increase by close to 10 times. Feng Yu had set his target to be 8 times. Now, it seems that he would achieve his goal. He would be able to raise enough funds for his future plans. After dinner, when Dongjun immediately calls home and tell his family that the shares had increased and next week he would sell off the shares. The tens of thousands RMB, his family, had invested would become more than 200,000 RMB. When De Guang breathed heavily, over 200,000 RMB. He had only invested so little, and he would be satisfied to just get back double his investments. This money was for his son. Now, it seems that the returns were much more than he had expected. If his family had made so many profits, what about the Feng family? The Feng family had more money than him in the past and had invested more than him. That means the Feng family had made a few million. When De Guang was not sure how much money Feng Yu had and how much was invested. He thought that a few million would be a massive amount. Old Feng's family have someone capable. Luckily, this Feng Yu was close friends with his son Wen Dongjun. He knew his son would go far with a friend like Feng Yu. Even if his son could not be an official, he could help Feng Yu with his business. It should not be a problem for his son to make a fortune. Wen Deguang took out a bottle of wine which he kept for years. He wanted to celebrate with old Feng. Chapter 289 Jealousy. This chapter is updated by Abi. Have you sold all the shares today? It's time to return the money. A young man in his 20s said while swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. If it were 10 years later, this scene would be normal. But now, there were very few people in China who drinks red wine. This person was way ahead of everybody else. Master Lu, all the shares were sold. In less than 10 days, our money had increased by over 6 times. Master Lu smiled. Other people might not know that the shares will rise so fast, but he knew. His uncle was a high-ranking official with the central government, and he was in charge of China's financial market. His uncle had no son. He only has a daughter, and Master Lu was the groomed by his uncle to be their family's next head. Master Lu might be in his early 20s and had just graduated 2 years ago from the university, but he was already a deputy chief with the government. Next year, he would be promoted to chief, and this was due to his background. Master Lu was not like the generations before him. He likes to enjoy life. How can he live without money? These type of people dares to sell official documents, but Master Lu was not interested in doing this. He prefers to make use of the information he got from his uncle to make money. This time, he invested in shares was also because of his uncle. He borrowed 1 million from others, and within 10 days, he got 6 million. This was better than selling official documents. Furthermore, no one could say anything about him doing this. He used other people's name to invest in the returns, he would use some other methods to transfer to him and his men. You have done well. Take 100,000 RMB for your mother to buy some tonics. Master Lu said. Thank you, Master Lu. Are you the one that attracted the most attention when you sell off the shares? Master Lu smilingly asked. Selling millions of shares should be the center of attention. Why was his expression like this? Could it be someone selling more shares than me? Master Lu, I had followed your orders and went to the Shanghai Stock Exchange to sell the shares. But today there were a few big players there. Their transactions were all over 5 million RMB. There were even some that traded over 10 million. From their accents, they seemed to be from the northeast. Master Lu had wanted to boost in front of his friends and let them know that he was the one that knew how to make the most money. But today, he was shadowed by others. Master Lu's transactions were not even in the top 5. How can he still boost? Northeast. Master Lu was lost in his thoughts. Who was from Northeast? He had never heard of anyone from the Northeast that had the power to do so many transactions. The children of the leaders in the 3 provinces were all working with the government quietly, and they were all in their 30s. They were all working hard for their careers and would not jeopardize their career for money. But if it was not them, who else can these big players be? Go and find out who is the one that traded such a high volume of shares. They are worth befriending. No matter who this person was, he must be capable for him to invest so much money. This person was worth knowing. Now it was the era of free economy, and if he was posted to the grounds, he could quickly get some investments in the region he oversaw. This was also considered a political achievement. Coupled with his family background, it would be effortless for him to be promoted. But Master Lu never expected that the few people from the Northeast had no strong backings. They were all employees of Taiwan Trading. Feng Yu had asked Li Shijiang to bring his men to sell off the shares at Shanghai Stock Exchange. Feng Yu, on the other hand, led another team to the Shenzhen Stock Exchange to sell off the shares that were mortgaged to the Hong Kong's banks. Feng Yu had thought that these few million shares will not attract attention, but things had been going on too smoothly for him these few months. He had forgotten that the total shares in the Chinese market was not a lot. The total volume of shares traded in a day at Shanghai Stock Exchange was only about 5 million in the past. Now, with the bull market, the total amount had increased to about 50 million. But Feng Yu's transactions were in millions and even tens of millions. This was more than 10% of the total transactions. They kept selling their shares, and this had affected the market. Luckily for Feng Yu, the people now were crazy over the stock market. Even when Feng Yu was selling off the shares at high volume, the shares' prices did not fall. It was still increasing steadily. Those workers of the state-owned enterprises that were assigned with shares were all regretting. If they had known stocks were so profitable, they would have requested for more shares in the past. This was much better than their salaries. Many of these workers also started to invest in shares. Anyway, most of them were sitting in the office and had nothing to do. The funds from these people entered the stock market, and this caused the stock market to continue with the bull run. As such, Feng Yu's selling of stocks did not suppress the share prices. After selling a few 100 million shares, Feng Yu received a call from Li Shijiang. Someone was trying to find out about Li Shijiang and his men's background. This message alarmed Feng Yu. Although what he was doing was legal, but in the era, there were many government officials and their family members that were unreasonable. This was trouble. Feng Yu immediately asked Li Shijiang to leave Shanghai Stock Exchange and sell the shares in other cities. Feng Yu also left Shenzhen Stock Exchange for other cities to quickly sell off his shares. Feng Yu had thought that he would not attract unwanted attention if he went to the stock exchanges. The transactions at the stock exchanges were bigger, but they had sold their shares too fast. If there were electronic transactions, it would be safer and more convenient. This was the golden era, but the development was still too slow. Since now people were trying to find out their identities, then it should not be some officials from the top. Feng Yu's biggest worries were some arrogant officials second generations. These people have the authority and will not obey the rules. Feng Yu was not really scared of these people. If these people dared to use underhand methods against him, he was confident that he could use his wealth and connections to bring down the officials. When one's wealth reaches a certain amount, he would be as powerful as a high-ranking official. Feng Yu likes to make friends. This was a habit he had from his previous life. You do know what connections your new friends have, and maybe a piece of information from them will let you earn a sum of money. Others were trying to find out about Feng Yu, and Feng Yu also let his men find out who the other party was. If the other party was only interested in befriending him, Feng Yu does not mind. However, if the other party was jealous of him, and wanted to take advantage of him, then they must be prepared for his retaliation. Early June, Taiwan Trading had sold off all their shares. Feng Yu actually wanted to keep some of the shares. But someone was trying to investigate him. Feng Yu did not keep any shares. He sold every single stock he held. This was also a way to flaunt his power. A company with assets of over a billion RMB cannot be bullied easily. Master Lu, I had found out about those people. They were all employees of a company called Taiwan Trading. This company is registered in Bing City, and they were doing Sino-Soviet trades. The person in charge of the company is a person named Feng Yu. Bing City, the surname is Feng. Master Lu held his chin and thought. There were no top officials with the surname Feng. Where did this Feng Yu come out from? At the same time, Feng Yu also found out who was investigating about him. When he found out that it was Master Lu, Feng Yu's eyes widened. It's him. Chapter 290 Master Lu's Invitation. This chapter is updated by Abi. This Master Lu was a legend. In the future, Master Lu will be a member of a group, China's 4 Young Masters. Master Lu did not remain with the government in the future, and he went into business. He was one of the top businessmen in China. His reputation was fine, and no one had heard that he had used his authority to bully anyone. There were also rumors that he was someone who values friendships and still liked to stick his nose into another people's business. That's why he did not remain with the government. But he still had his influences in the government. It can be said that this Master Lu was someone Feng Yu admire. He did not have the chance to know this person in his previous life, but now, he has the opportunity to befriend Master Lu. Master Lu wants to treat Feng Yu to a drink. After Master Lu found out Feng Yu's identity, he was also astounded by Feng Yu's growth. Before Feng Yu turned 15, he was an ordinary teenager. But after 15 years old, he suddenly changed. The businesses Feng Yu started all made money. Feng Yu started the famous wind and rain humidifiers and bladeless fans, Songjiang motorcycles. Feng Yu was considered a legend of this era. The thing that surprises Master Lu most was that Feng Yu's influence in the Longjiang region. Not only he had a good relationship with the city government, and even the provincial government's leaders were always praising. Feng Yu also had some connections with the military. Master Lu really wanted to know someone like Feng Yu. If they could get along well, they might become friends. He wants to know how Feng Yu could make money in every business he does. It would even be better if they could become partners. If it were in the past, Feng Yu would have rushed to get to know Master Lu. But now, Feng Yu's status was different. There was no need to look up to this Master Lu. Feng Yu could still accept being friends with Master Lu on the equal standing. If this Master Lu wanted to take advantage of Feng Yu could fight back. Beijing. There was a table of guests in a private room of a restaurant which had not started operation. Master Lu saw Feng Yu walking in alone and was shocked. He thought for a while and asked his men to leave the room. Only Feng Yu and he remain in the private room. This lets Feng Yu felt more comfortable. Master Lu had a strong background but seems like he does not have any heirs. No wonder this Master Lu had so many friends. Even when his uncle retires, Master Lu was still very popular in his circle of friends. I have heard of you, and today I finally got the chance to meet you. Manager Feng is indeed young and capable, Master Lu said when he saw Feng Yu. When he was still at Feng Yu's age, he was still fighting with others. I cannot be compared to Master Lu. I had heard of Master Lu's loyalty to friends even in Bing City. Feng Yu flattered. Actually, Master Lu was a bit famous in Beijing now. In a few more years, he would become more famous when his uncle got promoted. Master Lu smiled when he heard what Feng Yu said. These are all rumors that were spread by some friends. Manager Feng, this is the menu. What do you like to eat? Master Lu can make the decision. I am not picky about food. Master Lu nodded and shouted towards the door to serve dinner. The restaurant starts to bring in the food, and within 10 minutes, the table was full of dishes. Master Lu had already ordered the food, and if Feng Yu wanted to order some other dishes, then the restaurant will have to prepare. But since Feng Yu did not order anything, the dishes could be served immediately. The whole restaurant was only serving this table, and the food was served fast. Manager Feng, what type of drinks do you like? Feng Yu suddenly remembered in his past life, there were rumors that only 3 things could interest Master Lu. Women, wine, and money. Feng Yu was not picky about his liquor. Why not drink some wine? I am not good at drinking. I will drink some red wine with Master Lu. Master Lu was happy. He seldom meets people who like wine. Just loving wine alone, he had a good impression of Feng Yu. He was even more thrilled when he saw Feng Yu slowly savoring the taste of the wine and did not complain about the dryness of the wine. Do you need anything from me or you just want to befriend me? Feng Yu asked and smiled. Master Lu was more impressed by Feng Yu. He had met lots of wealthy people before, and those businessmen he met were all holding back when they met. This Feng Yu was speaking to him casually, and he finds this interesting. Many people want to curry favor with him. They were all eyeing the authority of his uncle. Master Lu had very few real friends. Even those people in his circle, who had similar backgrounds as him, were not real friends with him. He always felt that there was a barrier between him and those people. I had invited you to this dinner was because of some matters, and I also want to befriend you. Let's just put it this way. I am very curious about you and how you can make your fortune in such a short time. You can be considered one of the wealthiest person in China, Master Lu said. He knew Feng Yu had made a lot of money, but he was not sure how much Feng Yu had made. He heard that Feng Yu had taken loans to invest in stocks. His profits should be a few 100 million RMB. There was not many in China that made so much from legitimate businesses. Feng Yu laughed and waved his hands. Master Lu thinks that I had made a lot of money, but you do not know I had even more loans. I owed the banks in China, Hong Kong, and the Soviet Union. I owed a lot of money. I can be considered working for the banks now. The bank interest is too high, and I might need 3 to 5 years to clear my debts. Master Lu raised his eyebrows. Feng Yu still owed the banks a lot of money. He must also have the capabilities to take out so many loans in the first place. Manager Feng is too cautious. I only wanted to invest in your company. It doesn't matter how much shares I get. You can charge me based on your company's market value. I am not arrogant, but I really have some connections. If Manager Feng's company run into some trouble in the future, I might be able to help you. All this while, it was Feng Yu buying a stake in other people's company. Today, someone wanted to buy a share of his company. Feng Yu was really tempted by this offer. This could clear some issues faced by his company, and even if Feng Yu fall out with Master Lu in the future, Feng Yu would have accumulated enough wealth. By that time, Master Lu would think twice before he dares to fall out with Feng Yu. Also, Master Lu investment in Feng Yu's company had another benefit. If Feng Yu wanted to continue buying up the shares of the machinery company now, the city government would never agree. But with Master Lu's involvement, Feng Yu can quickly set up factories in Jinling and Dongguan at the same time. This would dilute the city's shares further. As for whether this plan would succeed, it would depend on Master Lu's influences. Feng Yu's investment in the recent months might be a bit rushed, but China's automobile and motorcycle market will increase soon. The production must be able to keep up with the demand and not let the imported cars control the market. If Feng Yu could get more production lines from the Soviet Union, Feng Yu even want to set up branch factories in Ludong and Chang'an. This way, he could access to the whole country quickly and also export his cars. Master Lu, have you heard of Bing City's machinery company? My family is the major shareholder, and the popular Songjiang motorcycles on the market are from this company. We are starting our automobile project soon. We had imported the production lines from the Soviet Union and will be using new design concepts. The motorcycle project will also be expanding, and our goal is to be the world's #1. But Bing City government is a shareholder. If Master Lu can convince the city government to allow me to continue to inject funds into the company and set up more branch factories, I can give 10 million RMB shares. Chapter 291 The Automobile Dream. This chapter is updated by Abi. 10 million RMB worth of shares. Master Lu was shocked by Feng Yu's generosity. He was someone who had seen considerable amounts of money before. Even a few million RMB will not attract his attention. But never in his life, he had met someone that would give him 10 million RMB in exchange for some favors. This 10 million RMB was still not cash. It was shares. Every company Feng Yu invested in made lots of profits. This was equivalent to giving him a long-term stable investment with lots of returns. Master Lu looked at Feng Yu and thought deeply. If Feng Yu was willing to give him so many shares, then the things he mentioned should not be an easy task. It was impossible for a businessman to give away his wealth for nothing. He evidently wants something back in return, and that something will be more valuable than what the businessman gave out. If not, that person is not a qualified businessman. Master Lu had done a background check on Feng Yu, and he knew that Feng Yu was not only a qualified businessman but a successful businessman. Manager Feng, can you tell me in detail what you really want me to do? This machinery company was originally a state-owned enterprise owned by the city government. But later, this company was restructured, and I had used technologies to exchange for a stake in the company. Then I used machinery and equipment to get the shares from another shareholder. Later, I used technologies and machines to invest in the company. Now, I am the biggest shareholder in the company and owns more than 50% shares. The city government was not happy about this. But now, the company needs to expand and capture the market share. This would need more investments. Bing City government does not have so much money, and if they want to stop me, there was nothing I could do even if I am the biggest shareholder. After all, most of the people in the factories were all from Bing City, and they were the former employees of the former machinery factory. Feng Yu explained the issues he was facing. Administrative interferences was a hinder to the development of a company. Feng Yu had promised that he would not dilute the city's shares further, but he needs to plan for the company's growth and need to build additional factories. This was the only way to capture the automobile market in a short period of time. He does not want to let the Japanese and German automobile companies the chance to take over the Chinese market. If there were a policy from the top that encourages the development of privately owned companies and stops the local government from interfering, it would solve Feng Yu's problems. When that happens, Feng Yu would go to the city government and show them the big picture. He believed the city would agree to set up branch factories. Also, the city government would not have enough funds to invest further, and their shares will be diluted further. Feng Yu wants to be the controlling shareholder. He needs to own over 67% shares. Although he had the support of the Fu family, Feng Yu does not trust the Fu family entirely now. It would be safer for him to own the shares himself. Feng Yu still have about 1 billion RMB left after repaying his debts to the bank. 100 million RMB was more than enough to set up a new factory. However, Feng Yu was still not sure if Kirilenko could buy more production lines for him. After investing in Kirilenko's mining enterprise, Kirilenko had given Feng Yu the equipment and technologies he promised. Feng Yu had also made some profits from those. The most expensive ones were the military-related stuff, like aircraft engines, fighter jet manufacturing technologies, etc. These were all given to the aviation factory. There were some other generator-related technologies which were given to the motor factory. In return, Feng Yu got back the humidifiers shares, automobile-related, and batteries-associated technologies. Although it may seem like Feng Yu was making a loss, but Hu Haitao had helped him a lot and saved him from a lot of problems. Also, in the future, Feng Yu would get back whatever he put in, as technological development was the core of any enterprise. If Feng Yu were to set up 5 new factories for the automobile, he needs to prepare some reserve funds and invest in the R&D. If he does the same for the motorcycles, then Feng Yu's 1 billion RMB might not even be enough. Looking at Toyota, one can tell how profitable the automobile industry will be in the future. World's top 500 companies, top 100 brands, world's top automobile manufacturer, and their most lucrative market is the Chinese market. Volvo, General Motors, Mercedes, BMW, etc. automobiles companies were all fighting for the Chinese market. Their sales in China make up a significant percentage of their total sales. If Japan's Toyota, from an area so small, can become the top company in the world, then China, with such high population and so many good engineers, coupled with the engineers Feng Yu recruited from the Soviet Union and Feng Yu's future vision, he could capture the Chinese market easily. It was just like South Korea's automobile companies. They asked their fellow countrymen to support their own brands and then slowly improve their technologies. In the future, it was until that person from Hangzhou appears, China finally has its own well-known automobile brand. That person from Hangzhou had a famous saying, and Feng Yu had said it to Zhang Ruiqiang before, cars are just one engine and 4 wheels. Since we know how to build these, why can't we make cars? What Feng Yu wanted now was a policy from the central government or let the city government not to interfere with his plans. This way, Feng Yu could continue to use his wealth and machines to dilute the city's shares and complete his plans. In 5 years' time, Feng Yu wants his Songjiang cars to be known all around China and even overseas. After the was implemented in 1994, many of China's automobile companies were restructured after running into difficulties. Some were even taken over. Master Lu thought for a while and asked Feng Yu, issuing a new government policy is hard. But I will get people to try to speak to the central government. You must make it large scale. If you are only setting up 1 branch factory, it would be hard. But if you are setting up 3 branch factories, maybe the higher up will look into it. Feng Yu got Master Lu's hint. Master Lu was telling Feng Yu to make it large scale. Once the company reaches a certain scale, the city government could no longer hold him back. This was in line with what Feng Yu wanted. He wanted to set up a large enterprise. Master Lu, if I am going to set up more than 3 factories for automobile and motorcycle, and my motorcycle factories, annual production will not be less than 100,000 motorcycles for each factory, my automobile factory's annual production will not be less than 50,000 cars, will it attract the attention of the higher-ups? 3 automobile branch factories and the factory in Bing City, the annual automobile production will be 200,000 units. This would surely let the higher-ups pay attention to him. If it was not enough, then Feng Yu can set up 2 more factories. Feng Yu have the money. Now, in China, the annual production of automobiles was not high, and Feng Yu mentioned that he will not only be manufacturing cars, he will also be buying the production line for trucks. China will definitely welcome him. China had already allowed foreign investment, why they can't allow the machinery company to develop the automobile industry? This Feng Yu was more powerful than expected. In the future, if Master Lu were assigned to the local government, it would be easy for Feng Yu to make some investment in the region he oversees. Master Lu was determined to befriend Feng Yu. Chapter 292 Current Status of China's Automobile Industry. This chapter is updated by Abi. Kirilenko had received a call from Feng Yu. Feng Yu wanted to order a large number of motorcycle and automobile production lines, including the production line for trucks. Kirilenko was surprised. What was Feng Yu going to do? Does he want to empty the Soviet Union industry? Even though these equipment were not worth much now, but they were not given away free. How many cars can you sell in China annually? Why are you wasting your money to buy so many production lines? But Feng Yu was using daily necessities to exchange to those production lines. Kirilenko could not reject this offer. Feng Yu had told him to lower the mine productions and resume the normal operations after the Soviet Union had disintegrated. That's why the mining enterprise was not making money now. If it weren't for Feng Yu injecting so many funds into the company, Kirilenko would not be able to cope. Kirilenko had invested all his available funds into this company and resulted in a decline of his lifestyle. Feng Yu's ordering of production lines was a chance of him making money. How could he miss it? Kirilenko had found a new goal. He starts to contact those motorcycle and automobile factories. Those facilities that could be dismantled were all dismantled. Kirilenko was more experienced now, and he chose those factories that were outside of Russia. The Soviet Union's disintegration was bound to happen. Kirilenko's father had got the confirmation from Yeltsin, and it was the same as what Feng Yu had predicted. This year, the disintegration will occur. Feng Yu had told Kirilenko that this would happen between October and December. Although his father did not confirm this, Kirilenko still believed Feng Yu. Since the Soviet Union will disintegrate, then his father will surely stick to Yeltsin. If he sells Russia's industrial facilities, it will not be good for his father's reputation. As such, he chose other allied countries. Even if they charged him higher rates, he also does not mind. Kirilenko suddenly remembered the time when Feng Yu approached him to get loans and asked him to contact the banks from the allied countries but not from Russia. Russia was Kirilenko's home. This showed that Feng Yu had kept this in mind. Since Feng Yu had thought of taking care of him, Kirilenko decided to earn lesser this time and treat it as a form of repayment to Feng Yu. After ordering the equipment and Kirilenko promised Feng Yu that he would be able to get what he wanted, Feng Yu went to Bing City's government. Mayor Zhang, my plans will influence our country's future developments and will also let our country to catch up with Japan and the Western countries. This is for the good of our nation. Why you do not agree? You are too ambitious. I do not think that your automobile project will succeed in the first place and now you want to build 5 more automobile factories. Are you crazy? These branch factories do not need the city to invest a single cent. I will make all the investments, negotiations with the local government, equipment, land, construction of the factories and even training of the workers. What are you afraid of? Where did you get so much money? Zhang Reiqiang asked. I earned it. I can let you investigate every single cent. Do I still need to use illegal ways to earn money? Feng Yu felt that Zhang Reiqiang's question was ridiculous. You earn it yourself. Every single cent you earned is from the workers' hard work. Have you done any market research? This is a big project, and if your products do not sell, it will be a waste. It will be wasting your money and also waste the efforts of every single worker. When this happens, the factory will close down, and there will be chaos. Zhang Reiqiang banged his desk and shouted. Feng Yu looked at Zhang Reiqiang. You think that making cars will surely fail and the factories will bankrupt? It will affect the economy and will waste resources. Am I wrong? What is the annual production of automobiles in China now? You know how many cars are there in China now and how many of these cars are privately owned? Feng Yu seriously said. Now, in China, there are about 3.3 million automobiles and it includes 2.1 million trucks. There are about 1.2 million cars. I had done my research. Feng Yu did not start these projects blindly. He had done his research, and he even knows more detailed information. There are only about 1.2 million cars, and you want to manufacture 200,000 annually. This is being ambitious. Zhang Reiqiang got angrier when he heard what Feng Yu had said. You had already done your research and yet you still want to start this project. Are you stupid? Feng Yu laughed and continued. What I had just said are those automobiles that are registered. There are more than 10% of this figure which is not registered. For example, out Longjiang province have many Lada that was smuggled in. Also, from 1984 to 1987, our country had imported about 640,000 cars. This shows that the demand for cars is increasing. To be self-sufficient, SAIC Motors, FAO, and Guangzhou Automobile were restructured and allows investors to invest. But the ones who made the most profits are not us. It is the foreign investors that had used their technologies to invest in these companies. Now, I am trying to build our own brand and stop those foreign investors from taking advantage of us. Although there were not a lot of automobiles in China now, it was these recent years that the number of automobiles increases. The demand for automobiles will increase further, and in Feng Yu's past life, it was also during this time when German and Japanese companies entered joint ventures with Chinese automobile manufacturers. Their cars entered the Chinese market in large volumes, and the saddest part was those Chinese companies were using the foreign brands. This resulted in China not having their own brand. This had also let the imported German and Japanese cars control the Chinese automobile market. You also know that we had many joint partnership factories. Then you should also know that those factories had strong backings and those factories had government policies to support them. How are you going to compete with them? What makes you so sure that you can survive in this industry and not be eliminated? Zhang Reiqiang was angry with Feng Yu's stubbornness. If it were someone else, he would not be scolding him. But Feng Yu was someone he thought highly of, and he does not want to see him walk the wrong path. Germany and Japan's industrial technologies are good. But, Do not forget that the Soviet Union is also an industrial country. Not only I can get machines at low prices, but I can also hire their engineers to do R&D and develop new technologies. This R&D headquarters will be based in Bing City. Actually, our engineers are good too. But many of them lack the funds to start their own researches. I can provide them with the funds and let them research new technologies. This way, we do not need joint partnerships with foreign MNCs. We will not need to work for them and help them promote their brands. Furthermore, in the 1985's 5-year plan, the automobile industry is one of the industries which the country will support. It was even named as one of China's core industry. Is it really good for China's core industry to depend on joint partnerships with foreign MNCs? When did you heard that the industries the country supported will allow private companies to enter it? Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu. Feng Yu said with an innocent look, but the machinery company is not entirely a privately owned company. It is a cooperation between private and government. It is also a shareholding enterprise. Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. It seems that Feng Yu had found a loophole. Chapter 293 Cities Marketing. This chapter is updated by Abi. Have you calculated how much you need to invest for building so many factories at the same time? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. This would be an astronomical amount. I had calculated. One factory would need an investment of about 100 million RMB. I am planning to invest 1 billion RMB in building 5 automobile factories and 5 motorcycle factories. The factories will be located in the north, south, east and west of China. This way, I can surround the central and cover the whole of China's market. Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked by Feng Yu. Not only Feng Yu wanted to start the automobile project, but he also wanted to expand the motorcycle project. Feng Yu did not mention anything about this before. Also, Feng Yu planned to invest 1 billion. Where did he get so much money? 1 billion RMB. The whole Bing City's annual income was not even that much. Do you have 1 billion RMB? Can you confirm that 1 billion RMB will be enough? You did not consider the operational cost of the factories. You need at least a few hundred million RMB more for the materials, workers' salaries and reserve funds. Zhang Ruiqiang was the one in charge of the restructuring of the state-owned enterprises, and he was familiar with these. He felt that Feng Yu had not planned properly. 1 billion RMB is the initial investment for the first phase. I will increase my investments during the second phase. We might not see any returns in the short term, but in the long term, or 5 years cycle, this investment is necessary. Last year, no one thought that our Songjiang motorcycles will do well. But, what happened after our motorcycles enter the market? Are our motorcycles selling well? We sold out every single motorcycle we produced. We had made a lot of profits from these sales. Cars will be the same. The demand for cars had increased sharply, and furthermore, the new automobile factories will need at least 1 to 2 years to finish construction. Automobile factories are not as simple as motorcycle factories. When my new cars are produced, it will also be the end of next year. 1 billion RMB is the first phase investment and he will invest more. Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes widen. How much money do you have now? I had taken loans from the Soviet Union banks and deposited in Hong Kong banks. Don't worry about money. I guaranteed that this investment will be worthwhile. Zhang Ruiqiang felt that Feng Yu was possessed. He had so much money, and he could always do something else. Just like the humidifiers and bladeless fans. Those were all selling well, and there were no competitors. The profits were high too. Why was Feng Yu so insistent to enter the automobile market? There were so many automobile companies in China, and why was Feng Yu so sure that he would win against them? However, Zhang Ruiqiang must admit that most people do not think Feng Yu's investments would do well initially. But in the end, Feng Yu would be racking in huge profits. Also, Feng Yu understands the market well. At the start of the motorcycle project, Feng Yu corrected the exterior design and the product positioning and quickly solved the motorcycle sales issues. Also, the dealership system had helped Songjiang motorcycles spread throughout the whole of China. Feng Yu saw that Zhang Ruiqiang was keeping quiet and he continued, Mayor Zhang, have you thought that in the future, there will be branch factories all over China and the factories will be named as Bing City's Machinery Company XX Branch Factory? Do you know the benefits of doing this? Zhang Ruiqiang was confused. It was normal to name their branch factories this way. What benefits were there for doing this? City's propaganda. A city also needs to be marketed. For example, when we mention Beijing, we immediately think of the Great Wall, Forbidden City, and Summer Palace. When we mention Chengdu, we would think of pandas. When we mention Chang'an, the mausoleum of the first Qin emperor will come to our mind. It is the same for the opposite. When we talk about the Great Wall, Forbidden City, pandas and the first Qin emperor, Beijing, Chengdu, and Chang'an will come to your mind, right? Zhang Ruiqiang nodded. It seems this was indeed the case. He had not noticed about this before in the past. But what was Feng Yu trying to say? There was no historical landmarks or protected animals in Bing City. Then, when I mention Fao, will you think of Jilin? When I mention Shanghai brand cars, will you think of Shanghai? Zhang Ruiqiang's eyes shined. You are going to change Songjiang brand to Bing City brand. Feng Yu, dream on. Bing City brand sounds too weak. If you are producing ice cream, Bing City will be a good brand name. Songjiang Motors will be a better name for automobiles. I did not say that. What I meant is to let our factories to cover the whole countries and let our cars and motorcycles to be sold everywhere in this country. Soon everyone in China will know that Bing City have the best automobile company, and whenever they ride a motorcycle or drive a car, the first thing that comes to their mind is Bing City. This is city marketing. Of course, if the city is willing to foot part of the advertising fees, I can add in the words, manufactured by Bing City, at the end of all my commercials. Feng Yu smiled and said, impossible. Your company wants to advertise, and you want the city to pay. Stop dreaming. Zhang Ruiqiang angrily waved his hands. You can even invest 1 billion and yet you still want to take money from the city. Feng Yu was too much. Zhang Ruiqiang did not know that his thinking was slowly leading away by Feng Yu. Now, in his mind, it was not about setting up new factories, but he was thinking about marketing the city. Mayor Zhang, have you ever thought that Bing City might one day be like Beijing, becoming world-renowned? Last year, Beijing had hosted the Asian Games, and many people in Asia remembered Beijing. Now, I own the patents of 2 best-selling home appliances. For the next 7 to 8 years, my products will continue to be sold all over the world. What do you think if I add the words, manufactured by Bing City, on my products? Zhang Ruiqiang's breathing became rapid. If that was the case, then Bing City will be well known, and at the same time, it will increase Bing City's standings in China. In 2 years' time, the Bing City Party secretary will retire, and the current mayor will take over that position. The mayor position will be vacant, and he was the one with the highest chance to take over that position. If Bing City's standings were increased, then he could be promoted to higher ranks. Zhang Ruiqiang was also an ambitious person, and if he had the chance, he would not give up. Feng Yu continued to entice him. Mayor Zhang, I need you to support my proposal for the city government meeting, and we can provide the city with more taxes. Even if Bing City's government were left with 10% shares of the machinery company, the city's income would be much more. Also, this automobile company will be the first Chinese private and government joint partnership, and the scale is one of China's top 3 companies. What do you think the higher-ups will think about you? You are the one who had helped this company to succeed. Zhang Ruiqiang waved his hand. Enough. You go back first. I need to think about this. Chapter 294 Bing City Government Meeting. This chapter is updated by Abi. The Bing City Government Meeting. The mayor had just finished talking about the directives from the provincial government, and then he asked everybody if they had any other matters to discuss. This was an indication that he wants to end the meeting. But today was different. Zhang Ruiqiang raised his hand and said, Mayor, I have a suggestion. Everyone, especially the mayor, looked at him surprised. Under normal circumstances, if they had something to voice out during the meeting, the deputies will have to discuss with the mayor before the meeting. But today, Zhang Ruiqiang did not notify him beforehand. The mayor frowned and said, Deputy Zhang, what do you want to say? Everyone should know that the machinery company will be starting their automobile project, and if everything goes smoothly, the production will start at the end of this year, and the cars will be in the market early next year. Earlier today, I received news that the major shareholder of the machinery company, Feng Yu, will be investing more funds to set up branch factories. Wait a minute, Deputy Zhang, I am in charge of Bing City's industrial, and how come I am unaware of this? Why Li Ming from the machinery company did not report this to me? Deputy Shu rudely interrupted Zhang Ruiqiang. Every deputy mayor was in charge of different things, and no one likes others to interfere with their business. If it were the mayor who had talked about this, Deputy Shu would not interrupt. But this was Zhang Ruiqiang, and the both of them did not get along well. All this while, Deputy Shu felt that Zhang Ruiqiang had snatched away the position of executive deputy mayor from him. I had said that it was Feng Yu who told me this information. I am in charge of organizational restructuring, and the machinery company is one of the restructured enterprises. What's wrong with him reporting this to me? Zhang Ruiqiang retorted. Zhang Ruiqiang wanted to be the next mayor, and if he can't even deal with this deputy who was of a lower rank than him, the higher-ups will think that he was not capable. Furthermore, he was the executive deputy and had the authority to look into the jurisdiction of other deputies. Deputy Xu, let Deputy Zhang finish what he wanted to say. The mayor frowned. Do these two wants get into an argument in front of him? Zhang Ruiqiang continued. Feng Yu said that he will be building 10 branch factories. This included 5 motorcycle factories, 4 saloon cars factory and a truck factory. His investment for the first phase will be 1 billion. Hiss. Everyone drew in a deep breath. Initial invest was 1 billion RMB. That means this 1 billion was only the start and he will continue to invest more in this project. They had heard of these types of investments in the coastal areas and were all by foreign investors. The inland cities, especially Bing City which was located near the borders, never had such large-scale investment. Needless to say, investments from a Chinese businessman. 1 billion. Deputy Zhang, did I hear it correctly? Deputy Xu asked. Yes, it is 1 billion RMB. This will be his initial investment, and Feng Yu said that this sum will be injected into the machinery company. He will also continue to procure automobile and motorcycle production lines from the Soviet Union. He is planning to start full production of all the factories within 2 years. Wait a minute, how much is the market value of the machinery company? From what I know, it is worth only a few hundred million. Feng Yu wants to invest 1 billion in the company. Have you ever thought about where did he get so much money? Did he use his machinery company shares as collateral to get a loan from the bank? This is a promising enterprise, and if it expands too aggressively, it will be bankrupt. When that happens, our Bing City will have one less enterprise. What about the workers? Deputy Xu sneered. Zhang Ruiqiang glanced at Deputy Xu and then turned to the mayor. Feng Yu had promised not to use his machinery company shares to get loans. His Taiwan Tradings account has 1 billion funds. What? Taiwan Tradings account has 1 billion RMB. All the city government leaders had weird expressions on their faces. They all know about Taiwan trading, but how is it possible for the company to have 1 billion RMB? Deputy Zhang, have you confirmed this with the banks? I had contacted ICBC, and they verified this. Feng Yu also said that once this proposal starts, this 1 billion will be freeze and Taiwan Trading will not touch it. The mayor was overjoyed. Investment of 1 billion RMB. That means the machinery company's market value will be more than a billion RMB. This company will be a massive enterprise. This was when he was the mayor. A company from his city that had grown from a few million RMB to over a billion RMB within a few years. This was a significant political achievement for him. But at the same time, he thought about Deputy Xu's words. The machinery company was now worth only a few hundred million, and if 1 billion was invested, then the city's shares will be diluted further. Deputy Xu, how much is the machinery company worth? About 400 million and it is still growing. The city owns 28% shares. 28%, 400 million RMB. If the investment was more than a billion RMB, then the city government shares will shrink by more than 2/3. That means it will be less than 10%. Mayor Zhang, must this sum be invested all at once? Can't it be invested in the company slowly? Mayor asked. If this amount was invested over 2 to 3 years, then the city could afford to invest their proportion. This way, their shares will not be diluted so severely. Mayor, this is a type of business strategy. The overseas companies were also using the same strategy. Now, the motorcycle and automobile industry are expanding, and Japanese and German cars are taking up the market share. We are building our own automobile brand, and this is in line with the 1985's 5-year plan. We do not talk about SAIC Motors from Shanghai. Just the FAO from Lin Province, a large state-owned enterprise and is supported by the government. They also dare not to increase their scale so aggressively. Yet Feng Yu wants to blow up the scale. A kid that is not even 20 years old and have not even graduate from high school. It is normal for young men to be overly ambitious, but Deputy Zhang, you should not be the same as him. These words from Deputy Xu can be considered scolding Zhang Ruiqiang. Deputy Xu had the experience, and also, Zhang Ruiqiang had lost his support from the provincial government number 1. Zhang Ruiqiang had asked the to publish his article on the disintegration of the Soviet Union, despite the objections of the provincial government number 1. Even the top management could not conclude the Soviet Union political situation, and Zhang Ruiqiang dares to openly make such claims. This was the reason why the provincial government no longer support him. With the number one support, what can Zhang Ruiqiang do? This executive deputy mayor will be Zhang Ruiqiang's highest rank. Zhang Ruiqiang will be a joke at the end of the year. He might even lose his current position of executive deputy mayor. Deputy Xu still had the chance to get this position. Young man, a kid, Deputy Xu, what have you done when you were 18 years old? Can you help Bing City import so many cheap and advanced machinery and technologies from the Soviet Union? When you were in charge of the machinery company, how much is the profits? How much taxes have you generated for the city? How much were your workers' salaries? Was it above the national average? Zhang Ruiqiang's series of questions shut Deputy Xu up. Seeing that the both of them started arguing, the mayor knocked on the table and said, "It is late now and all of you have other matters to attend to. We shall end today's meeting now and continue the meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning." The mayor decided to let the city's party secretary know about this, and he will also report this matter to the provincial number 2, before making the final decision if we will support Zhang Ruiqiang. Chapter 295, a national brand. This chapter is updated by Abi. The next day, during the meeting, Deputy Xu continued to disagree with this proposal. He felt that this was overly ambitious. If Feng Yu wants to invest, he can invest in other industries, or even donate to the city. The mayor also changed his stance. He felt that this expansion of the motorcycle project can work, but not for the automobile project. They decided to let Zhang Ruiqiang inform Feng Yu about their decision. The city can sell the automobile project to Feng Yu and let Feng Yu set up a new company for the automobile manufacturing business. There was no need for him to invest in the machinery company anymore. The mayor's intention was apparent. He wants Feng Yu to invest and take the credit, but he does not want the city's shares to be diluted. As for what Deputy Xu said, Zhang Ruiqiang chooses to ignore. What? The city allows the machinery company to sell me the automobile project? Is it real? The public could not get a license to set up an automobile manufacturing company, and that's why Feng Yu decided to use the machinery company for this project. If the city allows the machinery company to sell him this project, Feng Yu would seriously consider it. It is like this temporary. But we still need to talk about the details. The city agrees to the setting up of the motorcycle branch factories and will support it. But you must promote our Bing City, and the machinery company headquarters must remain in Bing City. Zhang Ruiqiang felt that the mayor's decision was sound. By splitting this project into 2 parts, they could keep the credit and have lower risks. But it was still up to Feng Yu whether if he would accept it. But it seems that Feng Yu was looking forward to this decision. Zhang Ruiqiang was the one among the city's leaders that understands Feng Yu the most. He immediately noticed that if without the city government's approval, Feng Yu had no way to start the automobile project. If it was not for this reason, Feng Yu might not even want the city government to be a part of this project. The city had made use of many of their connections to get the approval for this automobile project, and they even seek the help of the provincial number 1. Now, it seems that Feng Yu was the one who had gained from all this. The sales of the automobile project will be decided by the shareholders, and the city could not get any benefits from it. Mayor Zhang, I agree to the city's conditions. I will go back now and ask Li Ming to calculate the cost of this project. Feng Yu readily accepted and was in a rush to leave. Wait, do you really think that this project will do well? The saloon cars market is really that big? Zhang Ruiqiang held Feng Yu back. I can only say that in the future, this market will grow bigger and bigger. But whether this project will succeed, I am also not very confident. But there is one thing I am sure. If I did not start this project, then in the future, China will not have its own automobile brand. I am doing all this for the country. Feng Yu said with a noble expression. Stop *TTING. Since when you are so noble? Furthermore, the ratio of imported cars in China had decreased by a lot for the past 2 years, and how can it be possible for the Chinese automobile market to be controlled by foreign brands? Mayor Zhang, I will just point out one thing. Why is the ratio of the imported cars in China decreasing? It is because of an increase in our production. But where is this increase coming from? It is the cars from the joint partnership factories. What are the brands of those cars? It is Volkswagen and Toyota vehicles that are selling the best. These are all foreign brands. Just look at the public buses bought by the city. Are they not all foreign brands? Then what about our own Shanghai brand cars? Zhang Ruiqiang was shocked. That's right. Shanghai brand was formerly the nation's pride. Where are they now? SAIC Motors is now selling Volkswagen cars that were produced from their joint partnership factories. That's a foreign brand. Although the sales had increased and lowered the importation of vehicles into China, the Shanghai brand cars were slowly disappearing from the roads. It was like this in Feng Yu's past life. Not only the Shanghai brand, even the Hongqi red flag cars manufactured by FAO and many other Chinese brands had declined. When China's own automobile manufacturing industries developed and wanted to build up those Chinese brands again, they found that the foreign brands had captured the market. Mayor Zhang, do you know how important a brand is? I shall put it this way. If an overseas company wants to buy my Wind and Rain brand now, how much do you think they will offer? This was not Feng Yu bragging. There were companies from Europe and the US that wanted to buy the Wind and Rain brand. Those companies felt that this Wind and Rain brand represents high-tech products, and if they use it on their own products, they could save on their advertising cost and still achieve better results. This was because the consumers already linked Wind and Rain brand with the words innovations and high-tech. How much? 100 million USD. This 100 million United States dollars was not only for Wind and Rain brand. It includes the patents for the humidifiers and bladeless fans and also the factory in Dongguan. Although the brand was expensive, it was not as expensive as what Feng Yu claims. Hiss. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Yu and shocked. 100 million United States dollars. A brand is really so important? Feng Yu nodded. Look at our beer factory. Bing City beer. The people in Bing City and the surrounding areas all drink this beer. The Lin province do not have any beer. Even if Lin province sells their beer at lower wholesale prices, those small stalls will also not order from them. Our Bing City people only drink Bing City beer. This is brand awareness and the value of branding. Fine, I will not say any more. Since I am starting my own automobile brand, then I will not use Songjiang Motors anymore. Why not you talk to the city and ask if the city can sell Songjiang brand and the motorcycle project to me? Zhang Ruiqiang stared at Feng Yu. Don't even think about it. The city does not think that the automobile project will do well, but they think highly of the motorcycle project. In Bing City, you can still see many people riding motorcycles during the winter. The sales of Songjiang motorcycles for this year's first quarter was still increasing. The city estimate that this year's sales will be more than 200,000 units. Soon, the branch factory in Jinling will start operations, and it will be in time to meet the increasing demand for motorcycles. The motorcycle project will also be introducing the 100cc bikes. The prices will be lowered, and the sales volume will undoubtedly increase. With more models on sales, they can foresee the motorcycles bringing in more profits. Although they will be building many factories at once, the will not be high. It will be only about 50,000 units. At the start, the workers needed training, and their production will not be high. But 2 to 3 years later, the number of motorcycles produced will increase. It will be a golden egg-laying goose. This Songjiang motorcycle brand will become valuable in 2 to 3 years. Sell this brand to Feng Yu now. Impossible. Feng Yu suddenly regretted telling Zhang Ruiqiang so much about branding. He should not have bragged about the value of Wind and Rain brand. Now he got to build a new automobile brand and got to start from scratch. It would be harder. But even if it was hard, Feng Yu will still do it. During 1991 to 1995, China's economic growth was at an astonishing speed. The buying power of the people increased, and lots of future tycoons started their businesses during this period. Also, the government regulations during this period were the most relaxing, and if Feng Yu were to begin his development a few years later, he would be the same as those workers from the future years. How can Feng Yu be satisfied with this? Even if the city had come out with harsher conditions, Feng Yu would also accept it. Chapter 296 Change of Attitude. This chapter is updated by Abi. Li Mingde received Feng Yu's notification to evaluate the market rate of the automobile branch factory. Li Mingde was confused. This automobile factory had not even started operation, and the construction had just begun. Could it be Feng Yu found out that someone was siphoning the construction funds? But this automobile factory's director is appointed by Feng Yu himself, and the factory was still doing the foundation works. How much money can this person siphon? The first phase of the construction fees had not even been reported to the city. Soon, Li Mingde received a call from Deputy Xu, asking him to calculate the automobile factory's current value and report to him. The city wants to do something to this factory. Li Mind immediately asks around and found out that Feng Yu wanted to increase his investment in the machinery company and set up more automobile factories. He was shocked by Feng Yu's wealth. But he did not think this automobile project will do well in the first place, and since the city had made this decision, it might be a good thing. Li Mind quickly completed this task with the help of his men. It was fast as the construction was not completed and he only needs to evaluate the cost of the land, equipment, technologies and the factory's workers. At the same time, there were some problems too. The workers from the machinery company will have to be transferred back. Those workers will not want to work for a private company. Li Mind does not need to care about those workers hired from Fao. He believes that Feng Yu would make arrangements for them. After calculating, the total value of the factory was only about 80 million. This was still a hike-up cost under the instruction of Deputy Shu. If Li Mind had used the standard method of calculations, it would only be about 50 million. When Feng Yu saw the valuation report, he almost threw the report on Li Mingdi's face. Feng Yu was clear about the total cost of this project. This project had just started, and Feng Yu clearly remembered how much the machines were worth, how much Fu Guangzhong had invested and how much land was worth. Now, with just a few workers and only the foundation works of the factory building, the cost increased by tens of millions. Li Mind, are you going to sign on the valuation report? Feng Yu looked at Li Mind coldly. Li Mind suddenly regretted. After all, Feng Yu was the one who had the final say in the machinery company. Li Mind could be removed from his position of general manager anytime if Feng Yu called for a shareholders meeting. He will not have such a good life in the future. Li Mind said with a sad face. Manager Feng, this was instruction from the city. I also have no choice. After all, I am still under the city government. I can help you point out where the problems are in this report. This way, when you are negotiating with the city, you will have the upper hand. Li Mind was not like a double spy. On the one hand, he was helping the city to inflate the factory's value, on the other, he was telling Feng Yu where were all the problems in this report. During the negotiations, he will not side with any parties and let Feng Yu and the city negotiate. As for the other shareholder, Fu Guangzhong, both parties had chosen to forget about him. Once Feng Yu and the city agree on the valuation report, there was nothing Fu Guangzhong could do. The city was worried that Fu Guangzhong would side with Feng Yu and suppress the value of this factory. Feng Yu did not include Fu Guangzhong in this negotiations was because he could not help much either. The negotiations did not go smoothly. The city made harsh demands. They knew that Feng Yu could not get the approval documents by himself. That's why these approval documents were precious. Even if the automobile project was sold to Feng Yu, without the local government help, Feng Yu could not develop this business. It was tough to build a successful business, but it was very easy for Bing City government to stop a company from growing. Feng Yu was only someone from one of Bing City's district with no backgrounds. The city government was not afraid of him. The city wants Feng Yu to set the automobile headquarters in Bing City and cannot be moved to other places. Also, Feng Yu had to build the roads leading to the factory. The city will not pay for it. The automobile commercials also had to mention, manufacture in Bing City, regardless of local or overseas, Feng Yu must not tarnish the image of Bing City. There were many other restrictions imposed on Feng Yu. Feng Yu knows that the city was acting like a hooligan, but he was not someone who can be bullied so easily. He immediately pointed out that the valuation report of the factory will be decided by the machinery company and if the city insists on those conditions, then he works with the Fu family and suppresses the value. This way, the city will be suffering losses too. Furthermore, Feng Yu could always give up Bing City. He can go and look for partners from other cities. He believes that with his wealth, the enterprises from other places will work with him. Although the approval documents were challenging to get, since Bing City could get it, then other cities can also get it. Worse come to worse, he will work with other city government. There were many places in China with conditions better than Bing City. Both parties negotiated for a week, and it was still not settled. But suddenly, the city government had a change of attitude. The city decided not to sell this project to Feng Yu and even agrees Feng Yu invest in the machinery company to expand this company. Why did the city have a change of attitude so fast? Feng Yu quickly got the answer. He received a call from Master Lu. He told Feng Yu that the Central Party Committee had decided to encourage the local enterprises to be bolder and be brave to try new things. The local enterprises shake off the reliance on overseas technologies and start developing. The committee even pointed out the industry they were supporting. The automobile industry. They expressed that there will be government policies implemented soon. There will be many benefits to this industry, and the local government should not hinder the progress of the companies in this industry. The local government must support these companies and help them. These directives were quickly disseminated to the provincial government and the local regions. The Bing City Party secretary immediately called for a meeting and everyone agrees to support the development of the machinery company. Although the city cannot afford to invest any more funds into this project, they must be a part of it. They cannot sell this project to Feng Yu and let it be a private company. This project will also let Bing City score political points with the higher-ups. When Feng Yu got to know about this, he felt that Master Lu had acted too fast. He had thought that it would take Master Lu a few months to get this sorted out. But who knows, Master Lu got everything settled with a short time. Feng Yu wanted to cry. Master Lu, why are you so influential? But there were also benefits from this. This means that the machinery company will have a large plot of land and there will be less hindrance from the city in the future. There were pros and cons. In the short term, Feng Yu will have some benefits, but in the future, the city will a share of the profits. Never mind, just treat it as supporting his homeland. But in 3 to 5 years' time, Feng Yu will not let the city interfere with the machinery company. He must turn the machinery company into a real shareholding company. A new round of negotiations started again. Chapter 297 Li Dafu. This chapter is updated by Abi. With the city's change of attitude, Feng Yu's position also changed. At first, Feng Yu had given in to the city because the city was going to sell the project to him. But now, Feng Yu will not agree to those conditions. You want me to continue to invest in the machinery company? Fine, then let's evaluate the market value of the machinery company and count the number of employees in the company that was doing nothing. This time, Fu Guangzheng also attended the negotiations. This was increasing the investment to the machinery company, and all shareholders should be notified. Fu Guangzheng was also shocked when he learned that Feng Yu will be investing 1 billion into the company and will set up multiple automobile and motorcycle factories. The Fu family supported the proposal for setting up an automobile factory in this automobile project. But to increase the scale so fast without the consideration of the market, the first few years will be making losses. Fu Guangzheng hesitated and called his father and his eldest uncle to discuss it. In the end, Fu Guangzheng expressed that he does not have the money to invest in the project and will accept his shares to be diluted. Feng Yu injected 1 billion RMB at once, and if Fu Guangzheng wants to keep his shares, he would need to invest a considerable amount too. His father had invested most of his money into the Hong Kong's property market, and Fu Guangzheng had followed suit. He does not have enough funds now. Furthermore, his eldest uncle felt that although the Chinese automobile market, especially the saloon cars market, was expanding now, it will not be as what Feng Yu forecast. Feng Yu was going to use his money to buy the market share by starting this large-scale project. Feng Yu had successfully predicted the Gulf War, London gold, and the oil futures. He had made lots of profits from these events. He could afford to lose 1 billion RMB but not Fu Guangzheng. Fu Rongqi also suspect that Feng Yu had invested so much into this automobile manufacturing project, was because he had received some benefits from somewhere and Fu Guangzheng had no way to enjoy the same benefits. That's why Fu Guangzheng rather let Feng Yu dilute his shares. After evaluating the machinery company, the market value of the machinery company was 432 million, and this was after the city government assessed multiple times. Feng Yu was satisfied with this valuation report. Those city government people do not know how to evaluate the market value of a company at all. If Feng Yu wants to inflate the value of the machinery company, it will be at least worth 500 million and Feng Yu was still able to provide evidence to prove it. Feng Yu will invest 1 billion RMB cash and the machinery ordered from Kirilenko were evaluated at 300 million RMB. Feng Yu will spend a total of 1.3 billion RMB. Feng Yu also gave in a bit to the city government. The city government's shares were lowered to 7%, and Fu Guangzheng's percentages were reduced to 4%. Feng Yu's shares increased to 84.4%. There was another mysterious shareholder that owns 0.6% shares. The people in the accounting department were all Feng Yu's men, and he also controlled the human resource department. In the future, all the factory directors and the company's management staffs got to follow the rules and will be decided during the shareholder meeting. Now, which shareholder will have the final say? Of course, it was the controlling shareholder, Feng Yu. The automobile branch factory in Bing City expedited the construction and Feng Yu also sent his people to the local government of the areas he planned to set up branch factories. He wants to set up all the factories in the shortest time. Once the negotiations were over, the land must be leveled before the end of the year. Feng Yu himself went to Hangzhou alone. At Hangzhou, Feng Yu had two important things to do. First, he wants to acquire the shares from Lahaha other shareholders. But he will not get the shares from Zhang Qingxian, in case he leaves and set up another company. Secondly, Feng Yu wants to look for a person. China's future leader in the automobile industry, Li Dafu. Li Dafu was a legend in Feng Yu's past life. He was the same as Zhang Qingxian. Zhang Qingxian was China's leader in the beverage industry, and this Li Dafu was the boss of a private automobile manufacturing company. He was the first person in China to own an international automobile brand which was in the Fortune 500. But what was Li Dafu doing now? He had set up a small factory, and this factory will be the start of his conglomerate. The factory was not manufacturing refrigerators parts, renovation materials, etc., but his factory was the first in China to develop the magnesium-aluminum alloy. This alloy had strong heat and soundproofing properties and had resistance to corrosion. This was the person who claims that cars are just an engine with four wheels in a metal shell. This person had already started to develop the metal shell now. If it weren't for Feng Yu, Li Dafu would enter the motorcycle industry 2 to 3 years later, and he will be very successful. Through the motorcycle manufacturing industry, Li Dafu would accumulate the funds and also familiarize with the engines and wheels. But he had no chance in this life. Feng Yu had already set his plans in place, and China's biggest motorcycle manufacturer will be Bing City Machinery Company. It might even become the world's largest motorcycle manufacturer. Those small factories will not get the chance to grow, and Li Dafu will have no chance to get his funds to start manufacturing cars. There were rumors that this Li Dafu was charismatic and was willing to seek advice from others. His future company was started from a family business and was converted to a shareholding. It was hard to appoint the next leader to lead the company in a family business. There were too few choices. But for a shareholding, they can pick the next CEO from millions of people. Li Dafu had financed his company several times and were all successful. He maintained his shares and control. At the same time, he let his company raise enough funds to develop very fast. Also, Li Dafu paid particular emphasis on R&D. He knew that technologies could stop China's automobile industry from growing. He spent a lot on setting up a research center to research on engines, gearbox, electronics, etc. This was what Feng Yu liked about him. This time, Feng Yu wants to approach Li Dafu and see if Li Dafu was really like the rumors from his past life. If the stories were real, then he wants to recruit him to be the deputy general manager of the machinery company. He will be the person to take charge of the automobile project. Feng Yu believes that Li Dafu would be tempted by high salaries and shares. Li Dafu might reject high salaries. After all, he was the boss of his own factory. But shares would mean that he would be a shareholder of the company. Feng Yu would not be stingy with the shares. 1% shares were worth more than 10 million RMB. These conditions should be sufficient to recruit Li Dafu. If it does not work, then Feng Yu would acquire Li Dafu's current factory. A factory that was worth less than 10 million was an easy target for Feng Yu. Feng Yu walked into Li Dafu's factory. Li Dafu, please do not disappoint me. Chapter 298. Come, let's talk about our dreams. This chapter is updated by Abi. Li Dafu had planned to go out for some business today, but he received a call saying that a big boss will be coming to talk about a business deal worth over 10 million. His factory was very small, and the annual income was only so much. He had never handled business deals more than 10 million RMB. Manager Li, Mr. Feng is here. The secretary knocked on his office door and said with a weird expression, "Hurry and invite Manager Feng in." Li Dafu immediately stands up and walked towards the door. A young man younger than 20 years old walked in. Li Dafu was thinking in his heart that why was this young man so rude? His boss had not even entered the room, why was he walking in front? But after a while, Li Dafu noticed that no one else was coming. He looked at his secretary puzzled. That young man stretches out his hand and smile. "Mr. Li, I am Feng Yu. We have spoken over the phone." Li Dafu stiffly shook hands with Feng Yu and had an unbelievable expression on his face. Although over the phone, he knew that Feng Yu sounded very young, but he thought that it was just the voice. But when he met the real person, he was shocked. Is this Mr. Feng even 20 years old? He said that he has a business deal worth over 10 million, is he talking nonsenses? "Mr. Feng, nice to meet you. Come, have a seat." Xiao Zhang, serve tea. Feng Yu looked at Li Dafu's office and noticed that his office was nicely renovated. This made sense. Li Dafu was dealing in renovation materials now. If his office was poorly renovated, who would buy his renovation materials? Mr. Li might not know me, but I saw a few Songjiang motorcycles downstairs. Those motorcycles are manufactured by my company. Feng Yu had a sense of helplessness. His age often let people doubt him. Even when he dressed more maturely, he also can't cover his youthful looks. Li Dafu said with a shocked expression, Songjiang Motorcycles is from your company. That's amazing. This motorcycle had a beautiful exterior, and it was comfortable to ride on. Feng Yu was surprised that Li Dafu was riding a bike now. That means he does not have much money. These 2 years, Li Dafu had made some money, but he had invested most of his money in the new factory to increase production. Luckily, his products were still selling well. Thank you for the praises. I saw Mr. Li's renovation materials were selling well too. I heard that many surrounding provinces were all using your magnesium aluminum alloy. Li Dafu modestly said, it's all small businesses and cannot be compared to your businesses. I wonder what makes you travel all the way here. Are you going to buy a large quantity of magnesium aluminum alloy? To Li Dafu, other than magnesium aluminum alloy, his factory does not have any outstanding products that were worth Feng Yu to travel all the way from Bing City to Hangzhou. Mr. Li, can you let me look around your factory? Feng Yu suddenly asked. He wanted to see for himself the management capabilities of Li Dafu through the factory's operations. This was to look at my factory's scale before ordering. Li Dafu had met with this type of request before from other businessmen. Since Feng Yu had said that he wants to talk about a business deal worth over 10 million, then the order must be enormous. He must be afraid that the factory could not complete the order. No problem. I will bring you around my factory personally and at the same time explain our factory's operations. Li Dafu warmly replied. Feng Yu noticed that the workshops Li Dafu brought him to were all working on the finished products. He did not bring him to essential areas of the factory. This showed that Li Dafu was guarded against Feng Yu. Feng Yu made an estimation of the production of the factory and then calculated the market value. He can estimate how much this factory can make in a year. This factory was indeed making money, and with this factory, it would be easy for Li Dafu to become a multimillionaire. If he manages well and develops new products, he might even become a billionaire. The factory's operations were smooth and tidy. The workshops were clean and not messy. These proved that he had managed the factory well. Back at the office, Li Dafu anticipated looked at Feng Yu. He had brought Feng Yu to look at the few prominent areas of his factory, and Feng Yu should be convinced of the capabilities of his factory. Mr. Li, your factory is doing well. Will you still remain in this industry in the future? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Li Dafu paused for a while. Shouldn't you be talking about your orders now? I will be doing this temporary. When the factory developed, I will consider doing other things. What do you think about the motorcycle industry? Li Dafu was feeling puzzled. Why was this Feng Yu asking weird questions? He was the one in the motorcycle manufacturing business, and he was dealing in renovation materials. What has his company's development got to do with him? Mr. Feng, I do not understand what you mean. Mr. Li, I will be truthful with you. Your factory's growth now might seem to be doing well. You have tens of millions of sales a year, and your profits should be a few million. But sorry to say this, no matter how your factory grows, the scale will remain the same. It will be hard for your factory to develop any further. There are many factories in the market that is producing the same products as yours. Many factories have the same technologies as yours. Li Dafu frowned and asked, what are you trying to say? Mr. Li, do you have dreams? Li Dafu's jaws dropped. He was confused by Feng Yu's sudden change of topics. Dreams. Someone who was not even 20 years old wants to talk about dreams with him. He was almost 30 years old. This Feng Yu was too weird. But over the years, Li Dafu had met many kinds of businessmen. There were some who even discussed religions with him. Mr. Feng, everyone has dreams, and there are different types of dreams. Li Dafu gave a general reply. Feng Yu was not satisfied with Li Dafu's reply. His first impression of Li Dafu was good, and he could tell that this Li Dafu was a proud person. That's why Feng Yu wants to talk to Li Dafu about dreams. It was just like how Apple recruited the Pepsi president. Apple talked about visions. Steve Jobs' legendary pitch to the president of Pepsi at that time became famous, Do you want to sell sugared water for the rest of your life? Or do you want to come with me and change the world? Mr. Lee, then I will talk about my dreams. Look at our country now. After China had opened up, lots of foreign brands had entered. This had a great impact on our Chinese brands. Although the economy might be seeming to be doing well now, most of the money was earned by the foreigners. My dream is to stop foreigners from taking money away from China. My dream is to earn those foreigners money. Feng Yu did not talk about *ts like building and strengthening China. He talked about making money. Mr. Feng is someone with great ambitions and have a big dream. I have also thought of this. Just look at my magnesium aluminum alloy sheets. Before my factory had succeeded in producing this alloy, we have to import it from overseas. The prices were ridiculous. It was just like what you had said. All our money were earned by the foreigners. But now, those foreigners cannot make use of these alloys to earn money from us. This is because of me and others that are like me. Feng Yu smiled slyly. That means we have the same dream. Then are you interested in working together with me towards our dream? Chapter 299 Everybody has dreams. This chapter is updated by Abi. Working together towards our dream. Lots of questions marks popped up inside Li Dafu's mind. Who the hell has the same dream as you? I am following what you said, and you take it seriously. You are a motorcycle manufacturer, and I am dealing with renovation materials. Our factories have nothing to do with each other. Can magnesium aluminum alloy be used on your motorcycles? Actually, after Li Dafu's factory had successfully produced a magnesium aluminum alloy, he was thinking about the uses for this alloy other than for renovation. The renovation market was too small. The areas Li Dafu had thought of and researched on did not include motorcycles. Mr. Feng, what are you trying to say? Feng Yu laughed. Li Dafu was confused by him, and that's good. Mr. Li, can you drive? What do you think of the automobile market? Automobile market? Li Dafu's eyes widen in shock. This motorcycle manufacturer, Feng Yu, now wants to build cars. If Feng Yu really wants to manufacture cars, then it was indeed related to him. This aluminum alloy can be used on vehicles. It was lighter than steel and will lessen the vehicle's weight. Furthermore, this alloy will not rust easily. That means Feng Yu really wants to manufacture automobiles. Even if there were only 10,000 cars produced in a year and all the cars used his alloy, it will be a huge business deal and there will be lots of profits for the factory. Our country's automobile market is expanding, and the living standards of our people had increased. As such, the demand for transportation will increase. Just our Taichung and Hangzhou alone, there are more cars on the streets these 2 years. The automobile industry has great potential. But Li Dafu knew that although the automobile market is expanding, those established automobile manufacturers' production is also increasing. There are also imported cars. He was not so optimistic about entering this industry as a new player. The most promising mode of transportation in China now should be the motorcycles. Maybe Feng Yu had earned a lot from his bikes business and had this thought of manufacturing cars. This might not be a problem 2 years later. If he were to start now, it might be too early. Mr. Li also think automobile industry has the potential. That's great. Our goals are the same again. Pipe. Li Dafu. Never mind. I don't care if it is the same or not as long as you place a big order with me. Mr. Li, have you ever thought that one day our Chinese automobile manufacturer will be one of the world's top automobile manufacturer and might even be the world's #1? Feng Yu continued. World's #1. Li Dafu felt that Feng Yu was crazy. Don't talk about the world, just China alone had so many established automobile enterprises. Their production, scale, and technologies were the best in China, and your new automobile company might not even survive in China, and you want to think about being the world's #1. It's good to have a dream, but it must be realistic. Li Dafu felt that if Feng Yu's goal was to survive in China's market and get a part of the market share, it might be possible. But to be the world's #1, he must be China's #1 first. Mr. Feng is really ambitious. Li Dafu doesn't know what else to say. The future Chinese market will be the biggest market for the automobile industry, regardless of trucks or saloon cars. The Chinese economy will grow rapidly, and from 1995 onwards, the automobile market starts to flourish. After the year 2000, this automobile market grew even faster. There was another sudden growth of the automobile industry after China joined the WTO in 2003. In Feng Yu's previous life, Toyota and Volkswagen were also because of their China sales to become the world's number 1 and 2 automobile manufacturer. If Feng Yu could get a large part of China's market share, then Feng Yu can be the world's top automobile manufacturer. China's automobile market will only be this big in the future, and Feng Yu must get the biggest market share. Mr. Li, it is important to have dreams. What if the dreams really come true? The most important thing is to work hard towards your dream, then the dream will come true. If one day you are standing on the world stage, you can announce to the whole world that you had firm beliefs that your dreams will come true from day one. Imagine how beautiful that will be. Feng Yu's words were very encouraging. The entrepreneurs of this era were all people who were not satisfied with working for others. Li Dafu had started his own business in 1986, and after so many years, his factory had grown from a small workshop with only a few employees to this factory with over 100 employees. But this was still far away from his dream. Li Dafu had also dreamt of his products being sold all over China and even exported overseas. But reality told him that this dream will remain as a dream. He was only someone who sells renovation materials. He thought that he was successful when he was the first one in China to produce a magnesium-aluminum alloy, but soon, he discovered that other factories also had made breakthroughs and was able to produce the alloy too. His products were not able to be sold all over China. Even in the surrounding provinces, he had many competitors. But in his heart, he had not admitted his losses. He firmly believes that he would succeed one day. Feng Yu's words had touched his heart. All this while he was working hard towards his dream. If his goal was to let his family have a good life, then he had already achieved it. His factory was worth over 10 million, and if he sold his factory, he and his family could retire comfortably. But that kind of lifestyle was not what he wanted. He still wants to work hard and achieve his dreams. So, Mr. Li, join my company. Leave this factory for your family members to manage. Come over to my company, and we can create history. Li Dafu returned back to reality. Wasn't Feng Yu going to place a big order for his alloy to manufacture cars? Give up this factory and work for him. Mr. Feng, are you telling me to work for you? Li Dafu was not happy. He was the boss of a factory, and even though his business was not as big as Feng Yu, but why should he work for Feng Yu? It is not working for me. It is creating the future together with me. Our Chinese automobile industry's future. Join my company as the deputy general manager of my automobile project. I will give you some company's shares within 3 years as a reward. Once you own the shares, you are also a shareholder and consider one of the owners of the company. What do you think? Do you dare to try? Chapter 300 Increased Investment in Lahaha. This chapter is updated by Abi. Although Feng Yu had painted a beautiful picture, Li Dafu still felt that it was unrealistic. He did not agree or disagree. He just told Feng Yu that he needs some time to consider. Feng Yu also understand him. If it were him, he would also be suspicious. Why did you choose me? Are you telling the truth? The picture you described, is it even be possible? Feng Yu was also not anxious. All the factories had not even started construction, and the negotiations with the local government had not yet begun. He also wants to monitor Li Dafu for a while and see if he was worth the conditions he offered. Feng Yu was looking at the sales report at Lahaha's headquarters. Zhang Qingxian also tells Feng Yu about the company's current circumstances. Lahaha's development was much better than Feng Yu expected. Their products were too popular, and the demand had outweighed the supply by too much. They were already raising funds to expand their operations. Feng Yu only glanced through the reports. He had people in Lahaha's financial department, and there were no problems with the reports. Zhang Qingxian was honest with him. Manager Feng, this is the company's current situation. There are many orders, which we dare not accept. We did not anticipate that the sales will be so good after we had built up our reputation. Zhang Qingxian sighed. Feng Yu laughed and said, this is normal. The parents had lived in poor conditions for a long time, and when they are young, they suffered hardships. Now, their lives got better, and naturally, they do not want their children to go through what they had gone through. They want to give the best things to their children. I had suggested building more branch factories previously, but now, we are still not too late. These 2 years was the golden period for health supplement products. Although Lahaha oral health supplements were targeting children, they had become the market leaders. There were no other competitors. The health supplement market was divided among a few brands. King of Hearts was targeting the elderly, Ant's wine, we're targeting grown men and only 3 pearls health supplements for the women was the product of giant corporation. Shidazu will accumulate lots of funds within these 2 years, but after that, they will be burdened by financial troubles because of the new giant corporation's building. That will be the time for Feng Yu to invest. The future health supplements industry will be controlled by Shanghai Gold Partner Biotech Company Limited, a subsidiary company of Giant Corporation with their best-selling product, Naobaigen. The researchers that developed Naobaigen had said that the cost of one box was only about 2 RMB and the retail price was a few hundred RMB. The returns were huge. But now, Shidazu will never allow Feng Yu to invest in Giant Corporation. He had too much money now. Feng Yu was now thinking of ways to let Zhang Qingxian to not only develop Lahaha this product but also develop other types of beverages products like carbonated drinks, etc. In the future, the beverages market will be huge. In Feng Yu's past life, there will be a Zurisheng group appearing in 2 years' time. Their ice and warm tea beverages were popular throughout China. Within a few years, this company grew from a small factory worth 30 million RMB to a company that had more than 3 billion RMB annual sales. But that did not last long. Because of mismanagement, after the millennium, this company did not do well and was even bankrupted. Their brand was also sold. Zhang Qingxian discussed with Feng Yu about his development plans. He planned to set up 3 branch factories in the next 3 years, and their primary market will still be the provinces in the southeast region. These provinces were developing the fastest and had the most purchasing power. Lahaha could easily afford to set up a branch factory every year with their current situation. But Feng Yu felt that Zhang Qingxian's plan was too slow. By the time Lahaha finished their development plans, Zurisheng Group would appear. They would miss the opportunity to capture the profitable tea beverage market. Mr. Zhang, have you ever considered increasing the variety of our company's products? Feng Yu suddenly asked. Product diversification. Zhang Qingxian frowned. Now their company could not even cope with one product, and they still want to develop more products. He also knew that the company's growth would be limited if they depend on one product. But will it be too early for them to diversify their products now? Manager Feng, we did have the intentions to diversify into products like dairy products for children. But this will be after we have controlled the market. Seems like Mr. Zhang have already thought about the future. Children's dairy product is good. This will be in line with our company's direction. But think about where our factory is located and what is the most famous beverage in this area. Where is the factory located and the most famous beverage in this area? Hangzhou was famous for Longjing tea. Feng Yu wants to develop Longjing tea. Manager Feng, there are already lots of tea merchants for Longjing tea, and they are already in this line for many years. It will be hard for us to enter the market. Zhang Qingxian frowned. He felt his idea of children dairy products was better and this will be his future plans for the company. Feng Yu shook his head. I am not talking about Longjing tea. I am talking about tea beverages. We can combine tea and carbonated drinks together, just like Zhonglibao. Have you ever thought of this? Zhonglibao. Zhang Qingxian thought for a while. Zhonglibao had appeared out of nowhere a few years ago and had captured the Chinese market. Leveraging on the sports arena, it was even exported to the Western countries. There was also a nickname, China's Magic Water, for Zhonglibao. Last year's Asian Games, it was the official drink for China's team. There were rumors that Zhonglibao will be setting up a company in the US and will be buying an office at the Empire State Building. He had studied Zhonglibao before, and that's only carbonated drinks with electrolyte added. It was not as magical as it claims. But the market responded quite positively. But Feng Yu was suggesting to tea into carbonated drinks. Isn't that just adding tea into the carbonated water? Manager Feng, will people be buying carbonated tea beverages? Zhang Qingxian asked. Of course, I can guarantee that. During the summer, everybody likes to drink cold soft drinks. If you do not believe me, you can let one factory to test it and see if this type of drinks will be popular. Zhang Qingxian frowned. Manager Feng, although the new factory we planned will be bigger if we are to produce Lahaha health supplements and beverage, the workers, materials, machinery and other costs will increase. If we fail. Zhang Qingxian also wanted to try. Maybe it will be possible. But they need sufficient funds. He had plans for children dairy products, and it had not even started. Where would he get the funds to start on this carbonated tea beverage project? Mr. Zhang, are you worried about the funds? Why not? I will invest more money in the company and increase my stake to 49%. With my money and the company's current funds, we can set up 2 factories at the same time. If the negotiations are smooth and with the help of loans from the local districts, we can even set up 3 factories at the same time. One factory can manufacture the oral health supplement and the carbonated tea beverage at the same time. Another factory can start on your children's dairy products. If the market response is poor, we can switch all the factories back to manufacturing oral health supplements. What do you think? Zhang Qingxian hesitated. Feng Yu wants to continue to invest and wanted 49%. This meant that he will not interfere with the company's operations, and this additional fund was crucial for the company's growth.